Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is an eagle among lions in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 16, The White Heron. Archbishop Rhea stood before the gathered blue lions in their classroom, her hands clasped together as though in prayer, her head sadly bowed. My children, I am deeply and truly sorry for the terrible losses and hardship you have endured. Her gaze lingered on the empty desk where Ash had usually sat, which stood in the room like an open wound yet to be bandaged. I know how heavily grief weighs upon one's heart. Know that I am praying for your minds and hearts to find peace. Her voice had a warm, somber tinge to it, something that made it seem fragile and weary beyond the eerie ageless smoothness of her cheeks and brow. Byleth had taken a seat at the front of the class next to Dimitri and did it to give space to Rhea for her address. Rhea's gaze shifted from the empty desk to her and stayed there, studying her. At this distance, Edelgard might have just imagined the longing, the hunger, in the Archbishop's eyes. The ethereal moon is upon us. 995 years ago this month, this monastery's construction was completed, and the occasion is typically marked by a grand winter's ball and an inter-house dancing competition called the White Heron Cup, Rhea continued, addressing the class. Since this is a time of mourning for you all especially, I shall not expect any of you to participate if you do not wish to. Likewise, Professor Byleth, it is entirely up to you whether you wish to nominate and train a student as a representative of the Blue Lions in the White Heron Cup. Bernadetta slumped back in her chair and let out a deep, relieved sigh. Tragedy or no tragedy, she wouldn't have enjoyed the ball anyway and was likely eternally thankful to have been given an out. This is a decision for you to make, Rhea told Byleth. Confer with your students and inform me when you have decided on your course of action. With that, she left the classroom and Byleth stood up to take her place. Byleth cleared her throat. It was her first day teaching again after the incident at Remire, though her mood had much improved after the revelation in Ash's hometown. Dimitri and Didu had both pressured her into taking some extra time off to recuperate. So, she said, you heard the Archbishop. It's up to you if you want to go to the ball. I hear it'll be fun. Yeah. Raphael chimed in. It'll be tons of fun. And that's just what Ash would want us to do, right? Yeah, Ignatz said, sounding less enthused. The dancing is a different story, Byleth added. I don't know how to dance. At all. So I'd be a really poor teacher. So, not being expected to compete is probably a relief. She'd said, more or less, the same thing in Edelgard's world, except without the last sentence. Instead of teaching one of the Black Eagles to dance in the White Heron Cup, she'd ended up taking lessons from Edelgard, who, of course, had swept the competition. It had been a wonderful month. For the first time, Edelgard had felt truly connected to another person. And then Kronia had murdered Geralt and everything had started to fall apart. Ah, don't give up so easily, Professor, Annette said. You can do it. We all believe in you, right, guys? Edelgard raised her hand. Excuse me, Professor. Yes, Edelgard. I am quite a capable dancer myself and I'd be happy to represent the Blue Lions. Or, if you would like to nominate someone else as house representative, I could teach them in your stead, she said. After all, if she could teach Dimitri, she could teach anybody. Byleth's face brightened. That's nice of you. Now, as for who to nominate. Bernadetta folded her arms over her chest and tucked her hands into her armpits as though to make absolutely certain that she wouldn't raise her hand and volunteer by mistake. Please, anyone but Bernie, she muttered. Professor, I beg of you, Dimitri said, shaking his head as Byleth's eyes met his, please do not choose me as our house representative. I'd be happy to, Sylvain offered. I'll get out there, show off my moves, and drive the ladies wild. Don't make me waste my time with this shit, Felix muttered, crossing his arms. I'd love to volunteer. Annette chimed in. I'll try as hard as anyone's ever tried. You can count on it. Please don't say it's me, Ingrid said, shaking her head. I'm not going to choose anyone who doesn't want to do it, Byleth assured her less enthusiastic students. I can do it, Raphael said. Everyone's gonna think my moves are hilarious. Edelgard wasn't sure she wanted to see Raphael's hilarious dance moves, or Sylvain's attempts at driving the ladies wild. Thankfully, Annette seemed quite willing. The door to the classroom threw itself open and Glenn Frildarius, who'd been absent for well over a week, strolled in as nonchalantly as possible, a good-humored grin on his face. All heads turned in his direction. The levity in the room completely vanished. "Hey, guys," Glenn said, ignoring the murderous glare Felix was shooting him. "Sorry I've been so late, I've been really busy with stuff." "What did I miss?" Everyone just stared. Byleth crossed her arms. "Glenn, you've been missing for a week. The Knights have been looking for you." "Where were you?" "I was with Dad." "Urgent Frildarius business." "Sorry, Felix, you weren't invited." "Anyway, I could have sworn I'd left a note." Glenn brushed the snow off his shoulders and shook it out of his hair. "Geez, what's with all of you? You look like someone died." Ingrid stared at him, revolted, jaw agape. If looks could kill, Felix would have just committed fratricide. Even Raphael looked horrified. "Dude, not cool," Sylvain said. Glenn sat down next to Ingrid. He looked around, seemingly oblivious to the mean looks everyone was giving him. "So, what are we talking about?" We're talking about choosing a representative for the White Heron Cup," Annette said, nervously twiddling her thumbs. "Oh. That's nice. I nominate Felix." Felix shook his head vehemently and sank even deeper into his chair. "Oh, come on, Feely, you'll be great at it." Glenn stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Hey, where's Ash?" "You know, that scrawny little weak one." "Glenn," Byleth said testily. Edelgard was shocked. What in blazes was he doing? Were those who slither in the dark just all but throwing aside their masks now? "Oh, did he bite it?" He let out a mirthless laugh. "Poor kid. He was just too sweet for this world. I always knew it'd eat him alive." "Shut up, Glenn," Byleth commanded, her voice as stern and tone as blunt as though she were standing on the battlefield. The cold, merciless look in her eyes and the stern set of her jaw reminded her students quite effectively that she had earned the nickname of the Ashen Demon as a mercenary. "Everyone, get out your intermediate tactical primers and turn to page 69. Annette raised her hand. "Professor, what about the White Heron? I'll choose someone after class." Page 69. There was a flurry from the student body as everyone scrambled for their books. A testament to the tense and shocked mood of the classroom, Sylvain didn't even chuckle at the page number as much as he wanted to do. Edelgard had to admit, it was nice to hear Byleth's voice, calm, cool, and authoritative, echo off the stone walls of the classroom once again. But it was hard to focus on the lesson when she kept finding her attention drawn to Glenn. What was wrong with him? What were he and Thales plotting? She couldn't help but wonder if such brazen behavior spoke to a new, more terrible plot brewing worse, perhaps, than Remire. Class ended, and while Byleth remained at her desk to prepare for her 10 o'clock seminar, the rest of the Blue Lions filed out onto the lawn. The tense and silent mood followed them out into the open air and hung over them, a dark cloud to match the gray skies above. "So how did our poor little Silver Knight die?" Glenn asked, casually stretching his arms out and curling his hands behind his head. "Arrow to the eye? Knife to the gut? Sucking chest wound? Was it slow? Was it fast? Did he have any time for last words?" he asked, licking his lips, "or was he?" Ingrid whirled around as best she could with her leg still bandaged and a crutch still keeping her upright, and with a swing of her uninjured arm she turned Glenn's handsome face into a fountain of blood. He dropped like a stone and hit the ground with a soft, heavy thump and the sound of several shocked-out cries. Dimitri and Edelgard grabbed Ingrid by the shoulders to steady her as she reeled backward. I just meant to slap him," she mumbled, knuckles stained red as she watched Glenn lie motionless on the floor, blood bubbling up from between his lips as it gushed from his nostrils down his chin, bright and cherry red against his pale face and the snowy grass. The doors to the classroom swung open, Felix shoved the three of them aside, dropped to his knees in front of Glenn, and punched him in the face again, painting his own knuckles just as Byleth strode out onto the lawn. Byleth's eyes were wide with shock for a split second before she composed herself. "What happened?" she barked. "I'm sorry, Professor," Ingrid said, dazed. I beat the shit out of him, Professor," Felix said, his voice cold yet shaking with carefully restrained rage. His unstained hand flew to his injured shoulder and gingerly pressed against it as he stood over Glenn's unconscious body. "What does it look like?" "Wait," Annette said, "but..." "I kicked his fucking ass," Felix said, raising his voice to cover up Annette's squeaks. "Is there a problem?" Byleth gave him a piercing, scrutinizing look, as though she could see into his very soul. It was a look Edelgard had come to know very well. Her eyes always seemed so much colder and grayer when she did that. Glenn moaned and cracked his eyes open. "Felix," he gasped. "I don't know what the fuck you are," Felix said to him, "but you're not my brother." "One of you take Glenn to the infirmary," Byleth said to the other students. "Felix, come with me. We need to talk." It was, at the very least, an interesting start to the season festivities. Lunch for the day was a rich onion gratin soup that Edelgard found a perfect balm for the blisteringly cold wind and prickling snow flurries sweeping through the monastery. Leeks, shallots, and onions cooked to a rich golden brown in a savory red wine and beef broth, topped with a crisp crust of sourdough bread and baked grated cheese. It was one of her favorites, especially here in the mountains where the winters were almost as cold as they were in Faerghus, especially here at Garreg Mach, specifically. Even the chefs at the Imperial Palace couldn't make it quite the same as the monastery's cooks, namely because none of the monastery's cooks could make it quite the same as each other to begin with. High-class chefs were simply missing the essential elah that the students at Garreg Mach, an eclectic mix of commoners and nobles with varying tastes and skills, possessed in spades. As long as Dorothea or Annette, who was much more at home with an oven than a stove, wasn't on kitchen duty, this soup was Edelgard's favorite winter dish. She sipped hers in silence and solitude, finding herself in a moment of perfect contentment as the warmth of the meal settled in her stomach and slowly bled across her body. But, of course, all good things had to come to an end. Hilda slammed her palms on the table in front of her, sending ripples across the surface of her bowl. For the first time, Edelgard noticed that she could just barely see hints of toned, well-defined muscle through her sleeves. "Edelgard, we have a problem," she said, pale in complexion, her brow furrowed with concern. Edelgard steeled herself. "What's wrong?" she asked, fearing the worst. What had Hilda done? Some temporal folly, like what had happened with the two daggers. Were those who slither in the dark onto her and Claude? Were they in danger? "You know how Dimitri's been cleaning the stables every day? Well, he's been talking to Marianne because she always spends a lot of time there with Dort and..." "Slow down. Dimitri and Marianne are talking to each other. And..." Hilda took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and exhaled through her nose, her nostrils flaring. "Dimitri and Marianne are talking to each other," she repeated, leaving a half-second pause between each word. "I fail to see why that's your problem. Or our problem, for that matter. Don't you remember what happened to Marianne in our world?" "Of course I do," Edelgard said, irked that Hilda was wasting her time while she was trying to eat. "Well? What are you going to do about it?" Hilda asked. Edelgard took a sip of her soup with agonizing slowness, savoring the taste as she squelched the broth through her teeth in a very unprincess-like way, just to spite her. Edelgard. Edelgard savored her meal. Hilda put her hands on her hips. I'm serious." Edelgard swallowed. "Pardon me. This soup is very good. Anyway, why is it any of your business who Marianne makes friends with? If this keeps up, she's gonna enroll in your class. Just like last time." "Oh. I see." She set down her spoon. "Again, why is this my problem?" "Because I don't want her to leave the Golden Deer. I couldn't stop her last time, but we can stop her this time. What if it's what she wants? Don't you care about that? How did you feel when you found out that Professor Byleth was teaching the Blue Lions?" Hilda asked. Edelgard took another spoonful of her soup to keep herself occupied. "Devastated. Heartbroken. Betrayed. Forlorn." But she wouldn't dare say that to Hilda. "Devastated, huh? Heartbroken? Betrayed? Forlorn?" Hilda guessed. "Well, that's how I felt when Marianne came up to me and gushed about how, radiant you were, or whatever, because I knew that you were up to no good and I knew she'd be getting herself involved in that and I knew that if she followed you I'd never." Evidently realizing that her voice was cracking, she forced the rest of her words back down her throat. "You knew I was up to no good?" Edelgard asked, eyeing her suspiciously. "What exactly did you know? Had Hilda been spying on her all along in their own world? Had she been aware of Edelgard's plots and deceptions from the beginning? Had she known about the Flame Emperor, about those who slither? I'm a really good judge of character. One look at you and I could tell you were plotting something wicked. As opposed to Claude. Well, he schemes, but never wickedly. Anyway, that's not the point," Hilda said. "You stole my girlfriend from me. I did nothing of the sort. I would have happily let you join me as well if you had asked. She made her choice and you made yours." Well, taken aback by Edelgard's cool and dispassionate response, she swallowed a lump in her throat. "Well, I don't want her with Dimitri. He's violent and crazy, he might hurt her. And if we don't find a way to turn him against the No-Eyed people." "I've made significant progress on that front," Edelgard said. Hilda's disposition became a little sunnier. "You have? Well, after what happened in Remire, of course his opinion regarding them has soured considerably. And who was it who swooped in and offered him a pillar of strength to cling to?" Edelgard smirked. "Me." Hilda's lip curled in disgust. "You're more of a vulture than an eagle, Edelgard." She sighed and glanced off into the distance. "Just, let me have Marianne this time. You have no idea how much I've missed her," she added, sounding hurt. "What do you want me to do? Forbid him from talking to her? I'm not his mother. Just enjoy your time with her while you can. It's entirely possible that nothing will come of their little talks in the stables. Or better yet, tell her to avoid him yourself." "Oh, all right," Hilda said, her shoulders slumping. Edelgard went back to eating. "Is it the white hair?" Hilda asked, playing nervously with one of her pink locks. "Should I get a wig or something? Is she into that?" Edelgard nearly spat out her food and had to struggle not to choke on her own spit. "No, Hilda," she wheezed, clearing her throat. "No, she is not." She sighed. "Well, thanks for nothing, I guess," she said, and she walked away. Relieved, Edelgard set her mind to finish her lunch uninterrupted, but made little progress with her soup before. "Edelgard," Felix said, standing where Hilda had stood not even a minute ago. His frosty gaze bore into hers as she looked up at him. He bore his usual scowl and carried himself tightly, like a compressed spring. "Felix," she asked. "Do I seem somehow eminently more approachable when I'm eating?" "Yes," he said. "Well," she sighed, setting her spoon down to rest in her soup, "what do you want to talk to me about?" Felix looked away. "I'm representing our class in the White Heron Cup," he mumbled, as though he didn't want anyone to overhear him. "Oh," Edelgard said. She supposed she would rather have to teach Felix than Sylvain or Raphael, but she'd been hoping for Annette. "That's how I feel," he said. "The professor decided it was appropriate punishment for my behavior this morning. If we don't win the competition, I'll be on laundry duty all next month. You can teach me, right?" "Of course," she said. "Meet me in the training hall after dinner." Competition would be tough this year. As in her world, the Golden Deer were likely to choose Lawrence as their representative, who made it a point to excel in everything a noble should excel in. In the Black Eagles, the best dancer was, without a doubt, Dorothea. Due to her adolescent career as a diva in the Middle Frank Opera Company, she would likely be the representative unless Ferdinand insisted on taking the spotlight and showing off the legendary footwork of House Aguirre. He probably would. And here was Felix stiff, cold, and unenthusiastic. Edelgard had her work cut out for her, to say the least. But she had taught Byleth how to dance, and she'd been rather stiff at first as well, and she had taught Dimitri to dance, although her memories of those lessons were hazy at best. She could do this. "Wrong foot, Felix," she scolded her unwilling pupil. "Step forward with the left foot, then with your right foot so that the right foot is parallel to the left foot." Felix broke away from her, pausing to brush a few stray locks of his long, tied-back dark hair out of his face. "I lead with whichever foot serves me best." "Yes, and as I've said half a dozen times already, When you dance the waltz, you lead with your left. Your partner follows with her right. This is stupid. I'd rather be practicing my sword play. If you make a fool out of yourself at the White Heron Cup, you'll... I know. I'll be forced to wash the boar's underwear for a month. Felix rolled his eyes, crossing his arms. Don't remind me. Maybe you should be reminded, Edelgard retorted. Being a harsh teacher on its own was getting her nowhere. Perhaps lighting a competitive fire under him would galvanize him to improve. Byleth was counting on her to bring glory to the Blue Lions, and she wouldn't let Felix's attitude get in the way of that come hell or high water. Were you aware that I taught Dimitri how to dance when we were little? So you're that girl he kept going on about back then? That's right, I am. It would be a shame if I could somehow teach him to do the waltz and not you. Felix scowled at her, then relented. Okay. Fine. I'll get it right this time. Edelgard took his hands in hers and led him through the motions again. He wasn't incapable by any means, merely unwilling. And tense. Tense all over, like coiled springs, his muscles compressed, sinews taut. Felix, you need to loosen up. Be flexible. Dancing is about fluidity. You can't be so stiff. Humph. I'm doing the motions right, aren't I? This is the same problem Dimitri had. He couldn't loosen up. Felix's frown dug itself deeper into his face. Don't compare me to him. Stop inviting my comparisons, then. I liked you better when you were lazy. Sorry, I hate to disappoint. Edelgard hid a wince as Felix stepped on her foot, whether by accident or on purpose, she didn't know. Felix wasn't very good at this, but he also tended to be a rather deliberate person, so it could go either way. They stopped. Felix rubbed his shoulder and winced. Is that still giving you trouble? Edelgard asked him. Though she rarely questioned Byleth's judgment, she had to admit that there was a chance that dance training could keep his shoulder from healing properly or worsen its condition. It's fine, he insisted. I just need 1 or 2 more trips to the infirmary and it'll be good as new. You could say it hurts more than it does and not have to put up with this embarrassment, she said. What kind of coward do you take me for? I'm not going to whine about my arm just to get out of some stupid contest. Now come on. Show me the moves again. I'll get them right this time. She led him through the steps of the waltz again. Your shoulders should move smoothly, parallel with the floor, not up and down. And turn your head in the direction of the turn. Sure. Fine. So, about Dimitri, why do you call him a bore, anyway? Because that's what he is, he said. He's a wild animal, nothing more. Not a leader, not the head of a house, not a prince. Everyone else knows it too, not just me. But I'm the only one who knows how ridiculous it is. What's ridiculous about it? In Faerghus, loyalty to the king is everything. Everyone acts like it's such a great honor to do whatever he wants, no matter how bad of an idea it is. All this shit about knights and chivalry just leads to people throwing their lives away for people who don't deserve them. And acting like it's heroic. Felix scoffed. The boar doesn't deserve a single follower, but once he's crowned, he'll say jump, and they'll all say, how high. Faerghus is a nation of sheep. Is that what you believe? Edelgard asked. You've shown yourself to be quite fierce in combat. And you certainly leaped at the chance to savagely beat your older brother. Aren't you just as much of a wild beast as him? With a snarl, Felix threw a punch at her. She was lucky to dodge it. Just as she'd thought, he was much more limber and relaxed when he was fighting. That was the fluidity and grace she wanted to see from him as a dancer. If she could only get him to channel what he already knew about fighting into dancing. Point taken, she said. She stepped away to catch her breath. When I was 15, I was a squire for a night, Felix said, likewise stepping back to give his still weak arm a rest. I helped him quell a rebellion in western Faerghus. The boar helped, too. That must have been soon after he was found. Yeah. He barely even knew his own name and they still let him out there. I was worried he'd be helpless on the battlefield, his expression darkened, brow furrowing as though recounting a painful memory. But he wasn't. I remember the way he killed his victims. how he watched them suffer. And his face, like it had all the world's evil packed into it. He might look human, but deep down, he's a wild boar, goring people on his tusks and crushing their skulls under his hooves and loving every minute of it. Then I'll retract my statement, Edelgard said. But I must say that the fluidity and grace you exhibit when you try to punch someone in the face is exactly what I want to see in your footwork. She offered him her hands. Again. And this time, dance like you're fighting. Felix let out an amused snort. Ridiculous. Does it sound that silly? Dancing requires fluid movements, discipline, flexibility, and grace, all of which can prove immensely beneficial to your swordplay. Edelgard remembered saying the same thing to Byleth once. Instead of seeing this as a distraction from your training, see it as a supplement. Move with grace and inherent skill, not just in combat, but in dancing, walking, running, even eating or sleeping, and your ability to fight will improve as well. Fine, Felix said, and the two of them returned to practicing. He was more pliable now, more willing to listen to her directions, and slowly but surely, he was actually managing to improve a little bit. His attitude and demeanor still needed plenty of work, but physically, there wasn't a doubt in her mind that she could forge him into a skilled dancer. By the way, Edelgard said as she ran him through a few marginally more successful practices of the waltz steps, what you said this morning about Glenn. What about it? About him not being your brother. You've said things like that before, as I recall. Do you think this Glenn is an imposter like Tamash? I never took you for being so paranoid, he said, dismissing her claims with a shake of his head. Sounds like you have to stop reading stupid adventure stories. Ever heard of a metaphor, Your Highness? Wouldn't it explain his sudden shift in personality? Sudden? He was missing for 2 years. And what explains your sudden shift in personality? The goddess spoke to me and told me to get off my lazy ass and get to work, Edelgard said. There wasn't much else she could say, but of all the things she wanted this conversation to result in, being mistaken for one of those who slithers wicked changelings was not one of them. But I don't think any divine force would inspire your brother to be such a creep. No. But 2 years of torture would. Anyway, that thing isn't my brother anymore, just another bore. Maybe that's all he ever really was. I just wish I wasn't the only person in all of Faerghus who can see that. If he is an imposter, though, he might feel threatened if he thinks you know. A sardonic, bitter smile crossed his face, the lantern light fluttering in his brandy-brown eyes and accentuating the scowl on his face. It was the first time Edelgard had ever seen him smile, and there wasn't even the barest hint of mirth to it. Then let him feel threatened. If he's an imposter, I'll put him back in the grave. I've trained all my life to be better than Glenn. I can beat a cheap imitation. After a month of dance lessons, she replied, I'll feel better about your assurances. Felix laughed at her. I can't tell whether you're full of yourself or just full of shit, Your Highness. Well, as long as you can't tell, Edelgard said, smiling through his insult and burying her sudden urge to re-injure his shoulder. This month was going to be fun. The two of them left the training hall. The sky was already pitch black outside, and the path leading to the dormitories was lined with lanterns casting warm light on the cold snow. Felix had nothing more to say to her on the way back, which she was thankful for. As they passed the courtyard, Edelgard paused, her ears catching the sound of a faint whisper from behind the evergreen topiary walls and the skeletal, frost-bristled fingers of pruned rose bushes. Fortunately, she didn't need to tell Felix to be quiet. She inched just a little closer just as a slap rang across the cool night air. Foolishness, Glenn, Rodrigue's voice slipped through the verdant curtain, harsh in its anger yet quiet as a whisper. You have been forgetting yourself. Any more of your attitude and everything we have worked for will fall apart. As if it hasn't already. Dimitri hates us. And so. Another slap rang out. Edelgard glanced at Felix and saw his face half hidden in shadow, half illuminated by the faint light of the nearest lantern. His scowl tightened and eyes narrowed. Silence. You have caused as much trouble in your own way as he has. Behave yourself from now on. It won't be long now. But Dimitri. Dimitri is the son I never had, and always shall be. He will remember who his family is, I assure you. Those marks on your neck say otherwise, Daddy. A third slap rang out. Watch your tongue, boy, or I'll give you marks of your own. You are too far beneath me to entertain such doubts. Everything is proceeding as planned. Play your role properly until after the coronation, and I promise that after that day, you will be able to do as you please. Edelgard glanced again at Felix, but he had already walked away and was vanishing into the darkness ahead of her, forcing himself to ignore the faux family drama that had been playing out before him. Yes. Father. But still, Felix knows about us. And whose fault is that, you muck-brained little gremlin? Let me kill him. I can make it look like an accident. We have taken enough from our little white lion for now. Leave everything in my hands now, or else I will see to it you never see the sunlight again. Events are unfolding beyond the scope of your knowledge. For now, prepare yourself for the ball, and make sure to treat that lovely fiancée of yours to a night she will never forget. The sound of footsteps came closer, and Edelgard slipped away into the night. That Sunday morning, after an exhausting week of tutoring Felix, Edelgard found herself in the monastery's greenhouse scratching between the ears of a particularly affectionate Varlian tomcat with mottled, smoky brown and grey fur as he flopped on his back and bared the fluffy white fur of his belly to her. The greenhouse was always warm, which made it one of the preferred places for cats to laze around in during the winter, provided they were swift and sneaky enough to slip inside with the greenhouse keeper or one of the horticulturally inclined students. The air was thick, warm, and wet, contrasting strongly with the cold, thin air outside, and the sun beat down on the emerald-tinted glass panes that comprised the walls and ceiling. Plants of all shapes and sizes surrounded her beautiful flowers, tomato crops sagging against wire cages with their luscious red fruits hanging from their branches, fragrant green herbs, mint, and rosemary and basil, sprouting from the soil in clusters. The greenhouse teemed with life. The cat rolled over and tensed up, alert, as the door to the greenhouse opened and Dida stepped inside. He quietly approached a secluded corner of the greenhouse and set to tending to a crop of long, thin, angrily blood-red peppers that Edelgard recognized from his soups and stews. Eventually, sensing no threat from Didu, the cat flopped back onto his side and allowed Edelgard to continue scratching him. She raked her fingernails gently down his flank, steeling herself to resist the temptation to run her fingers through his fluffy, yet forbidden belly fur. As Didu tended to his peppers and Edelgard to her cat, the door to the greenhouse creaked open yet again. The top of a disheveled mop of violet hair could just barely be seen over a thicket of bountiful tomato plants. "All right, Bernie, you've got this," Bernadetta whispered to herself as she crept in. "No one's ever in the greenhouse at this time of no, Didu's here. Calm down, maybe if you move really, really slowly, he won't notice." "Hello, Bernadetta," Didu said, not moving from his spot or even glancing over his shoulder. Bernadetta let out a yelp and froze in place. "You have a habit of speaking to yourself. You would make a poor spy. I understand if you find me frightening, but do not mind me." Hardened, if only a little, Bernadetta deeper into the greenhouse. Where was it? She muttered under her breath, her eyes roving back and forth as she aimlessly studied the greenhouse's contents. "Oh, come on, he told you once, you couldn't have forgotten already, stupid Bernie." "Oh. Hi, Edelgard," she stammered. "Oh, is that a Varlian?" "Yes," Edelgard said, giving the satisfied cat a thorough pampering. "Would you like to pet this one? He's quite friendly." Sure. "Thank you." Bernadetta crept closer and crouched down at the cat's side, gently rubbing a finger up and down the bridge of his nose. The cat purred louder and rubbed his cheek against the side of her finger. "You know, my great-great-great-grandfather bred this breed. These cats are kinda like my cousins, I guess." A rare smile had blossomed on her face. "I had a cat just like this one at Varley Manor. She's kinda the only thing I miss about that place." "So, what brings you here this morning?" Edelgard asked her. "Oh, nothing. If you lost something in here, maybe I could help you find it." "Oh, no, it's nothing, I didn't. I mean, Bernadetta took a deep breath. Did Ash ever tell you where he kept his little herb garden? He had, lemongrass and chives and a few other things he thought might be mistaken for weeds and—" "I know where it is," Didu said, pulling away from his peppers with a laden wicker basket hanging from the crook of his elbow. "Oh. Gee great," Bernadetta said. I guess he doesn't need me to look after them, then. Dunno why he told me to do that in his letter. If you would like to look after them, I would be thankful, Dida said. I am too often busy with my own plants, and the affairs of His Highness. He led her deeper into the greenhouse. As the cat had tired of Edelgard's attention and slunk away from her, Edelgard followed. Tucked away in the corner, a small collection of ceramic pots and herbs of various shapes and sizes, long stalks of chives and lemongrass, fragrant dill and mint, and purple wild marjoram flowers hid itself behind taller crops, strategically placed to steal sunlight wherever it could. Clustered among the herbs were little oddly shaped mushrooms. "Oh, here they are." "Thank you," Bernadetta said. "All the times Ash showed me this and I guess I forgot." "It is nothing," Dida said. "Excuse me." He sidled around Bernadetta with a gentleness and grace that belied his stature and physique and rummaged around in the little herb garden, collecting a few stalks of lemongrass and marjoram and most of the mushrooms. "I did not know you were interested in gardening." "Well, a bit, yes," Bernadetta said, stumbling a bit over her words. I like flowers a lot, but I think exotic plants are more interesting, like, oh, never mind. Insectivorous plants. Edelgard offered, noticing that Bernadetta seemed to be on the cusp of making a friend. Bernadetta looked mortified. Insectivorous plants, Dida repeated. Fascinating. Even some plants will do anything to survive. I, too, find such plants interesting. You do. Yes, Dida said. Take these mushrooms. Many kinds of mushrooms will kill you painfully and quickly if you take the smallest bite. However, these are edible and delicious. Imagine the first man to eat a mushroom, not knowing whether it would kill him. I can only respect him. I'm imagining the second man, Bernadetta admitted. Maybe he saw that the first man lived, and ate one because he thought it was safe, but it turned out to be poisonous. Yes. That is the risk. Dida nodded. He must have felt betrayed, though no betrayal was intended by the first man. But slowly and surely, through the sacrifices of men like him, we learned which mushrooms were edible and which were not. He stood up, satisfied with his harvest, and held up one of the honeycomb-shaped caps he had plucked from the soil. What is most fascinating about mushrooms is that this stalk is an insignificant portion. In a forest, its roots can extend for miles and miles. The extent of its growth is vast. You can pluck every fungus you see, chop down every tree, and rip out every plant, and the fungal network will remain unscathed. He set the cap back down in his basket with its peers. You cannot kill a mushroom in a way that matters. Okay, Bernadetta said. Edelgard wondered if he was speaking about more than simply mushrooms. Were his mushrooms the Agarthants, hiding themselves underground and occasionally sending up tendrils like Kronia and Solon? Or did he, the last survivor of the people of Duskur, wish that his people had possessed that resilience and, like a fungus, had remained invisible beneath the forest floor of Fodlan's cultural landscape? Mushrooms grow among the dead, she pointed out. As forests decay, they take root. So they do, Lady Edelgard, Dida said. The end of others is their beginning. Bernadetta, thank you. If you take care of Ash's garden, I will be in your debt. Oh, I guess. Bernadetta said. I'll think about it, she cried out before darting away. Dida stared off in the direction she'd vanished into, his stoic face showing the slightest hint of being nonplussed. Did I frighten her, Lady Edelgard? He asked. No, she's just like that, Edelgard assured him. It'll take a while, and you'll have to be gentle, but I think she might like you. She left the greenhouse in high spirits and noticed Byleth, Ingrid, and Annette standing together and conversing in front of the frozen-over pond. She could just pick out their voices drifting on the cold air. I think it's great that your dad wants you to go to the ball, Professor. Annette chirped, gesticulating enthusiastically. Everyone says it's going to be fun, Byleth admitted, but I don't know anything about these things. I don't know how to dress or dance or... Oh, you'll still have fun. I'm in the same boat as you, Professor, Ingrid said. I've never been good with makeup or dresses or any of those frivolities. But I've got no choice but to go, since I'll be expected to dance with Glenn. I'll help you both. Annette said. I'm great with makeup and picking out dresses and stuff. Byleth shook her head. I don't want you to put in too much work. Edelgard approached them as they conversed. Then why don't I help, she asked. I'm not particularly wild about clothing, but I'm somewhat proud of my aesthetic eye. Yeah, that's great. Annette said, a twinkle in her eyes and a broad smile across her face. You can help us all with our hair. Merci always talked about how much you knew about that. And what about your friend Hilda? She's super good with clothes and makeup and accessories, too, isn't she? She turned to Byleth and Ingrid. With the three of us together, you two are gonna be the prettiest girls at the ball. Ingrid sighed wearily. Balls and dances and lovely dresses seemed completely out of her wheelhouse by choice and not by circumstance, but Edelgard knew just as well as she did that as a noblewoman, and an engaged one at that, she had certain obligations. All right. I'll try it, I suppose. Annette cheered. Way to go, Ingrid, she cried out, pumping her fists in the air. Let's head to town right away. This is gonna be so much fun. For the dressmaker in town, business was most certainly booming, though Edelgard could only feel sympathy for her. Having to put up with spoiled nobles looking to debut new looks in front of their peers and commoners who needed to look their best and only had what they could scrape together as payment and everything in between for the next 3 weeks was not an enviable position at all. So, what are you going to wear to the ball, Edelgard? Hilda asked her, studying one of the dresses hanging off a simple wooden mannequin approximating the shape of a woman's torso. Edelgard tried to remember what she'd worn to the ball in her world. It had been so long ago, and if she were being honest, she mostly only remembered the parts that Byleth had been in. I'm just going to wear my ceremonial dress uniform, she said. We're not here to find a dress for me, Hilda. Boring, Hilda scoffed, rolling her eyes. This is your one chance all year to really show off just how gorgeous you can be to all the guys. Besides, isn't Ferdinand expecting you to wear a nice ball gown or something? Oh, look at this one. Annette chirped, directing Edelgard's attention to a lilac-colored dress with layers upon layers of pale purple silk and white lace in elegant patterns. That'll match your eyes perfectly, Edelgard. Will it? Edelgard pretended to look it over. Someone like Annette or Dorothea would be able to describe every single detail of the dress, from the puffiness of its sleeves to the embroidery on its hem to the thread count of the fabric, but she had no eye for such frivolous things. She had about as much interest in this specific dress as she had in dresses in general, or perhaps even less. The neckline was far too low and it had an open back, and the lacy bits weren't too appealing either. The color did indeed match her eyes, but she suspected it would make her skin look too pale. She would never wear something like that. I'm sorry, but I prefer high-collared outfits, she said. And hide all that gorgeous skin. Annette looked horrified. I'm afraid you might find yourself disappointed, Edelgard said, but Hilda grabbed her and unrolled her sleeve. She's right, Hilda said. You don't want to hide this. Edelgard reminded herself for the umpteenth time that she didn't have any scars in this world. She was still struggling to change the way she thought about some parts of her body, especially which parts she could comfortably show off. But I think that one's meant for someone a little more chesty, Hilda added, nudging Edelgard in the side. As embarrassed as she was, she nodded. I agree. Well, there's no harm in trying it on. Annette said. I think it looks pretty. Edelgard sighed. Hilda and Annette, especially Annette, were going to keep pestering her until she tried something on. Fine, she said, looking at the lilac-colored dress. I'll try that on. Byleth flipped through a book of fabric swatches. Is there anything in gray, she wondered aloud. Or black? Suthies, hovering at her side and peering over her shoulder at the book, put her hands on her hips and pouted. Listen to yourself. Gray or black? You have already attended a funeral. If I were dressing myself for a fancy event, I would choose something that brings out the color of my eyes. She paused for a moment, deep in thought. What color are my eyes, precisely, she asked Byleth. I do not recall ever having seen my reflection, since I do not appear in mirrors. Professor, you'd look great in a nice powder blue, Annette suggested. I think a deeper blue would be better, actually, Edelgard said. It would make the blue of your eyes and hair seem more vibrant. Byleth grunted in assent. Are eyes really that important? They are the windows to the soul, Professor, Edelgard replied. The curtain that partitioned the changing room from the gallery slid open and the dressmaker led Ingrid through in a pale pastel green dress held in place with pins. A slit ran up the dress to her thigh, showing a sliver of her long, bare leg with every step, and the cut of the top perfectly accentuated her shoulders and collarbone. The dressmaker had done an excellent job working around her one arm that was still healing and the splint on her other leg. She stood like a piece of furniture, stiff, motionless. Her mouth was drawn in a tight, slight, thin-lipped, stoic, close your eyes and think of Faergus frown. You look stunning in that, Hilda told her. She looked dead inside. I think something darker might work better, Edelgard said. Perhaps with the pastel as an accent. As the main color, it makes you look pallid. After Edelgard had tried on the dress Annette had pointed out, as expected, it made her look pale, and she wanted nothing more than to pluck off all the lacy bits. Ingrid threw herself back into the search for the proper ball gown with the grim determination of a knight leaping into an unwinnable battle. She tried a few more dresses. Sometimes she smiled when presenting herself to her peers, but it was always a fake smile. Edelgard knew exactly what a fake smile looked like, even if Annette was perhaps too enthusiastic to pick up on it. And no matter how well the dressmaker pinned the dresses to fit the shape of her body, nothing looked like it fit her. The next time Ingrid ventured behind the curtain, Edelgard followed her in. Nothing to your liking here, is there? She asked. Ingrid shook her head as the dressmaker helped her out of the pinned-together dress, gently easing her bandaged arm through the sleeve. No, I'm sorry I'm making this so difficult. I guess this was a bad idea. Once she'd been stripped down to nothing but her undergarments, she held her free arm over her chest and tried not to shiver. I have another style I would like to try, the dressmaker spoke up. You will like this one, dear. I guarantee it. It'll accentuate those lovely childbearing hips of yours. Excuse me, Edelgard interrupted, mortified on Ingrid's behalf by the dressmaker's choice of vocabulary. I mean absolutely no disrespect, but may Ingrid and I have some privacy for a few minutes, please? Yes, Your Highness, the dressmaker said, bowing out to attend to the other customers. Thank you, Ingrid said once she and Edelgard were alone. Edelgard could tell quite easily how much the dressmaker had been bothering her. This just isn't working. I know you and Hilda and Annette are putting a lot of work into me, but nothing feels right about it. I see. Ingrid smiled weakly. At least you look nice in yours. Do I? Edelgard laughed and pinched at the gathered fabric around her shoulder. I don't think it suits me at all, neither in style nor in color. No, it's cute. Well, I don't think I've ever wanted to look cute. Me neither. Ingrid's smile showed a few more teeth. It isn't fair. The boys can get away with wearing their ceremonial jackets and a pair of black trousers, while we have to choose between all these garish colors and all these obnoxious styles. I agree. Perhaps just once, all of the boys should be forced to pick out the perfect ball gowns and all the girls should wear nice suits. Ingrid threw back her head and laughed. I have a feeling some of the boys might like that a bit too much. And some of the girls, Edelgard added. Honestly, I don't have much trouble wrapping my head around the idea that you don't like dresses. You've always struck me as quite the tomboy. Ingrid chuckled. You've got that right. When I was younger, you could usually find me covered in dirt with bugs in my hair and a big smile on my face. I'd always be more at home with a pair of trousers than a skirt. And right now, all these dresses seem to be doing is reminding me of, she trailed off. Of what? Of her voice caught in her throat. Of Glenn, she admitted. Of being a wife, and a mother, and all these things I'm not ready for yet. The pause between Glenn's name and everything else spoke volumes. Ingrid was afraid. Afraid of what Glenn had become, or rather what she'd thought he had become. Afraid of the man she was meant to marry and the life they were meant to share. Afraid of what he might do to her, or what she might be forced to do to him or forced not to do to him. Edelgard rested a hand on her bare shoulder. Her skin was cold and clammy with nervous sweat. "Have you read your letter from Ash yet?" she asked Edelgard, changing the subject. "No, I haven't," Edelgard said. Whenever she held that ancient letter in her hand, it seemed to remind her of her position in this world, an outsider, an impostor, and of the role she had played, accidental though it was, in his death. And on top of that, knowing what she knew about Pan the tactician in her world, to think of Ash made her ask herself all sorts of disturbing questions about the course his adventures had taken him on. "I haven't, either. Knowing that those are the last words he'll ever say to me, it's like when you read a book and you reach the last chapter, and you're not ready to read it because that would mean finishing the story and saying goodbye to all its characters." Ingrid sighed. "Besides, I know what he'd tell me. He'd tell me to go forth and fight for my dreams with all my heart. He'd tell me to become as great a knight as him, no matter what it took. And all this stuff about dresses and balls and my fiancé just reminds me how quickly the jaws of this trap are closing in on me and how little of a choice I have. I won't have time to be a knight before the world chooses my place in it for me." Edelgard nodded and patted her gently on her shoulder. "I understand. It's painful to know that your fate has been decided for you. To follow your own path and not the path everyone else has laid for you, you'll have to turn your back on other people's desires and choose what you want. All of those decisions will be painful to some degree," she said, knowing how much it hurt to cut down enemies who could have so easily turned out to be allies, "but that's the price of living your own life." Ingrid smiled, but uneasily, and shook her head. "Just look at Ignatz, for example. His dream is to be a painter, but following that path will set him against the wishes of his parents. Whether he wants to live for himself or others is up to him and him alone, but he must make that choice knowing that it is a choice between hurting others and hurting himself." Edelgard's hand slipped down Ingrid's arm and curled around her trembling hand, folding her warm skin in on itself and steadying her. "Ask yourself who you would rather hurt, Ingrid. You want me to be selfish?" Edelgard took her in her arms. She felt her fingertips, not by choice or by design, slip across the contour of her back, tingling against her bare skin, and found herself studying her face. For what little interest she had in makeup or dresses or looking the part of a marriageable noblewoman, she was effortlessly gorgeous. A woman like her, with such a well-shaped face, such gorgeous golden hair, such bright eyes like ripe green apples, didn't need anything but herself to be beautiful. For the first time, Edelgard felt flustered to be in such close quarters with her. Trying to beat down the heat that had risen in her face and pooled in her gut, she swallowed nervously and steadied herself. "I want you to know that you can be. You can choose not to be controlled by the whims of others." The dressmaker poked her head back into the dressing room, prompting Edelgard to pull away from Ingrid, to her relief. "Excuse me, Your Highness. I have another dress for Lady Ingrid. May I come in?" "Actually, I have an idea," Edelgard said. "Excuse me," she said to the dressmaker, "but can I speak to you in private?" They spoke in private, consulted the tailor next door, and made a new plan. Both dressmaker and tailor balked a bit at it, but Edelgard had her weight as a princess to throw around and plenty of money to compensate them for their time and extraordinary effort. The next dress Ingrid showed off to Annette, Hilda, and Byleth was not a dress at all, but rather quite a few parts from a modified ceremonial dress uniform for a male student. Slim black trousers, a belt for an ornamental saber, a seafoam green blouse, and a forest green waistcoat all embroidered with gold thread clung sleekly with the aid of a dozen fabric pins to her lanky, athletic form, presenting a masculine air while preserving the feminine curve of her hips and chest, and a sharp, smartly styled black dress jacket with gold epaulets and tassels completed the ensemble. Ingrid struck a bold, authoritative figure. She could have been mistaken for the head of the Blue Lions over Dimitri in such an outfit, if only she had the confidence to match. "I don't know about this," Ingrid said as Edelgard accompanied her out of the changing room and showed her to the others, and to the mirror. "I'm not." Her protests evaporated when she caught sight of herself. "Oh," she said, and not in a disappointed way. There was a little smile trying to tug at the edge of her lip in spite of her nerves, and suddenly, she carried herself with renewed confidence. "Edelgard," Hilda sighed, "do you turn everyone you meet into an iconoclast?" "I like it," Byleth said. "It is quite unique, I will give it that," Suthies commented. It looks really cute. Annette said. Different, but cute. Yeah, Hilda chimed in. Just like you. Ingrid looked herself up and down in the mirror. I'm going to wear this to the ball, she decided, and there was a light in her eyes and a purposeful firmness to her jawline that hadn't been there before. That's great, Ingrid. Annette cheered. She held up an adorable frilly periwinkle ball gown. I'm gonna wear this. She looked over at Byleth, who seemed transfixed by Ingrid's choice of clothing, although it hadn't been much of Ingrid's choice. Now it's your turn, Professor. Byleth, still fixated on Ingrid, cocked her head like an inquisitive puppy and stroked her chin thoughtfully for a few seconds. I want that, she decided. With some cajoling from Hilda, Edelgard finally deigned to pick a dress for herself in earnest. She settled on a red ball gown, of course, with a high neckline and long sleeves because old habits died hard, and waited for Hilda to decide between pink or burgundy, low neckline, or lower neckline, which style of corset goddess in heaven. Edelgard had suffered through sermons that weren't as interminable as this. Once she and everyone else had made their decisions, had the rest of their measurements taken, and paid the dressmaker a bit in advance for putting up with them all day, Ingrid let out a relieved sigh, her shoulders slumping forward from exhaustion. It's finally over, she said. Let's finish up here and go home. Yeah. Once we get back to the dorms, we can work on hair and makeup. Annette said, still as energetic despite the hours that had passed as she had been when she'd first set foot in here. Ingrid suddenly looked as though she hadn't slept in a week. Maybe next Sunday, Edelgard said. As the five of them headed back to the monastery, Edelgard took Ingrid aside. You're not going to pay for that outfit for me, Ingrid said, so confidently that Edelgard could tell that she'd thought she knew exactly what she'd been about to say. Okay, I won't, Edelgard said. I want to talk to you. About the ball. And Glenn. The way Ingrid looked away from her said enough about her feelings toward him. Don't spend any more time with him than you must, Edelgard told her. And if you feel uncomfortable around him, I would be quite happy to steal you away for a while. Steal me away? Ingrid mustered a nervous laugh. Edelgard, what are you talking about? All I mean is that if he gives you another excuse to break his nose, I'll make sure neither of you does anything you'll regret. I don't think I could stomach dancing with Ferdinand all night, but I might be able to manage with you. You'd dance with me? Ingrid asked incredulously with a confused wrinkle of her brow, as though she'd never heard of such a thing. Into the wee hours of the morning, if that was what it took, Edelgard told her. I find there's something quite appealing about the idea of a knight and a princess sharing a dance together. With the amber light of the setting sun spilling onto her face, her smile looked all the more warmer for it. Thank you, Edelgard, Ingrid said. I've been afraid I wouldn't have any fun at the ball. I'll see to it you will, no matter who or what stands in my way, Edelgard said, offering her a firm and understanding smile. Chapter 17, A Warm Embrace. Edelgard hadn't imagined that she would ever feel anxious about a dancing competition, but even after just a week of lessons, she found herself feeling more and more nervous. To lose the White Heron Cup would not be anything of consequence, but it would reflect poorly on her, as the nominated student's instructor, and on Byleth, as the one who had chosen the Blue Lion's representative. It would be a blot against her pride. In the grand scheme of things, compared to so many other issues she could concern herself with, Thales was up to something. Cornelia was supposedly on her way back to the monastery to pick up her lost daughter, who, to the Knights of Ciro's dismay, was as talkative awake as she'd been in a coma. Solon and the Death Knight were still at large. The White Heron Cup was nothing, but for some reason that only made her feel more concerned about its outcome. Perhaps she would have felt more at ease if she was less concerned about the competition. From the Golden Deer House under Professor Manuela's tutelage was Lawrence Hellman Gloucester, though he hardly needed any sort of training. From the Black Eagles under Professor Hanneman's tutelage was Ferdinand von Aegir, whose legendary Aegir footwork was not quite as legendary as he thought. Both were far more experienced and far more enthusiastic than Felix Hugo Frildarius, whom Edelgard had finally taught not to scowl while dancing. Felix was fit. He was limber, agile, fleet-footed, cat-like in more than just his demeanor. Physically, he had everything he needed to win the competition. His attitude, inexperience, and the way he carried himself, though, made him a dark horse in this competition if ever there was one. Ferdinand and Lawrence, if nothing else, could muster charming smiles on command. To beat them, Felix would have to be better than the best. He wasn't. Not by a long shot. She stood back and watched him practice his moves by himself, smoothly tracing the gentle circular path of his steps with an invisible partner. From a distance, he looked graceful. Certainly graceful enough to be mistaken for a skilled dancer. "Bring your arms in and hold your partner close, Felix," she called out to him. "You can't waltz with someone if you're keeping her at arm's length." Felix gestured incredulously to the thin air he'd been dancing with. "This is how the competition will be held. Being able to imagine your partner is a mark of skill. This is ridiculous." Edelgard sighed and walked up to him. "Ridiculous as it may be, that's how it's done. Here, let me remind you. This is the open position." With more than a few firm nudges, they took their positions. "Your left arm goes around my waist, like so," she said. "And my right hand goes on your shoulder, like so." She felt his arm curl firmly around her waist and reciprocated by placing her hand firmly on his shoulder. She walked him through the steps. "Lead with your right arm. Now, the waltz steps, 1, 2, 3, open out, promenade, put your weight on the balls of your feet, yes, like that, and close. Remember this feeling, the position of your arms, the firmness of your grip." "This is a stupid way to run a dancing competition," Felix said, his eyes darting off to the side so he wouldn't have to look directly at his instructor as she ran him through the steps again. "I know," Edelgard said. "The House representatives should compete in pairs, 2 from each house. It's just another way people do things that doesn't make sense." She broke away from him. "Keep practicing. Think of it as a form of shadow boxing." As she watched him continue his practice, an unwelcome visitor crept into the training hall. "And here I was thinking you'd have your work cut out for you, your princessly grace," Claude said, sidling up next to her. "Not your first choice, I take it." "I'll have you know he is bursting with potential," Edelgard replied. Felix rolled his ankle and stumbled a bit, but quickly righted himself and went on. "Ah, yes, bursting," Claude said, a wry little grin on his face. "So, Edelgard. I've heard some rumors that before Ash died, he left letters for all his classmates to open in the event of his death. Where would you have heard something like that? Have you opened yours yet?" "Perhaps," Edelgard said. She hadn't. The thought of what secrets might lie within still bothered her. And even if the contents were benign, what business did she have reading whatever advice he might have decided to impart to her? He hadn't even known her. "You haven't, have you? If you had, you'd have told me what's in it. We're the Time Squad, after all," he said with a sly little wink. "All right, how about this? You let me borrow the letter, and I won't sneak into your bedroom in the dead of night and read it. Bold of you to assume I sleep. Oh, and I'll show you the new coded message I've intercepted." Edelgard's pulse quickened. "What? Oh? Now you're listening. Why don't you have your student call it a day? If you think missing a few hours of practice will put him at that severe of a disadvantage, I'll slip a little special something into Lawrence and Ferdinand's drinks the day before the contest." "That won't be necessary," she said. "Felix," she called out, "that's enough for today. We'll pick up from where we left off tomorrow." "About time," Felix grumbled, and he headed toward the back of the training hall to pick up a wooden sword to practice with. Within seconds, he was in his element, dueling shadows and enemies conjured by his imagination. Edelgard followed Claude across the academy grounds to the dormitories, coming to a stop at her bedroom. She retrieved the letter from Ash and brought it with her to Claude's room. As usual, Claude kept his room in a sort of extremely well-organized mess. The bed was heaped high with layers upon layers of rumpled sheets and blankets, and haphazard piles of books, beakers and vials filled with mysterious liquids stood in little disorganized clusters on his dresser. Somehow, despite the chaos, Claude seemed to know exactly where everything was. On his desk was the main attraction, Solin's encryption machine. The encryption machine lay open, its lid propped up to reveal a metal surface with 8 numbered dials and 26 little steel pedals and 26 beads of glass embedded within it. Coiled black wires looped around one of its sides. Claude looked down on it and fiddled a bit with one of the dials. This machine, he said, once Edelgard had firmly closed the door behind her, is one of the weirdest ones I've ever seen. I'd love to crack it open and see what makes it tick, but it's so complex that I don't think anyone outside of the no-eyed people could put it back together right. Here, let me show you how it works. He sat down at his desk, took a little slip of paper, and consulted one of his notebooks, selecting and turning 3 of the numbered dials and changing the configuration of the loops of black wire protruding from the side of the machine. He pressed down on one of the lettered keys and one of the glass beads lit up with an amber glow. He wrote down a single letter, then pressed another key. Another one of the glass beads lit up, and he wrote down another letter. It was slow going. Am I supposed to sit back and watch? Edelgard asked, crossing her arms. What, that's not fun. She glanced over his shoulder. With every key he pressed, corresponding with a letter from the string of gibberish printed on the tiny slip of paper, the glass bead corresponding to another letter lit up, and he wrote it down. The orientation of the dials and position of the wires, it seemed, determined which letter stood for another in the cipher. Gradually, a message was beginning to take shape in Claude's notebook. I'm guessing there are 31 separate configurations for this machine, he said, and they use a different one each day. That's why each message has a date on it. Well, probably not the only reason. I've got numbers 7 through 17, not exactly comprehensive, but better than nothing. Where are you finding these messages? She asked him. She wondered, would he have been foolish enough to ransack Glenn or Rodrigue's quarters? Carrier pigeons and messenger owls, he said. I was in the roost the other day, no special reason, just looking after my wyvern, and saw one of the pigeons with a little piece of paper wrapped around its ankle. That's probably how the no-eyed people are communicating with their operatives within and without Gareg Mach. It was strange, Edelgard thought, that those who slither in the dark were capable of creating such bizarre and complicated technology as this machine and the vortex underneath Remire, and yet had to send messages via pigeon post like everyone else. Anyway, here's the message, Claude said, lifting up the notebook he'd copied the decrypted message into so that he and Edelgard could both read it. July 12, 1180 team in position, extraction date set for 27 ethereal moon. So, he said, we can expect something to happen at the end of the month. Saint Sikal's Day, too. Bummer. Dimitri's coronation is at the end of the month, Edelgard noted. They're putting some sort of plan in motion around that time. If only they could fit more words onto these little slips of paper, Claude said. Then again, short and cryptic is probably good operational security for these guys. He set the notebook down and closed it, then shut the lid of the encryption machine. Keep intercepting as many of these messages as you can, she told him. Our window of opportunity for finding something, anything, to tie those who slither in the dark to the tragedy of Duskur is growing smaller. Trust me, I'm on top of it, he said, scratching his chin. We might be able to get something out of that beast tamer the Knights of Syros are keeping captive, but I hear she's as talkative awake as she is asleep. So, how about that letter? Edelgard took the ancient envelope and broke the wax seal, then removed the letter from within it carefully, gingerly, with all the precision of a model maker piecing together a ship in a bottle. She unfolded it and set it down on the desk. It read, Dear Edelgard. In retrospect, I didn't realize how little I'd known about you until years after we parted ways. Sure, Felix and Sylvain had a lot to say about the pampered princess who'd suddenly decided to put in a little elbow grease behind your back. Sorry, but it was only in hindsight that I began to think it was odd. That you changed so suddenly, that you became so giving and so eerily attuned to the needs of others, just like Professor Byleth, someone who always seems to know the right answer. Your attitude was always so strange, as though you already knew everything about us and always knew exactly what to say to us when we needed it. Families take so many forms, as I learned from Lonato and Byleth, and you joined ours so effortlessly that it was like magic. Safe to say, sometimes I thought you really were sent by the goddess, or at least you were not of this world in some other way. If that is true, then yours surely must be a terribly lonely life. You can't shoulder so many other people's burdens just because you think only you can. Don't you have any dreams of your own? Protect them. They are more important than everyone else's problems. Will you spend your whole life serving the world at the cost of your own happiness? Perish the thought, and take it from me, the undesiring tactician himself, that sooner or later you will need to stop giving and settle down. Yours sincerely, Ash. Claude looked down at the letter, dumbfounded. He and Edelgard remained silent for a while, each of them waiting for the other to finish reading. Finally, he spoke. "Oh," he said, disappointed. Edelgard folded the sheet of paper back up and slipped it back into its envelope. His letter truly had been meant for her. That night, she read the letter to herself again, and the next morning, she sent out a letter of her own to Volkhard von Arundel. She had gotten Ash's message loud and clear. Maybe if Claude had read it a few more times, he would have gotten it, too. The month wore on, and in the blink of an eye, Felix had become as good a dancer as he could be. The White Heron Cup was held just days before St. Sikal's Day, on the night before the winter ball in the reception hall, a rarely used part of the monastery that was only cleared of dust for this event, the winter ball, orientation, and graduation. The magnificent chandeliers had been relighted, every single nook and cranny had been cleared of dust and cobwebs, and the walls gleamed as though papered over with gold leaf. It was an oasis of opulence in the monastery. The student body and faculty gathered in a loose semicircle around the dance floor, the judges stood up front, and beside them, an 8-piece band tuned their instruments. Sir Alois Rangeld stepped forward, breaking ranks with his fellow judges, and cleared his throat. With a formal outfit in lieu of the armor most people usually saw him in, he looked rather small, though not compared to his peers. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, "thank you for gathering here on the eve of the highly anticipated ball to bear witness to the Academy-wide dance competition. Welcome to the White Heron Cup." Cheers erupted from the audience. "The competition will be judged by me, your humble servant, Alois Rangeld. It's so good to see all your smiling faces here on this beautiful evening. Ah, the White Heron Cup," he sighed, waxing nostalgic while his fellow judges Manuela and Shamir glared at him to get on with the introductions. "It reminds me of how I met my wife. I was at a village's harvest festival some time ago. There was a full moon bathing everything in its cool glow. She appeared out of nowhere, dancing gracefully in the moonlight, as lovely as the fairest fairy that ever fared." "That story sounds fake," Felix muttered. "I think it's a wonderful story," Annette said. "We soon fell in love and tied the knot," Alois continued, speaking a little faster once he'd looked over his shoulder and spied Shamir drawing a finger across her throat. "Now we have a daughter, who's as bright and beautiful as a sunny morning. And so, whenever I see people dancing, I think of my wife, and my heart does a little waltz." A few of the students cooed "ah" in a little chorus, but most of the audience just shuffled around, bored. Edelgard thought about Alois' wife, which called to mind her wife, and a twinge of nostalgia duelled with the anxiety already twisting in her gut. Homesickness in a very literal sense, not for a place but for a person. She glanced at Byleth and wished she hadn't. She was beautiful in that way only she could be, and to look upon her brought forth a surge of guilt. 7 years ago on this very day, Edelgard had stepped forward to compete, looking back at Byleth for encouragement, that she didn't need, of course, because she could have danced circles around Lawrence and Sylvain even on a bad day, just to see the proud little twinkle in her eye. "Anyway," Alois said, introducing my 2 fellow judges. "First, the acclaimed former songstress of the Middle Frank Opera Company, the fabulous Miss Manuela Casagrande." She stepped forward and took a deep bow, giving everyone in the audience a good look at her ample cleavage. In the gathered crowd, Professor Hanneman clasped a hand over his mouth and tut-tooted into it. "Good heavens, woman," he muttered under his breath. Bolstered by the applause she got, mostly from the male students, Manuela took another bow. Yes, thank you. Oh, and it should go without saying, but I swear to show no bias to my own house. And last but not least," Alois said as Manuela stepped back and Shamir stepped forward, "the glamorous assassin who does all of her dancing in the dead of night, my fellow knight of Siros, Shamir Neverend." Shamir said nothing but blew a lock of her dark hair out of her face. "The 3 of us swear on our honor to judge the following proceedings with utmost impartiality and fairness. And with that, will the representatives of each house please make their way to the stage?" Cheers, jeers, well wishes, and everything in between followed Felix, Lawrence, and Ferdinand as they stepped forward to face the judges, all dressed in their finest dress uniforms. The rest of the faculty and student body crowded around in a semicircle, their eyes firmly planted on their house's representatives. Edelgard stood with the rest of the Blue Lions, her arms firmly folded over her chest. "He will do better than I, at least," Dmitri said, shaking his head. Annette shook her fist in the air. "You got this, Felix. We all believe in you." Felix glanced over his shoulder at her and rolled his eyes. "Thank you for your enthusiasm," Alois said to the students. "Now, from this point on," he added, lowering his voice to a stage whisper, "I must ask that the audience to refrain from cheering for or heckling any representatives, and save your applause for the end. Now, contestants, are you ready to dance? And is the band ready to play?" In the corner of the reception hall, the string quintet and woodwind trio brought up their instruments and prepared to play their first notes. "Very well," he stepped back to join the rest of his fellow judges. "Begin." The band began to play the gentle, majestic notes of "On the Beautiful Blue Airmid," beginning with shimmering violins and subdued staccato notes from the oboe and clarinet, and after a lively flourish of the ensemble, the double bass began to play the three-step beat of the waltz beneath a lush, slow, rolling melody. The three students danced with invisible partners, tracing the steps of the waltz by themselves. Edelgard couldn't help but worry without a partner like her. She couldn't count on anyone but Felix himself to correct even the slightest misstep. "Relax," Annette whispered to her, patting her on the shoulder. "Just close your eyes and enjoy the music. He'll be fine." Edelgard took a deep breath to quell her nerves. It wouldn't make a difference if she watched or not, but her eyes were glued on Felix. She couldn't convince herself to do anything else but watch him like a hawk. It felt like an eternity, but after 10 minutes the waltz reached its climax and the three dancers came to a stop. Alois broke the ensuing silence with a delighted clap of his hands. "Splendid," he boomed, letting out a gregarious laugh. "All three of you were fantastic. Now, let's hear what the judges have to say." Manuela stepped forward. "Oh, my. Let's see. I suppose I have no choice but to vote for the Black Eagles House representative, Ferdinand von Aegir. I must say I was surprised by your inventive style." Ferdinand gave her a deep bow. "You humble me, Professor. My waltz footwork has been passed down the Aegir family for generations. Thank you for your vote." Edelgard forced herself to breathe. To win, both of the next two judges would have to vote for Felix. Was such a thing possible? Maybe she could hope for a tie at best. Shamir stepped forward. "I vote for the Blue Lions House Rep. Felix Frildarius." Lawrence gasped. Murmurs rippled through the audience. Felix's jaw dropped. "The way you carried yourself was striking," she added. Felix crossed his arms. "Say thank you," Edelgard hissed at him through gritted teeth, her fingernails cutting crescents into her palms from how hard she clenched her fists. As though her whisper had somehow reached his ears despite the distance between them, Felix offered Shamir a curt nod. "Thank you. Great feedback, both of you," Alois told his peers, beaming with an ear-to-ear grin. "Well then, let's see, factoring my own humble opinion. He would vote for Lawrence." Edelgard was sure of it. Frankly, she was surprised Manuela, at the very least, hadn't professed lack of bias aside. That was the best outcome she could hope for. A three-way tie between the three houses would be preferable to losing. Alois scratched his scruffy chin for a bit. "While we're young," Shamir muttered, crossing her arms and shifting her weight from one leg to another. "Yes," he said, "we have a winner. And I will announce who it is, right now. Without any delay. Without a single second more." "Get on with it," Hanneman grumbled. "Yes, get on with it," Suthis shouted, making as much noise as she wanted since only 3 people in the audience could hear her. "The winner of this year's White Heron Cup is—" "Make up your mind already," Gerald said. Alois wiped sweat from his brow. "The winner is the Blue Lion House." In the silence that followed, one could hear a feather land on one of the chandeliers. Lorenz's jaw all but fell to the floor. Nonsense, Felix said. Well, Dorothea muttered from within the crowd, he does have a sort of dark and stormy appeal. That one's brooding demeanor may have won him 1 or 2 votes, Suthies said to Byleth. Somehow, you chose a winner. Once more, please give a big round of applause for all 3 of our talented participants. Alois shouted out over the susurrus, clapping his hands. Manuela and Shamir joined in, and then the applause spread through the whole audience as Ferdinand and Lorenz turned to face the crowd and took their bows. The crowd surged forward and enveloped the dancers. To think I would suffer such a defeat at dancing, Lorenz could be heard saying over the chatter of his fellow Golden Deer students. My father is liable to disinherit me. I told Professor Manuela she ought to have picked me, Arcturus grumbled. I had feared this might happen, Ferdinand said. I am almost sorry I volunteered in the first place. You were right, Dorothea, the representative ought to have been you. Rest assured that were I the judge, I would have voted for you, Hubert told him. For the first time all night, Felix cracked a smile, as though inwardly delighted by the suffering and lamentations of his enemies. Excellent work, Felix, Edelgard said to him. And here I was thinking your attitude would be a detriment. It seems to have become your greatest strength. The smile on Felix's face vanished. Humph. I won't have to wash the boar's underwear. That's all that matters to me. Dmitri furrowed his brow. What's this about my underwear? The Blue Lions headed out of the reception hall in as neat and orderly a line as they could muster, given the excitement hanging in the air. Edelgard had just barely stepped out of the door when it hit her like a hammer, splitting her skull open. Another splitting, head-exploding headache, the world around her wavered and fractured. For a moment, she saw the ceiling of her bedroom at the Imperial Palace, and then it was gone. She found herself slumped backward into Ingrid's arms. Careful there, Ingrid told her, steadying her. You and the professor must have tripped on something. Edelgard regained her balance. Or maybe an inner ear issue. Probably, she said. Or perhaps Mercedes' brain worms. Edelgard took a deep breath. It had been a minor fainting spell compared to the others, but it meant the same thing somewhere out there. Those who slither in the dark were continuing their experiments. With the White Heron Cup over and done with, the Blue Lions met in their classroom to discuss the next pressing matter, tomorrow's ball. Everyone's faces were flushed with a warm, exuberant glow, and an apprehensive, yet excited energy seemed to gather around the entire class like steam in a sauna. This is the only ball of the year, Dmitri said, letting out a weary sigh, and I can see why. Everyone is absurdly excited. Your Highness, you sound so detached. We are all encouraged to enjoy the ball tomorrow, Dida said, though Edelgard doubted he himself was going to. He'd made some remarks earlier in the week about not wishing to frighten anyone with his presence. Right you are. Dmitri let out another sigh. What a burden. Felix nodded. Huh. I never thought we'd see eye to eye, but I agree. I'd rather be swinging my blade than wasting my time with some girl at a ball. But Felix. Annette cried out, scandalized. You just won the White Heron Cup. Girls are gonna be lining up to dance with you. What a bother, he replied, his natural scowl returning to his face. Oh, don't worry, Felix, Glenn assured him, patting him on the shoulder, then flinching in preparation for a blow that never came. I'll just put my hair up in a top knot and wait for all the girls to mistake me for you. Assuming the old ball and chain doesn't mind, he added with a sideways glance at Ingrid. Felix, Your Highness, you're joking, right? Sylvain asked. This is our chance to dance with all of the ladies of the Academy to our heart's content. You want to throw away the best day of the whole year for sword practice? Ignatz hunched his shoulders and bowed his head, deep in thought. You can ask anyone to the dance, right? Ugh, what do I do? Sylvain laid an arm across his back. Don't you worry, Iggy. I'll do you a favor and give you a crash course in chatting up girls. By tomorrow night, you'll be an expert. So, who's caught your eye? Anyone in particular? You guys can have all the girls you want, Raphael said. It's the feast I'm interested in. Right, Ingrid? I heard it's gonna be all you can eat. If it's all you can eat, Felix said, they must be making enough to feed an army. Oh, this'll be so much fun. Annette said. I'd say it warrants at least a tiny bit of makeup, right, Ingrid? And you, too, Professor. You both promised. Ingrid scratched her head. Right, well, yes, I promised. Then it's settled. Professor, Edelgard, let's all meet up in Ingrid's room tomorrow morning. Oh, I'm so excited. And tell Hilda to come over with her perfumes. Bernie, do you want to come, too? Bernadetta, who'd been doing her best to hide in the crowd, vehemently shook her head. No. Absolutely, and I mean, I don't intend to go to the ball, either. You wouldn't catch me dancing any sooner than you'd catch a fish swimming through the sky. Ash knew a story about that, Ingrid said, sighing. The Ballad of the Windfish? Dimitri stepped back from the group, eyes downcast, deep in thought. My friends, I have been thinking. Our time is quickly coming to an end. There are only 2 more months, is it, before we all graduate and go our separate ways? And I am to be crowned king very soon. It won't be long now before we're all dukes and counts and margraves and so on and so forth. His eyes met Ignaz's and he seemed to realize that there were commoners in the room as well. And distinguished knights, of course. There is no telling where life will take us after we leave here. What say you all to returning here at some time in the future? A fine notion, Your Highness, Dida said to him. Perhaps 5 years from now. Oh. Byleth's eyes lit up. That's when the monastery turns 1000, right? The Millennial Fair. The Millennium Festival, Dimitri said, smiling at her. I hear the celebration will make tomorrow's ball seem like a child's birthday party. Nobles and commoners alike, princes and princesses, knights, merchants, and others from all across Fodlan will be there. It will be the perfect excuse for all of us to return here. Wherever we are in 5 years' time, whoever we have become, we can still all celebrate our reunion here, can we not? A chance to see you all again? I wouldn't miss it for the world. Annette said. And if Merci is still around, I'll drag her down here with me. And of course, Professor, I would love for you two to join us here as well. I'm sure the Professor will still be here in 5 years, Ignaz said. But you'll have taught so many other classes and so many other students by then, you might have forgotten about us. Byleth shook her head. I could never forget about any of you. I'll be here. And you, Edelgard? Dimitri asked. Edelgard felt his cool blue eyes turn on her as she pondered the question. The Millennium Festival. Of course. She'd had the same idea in her world. 5 years from now, Fodlan would be engulfed in war. 5 years from now, fire would sweep across the land and blood would water the soil. 5 years from now, she wouldn't be here. She didn't know how long it would take to find a way back to her own world, but the thought that she might still be trapped in this one for 5 years or more made her blood run cold. 5 years away from her empire, 5 years away from her wife, she'd surely go mad if she had to endure that. Ultimately, this wasn't an arrangement she could in good conscience assent to. But then again, hadn't she already made even more drastic decisions regarding the course of her counterpart's life here? And she had done plenty of unconscionable things in her life. What was this petty little promise compared to the role she had played as the Flame Emperor? In the absence of an answer, the smile on Dimitri's face began to curl downward. Of course, Edelgard told him. Of course I'll be here. Good, he said, satisfied. Then it's settled. Even if the Millennium Festival should be cancelled, I promise to return here. Even if I have to drag myself through hell. The class fell silent, no longer abuzz with excitement. Dimitri's last words had put out the fires of their hearts as effectively as any bucket of water could. Okay, Byleth said. Let's all get a good night's sleep and prepare for the ball. I'll see you all tomorrow. The rest of the students headed back to their dorms, with Dimitri, Byleth, and Edelgard as the last to leave, walking out onto the well-trampled snowy lawn. It was quite an exhilarating evening, wasn't it? He asked them, his breath leaving his mouth in little puffs of smoke. I'd never imagined that Felix could dance like that. He was so cool. I suppose I have you to thank for that, Edelgard. He wasn't the most enthusiastic student, Edelgard said, wrapping herself up in her cloak, but he certainly was diligent and motivated. I'm relieved that that was enough to see him through. Frankly, I'm still in awe that he won. The three of them stopped in their tracks. The air seemed to have suddenly become twice as cold. Thales seemed to congeal out of the darkness like a lump of curdled milk, standing before Dmitri. "Ah," he said with a little bow, "Your Highness. I had hoped I'd be able to catch you tonight." Dmitri curled his fists so tightly that the cold leather of his gloves squeaked. "Rodrigue," he spat. "Your son won the White Heron Cup," Byleth told him. She spoke like a handshake. "I know. I was watching from the back of the reception hall," Thales said. "Now, Dmitri, have you given any thought to your coronation? You and I are to leave for Fhirdiad the day after tomorrow's ball. I hope you are prepared." Dmitri took a deep breath to calm his nerves, then glanced at Byleth and Edelgard. "I am prepared, Rodrigue." "Very well then. I will collect you in the morning, so take care you do not dance the night away." There was a wry, mocking twitch of Thales' lips as his gaze drifted toward Edelgard, and with his eyes upon her she suddenly felt like a butterfly pinned to a corkboard. "Though the journey will likely be long and uneventful, with plenty of time for resting. I should be going to bed," Dmitri said. "Tomorrow will be a big day." "Yes, of course. I will take my leave of you. Sleep well, my prince." Thales slipped back into the darkness, the snow crunching under his boots. When Thales had vanished, Dmitri let out a sigh, his shoulders slumping forward, as though meeting him had drained him of his vitality. "Ah, yes, my coronation," he muttered, shaking his head. "We have all been so preoccupied with Remire and Tamash betrayal and ashes, passing. I nearly forgot that I invited you two to attend. It is okay if you cannot join me," he hastily added. "I know this is sudden." Byleth thought for a moment. "Does this mean you're graduating early?" "Huh? Oh, no, So you're dropping out of the academy?" "Heavens no, of course," Dmitri shook his head in vehement denial. "The coronation is just getting the formalities out of the way. It will be more of a matter of paperwork than anything else. I will come back with you." "Good. You still have to clean the stables for the rest of the term," she said. "Yes, Professor," he replied. "I would be remiss to leave you all so suddenly, and I would hate to miss out on even a single day of your teaching." Byleth shrugged. "Sure," she said. "I'd be happy to come with you." Dmitri smiled. "You do not know how happy you have made me. And what about you, Edelgard? Do you still think you could join us?" Edelgard found herself torn yet again. If Thales was going to be accompanying Dmitri to Fhirdiad, then this whole thing stank of a trap. But if she refused to go to the coronation though she had already promised she wouldn't be able to stop him from sinking his claws into Dmitri again. This could easily be a plot by Thales to eliminate his greatest obstacles, Byleth and Edelgard, the only two people Dmitri trusted more than those who slither in the dark in one fell swoop. But how could Edelgard allow herself to take her eyes off Dmitri? "I might have to bring Hubert with me," she said. "No, he would likely insist. After what happened in Remire, he would probably go mad if I left without him." "He is welcome to join you," he answered. "Whatever you need, I would happily provide. I'll tell him to pack his bags, then," she said, and a warm smile blossomed on Dmitri's face. "Thank you, Edelgard. You don't know how much it means to me that I will not be alone up there," he said. "Now, let us all go to bed. I will see you both at tomorrow's ball." He struck out for the dormitories, his footsteps marking his trail into the darkness that swallowed him up just as it had swallowed up Thales. "Didn't Dmitri used to like Rodrigue?" Byleth asked. That is indeed strange," Suthies said, coalescing out of thin air at her side. "Something has come between them." "I wonder what," Edelgard said. The ball was a splendid affair. The warmth of dozens of people, students, teachers, knights, visiting alumni pressed into the reception hall filled the air with a thick and heady tingle of excitement. Ferdinand von Aegir was a gentle and attentive dance partner, if nothing else, and struck a dashing figure in his red and black dress uniform as he led Edelgard in slow circles to the beat of the band's music. The Blue Airmid waltz again, of course, because one simply could not dance to anything else at such a formal affair. His hand gently, yet firmly led her on as her eyes roved around the hall. Dmitri had found his dance partner, having somehow convinced Marianne to accompany him to the ball in spite of her meekness, or perhaps Hilda had convinced her, and was currently stewing at her seat as she watched her love fall into the clutches of yet another wielder of the crest of flames, and his long blue cape swirled around the two of them as he hesitantly, carefully took his clumsy steps across the dance floor. Just like last time, Claude had managed to drag Byleth out onto the dance floor, offering her the first of what would be many, many, many dances. No lack of skill would keep poor Byleth from being swarmed with requests tonight. Teachers and students alike were just too smitten with her. And of course, Felix, the winner of the White Heron Cup, had to beat off the ladies with a proverbial stick. Everybody wanted to behold his graceful footwork and smoldering glower. Sylvain was supplicating to be their second choice. Ingrid sat at one of the tables, tearing into a plate of hors d'oeuvres that Edelgard was sure had been meant for everyone at the table with the savagery and ferocity of a starving bear, while Glenn could only sit and stare. She looked quite handsome in her costume for the ball, cutting a sharp figure in stark contrast to all the flowing ball gowns and ruffles and lace adorning her fellow girls. Her golden hair had been done up in a tight, braided bun by Edelgard's nimble fingers, on Hilda's suggestion, and even from a distance Edelgard could see the glow that even a light application of makeup had added to her face. She was radiant to behold, and Edelgard felt a swell of pride in her heart. Perhaps now would be an opportune moment to switch partners, dear, Ferdinand said as the band prepared to strike up another waltz tune. I see you can hardly keep your eyes off of Lady Galatea. Is that so? Edelgard asked, noticing that she had indeed been staring at her quite frequently over the course of the past 10 minutes. I do apologize. Oh, no need for that. I was just thinking it was time to drag Hubert onto the dance floor. He is not even eating or talking, merely sulking in the corner next to that pitcher of coffee. He broke away from her and strode off the dance floor. Hubert, he called out to a startled Hubert standing in the corner with a mug of muddy coffee in his hands. Mark my words, you shall have this next dance, come hell or high water. Edelgard's stomach growled. She hadn't had so much as a morsel to eat, save for a few pastries Annette had had on hand, since breakfast that morning due to all the work she had put into getting herself, Ingrid, and Byleth ready for the ball. She took an empty seat at the table with Ingrid, Glenn, and two handsome blonde men she later learned were Ingrid's older brothers. Excuse me, she said as she sat down, may I have this seat? Can we really say no if you've already taken it? Glenn grumbled. So, Princess Edelgard, are you responsible for this? He asked, gesturing to his betrothed. Edelgard snatched up one of the dwindling pastry-wrapped figs and all but swallowed it in one bite. Responsible for what, exactly? She asked. Her appetite? I'll admit we didn't have time for lunch. I'm starved as well. Oh, no, Ingrid's always like this, one of Ingrid's brothers said. We ate before we got here. Ingrid stared at him with horror, her cheeks bulging like a chipmunk's. She hastily swallowed her food and dabbed the corners of her mouth with her napkin. I'm sorry, Agner. I wasn't thinking, I didn't mean to be selfish. It's all right, the other brother said, picking up the last fig roll. Pretty sure they're gonna replace this plate once we're done with it. That's the best thing about this place, at home, we're always tightening our belts. Agner nudged him in the side. Kenneth, he hissed, gesturing to Edelgard, that's the Adrestian Emperor's 9th daughter. Oh. Kenneth set the roll back down on the plate and nudged it toward her. So, Your Highness, are you rich? And are you single? Ingrid cringed. She looked like she had half a mind to start burrowing through the floor like a mole. There is indeed only one of me, Edelgard said, taking his peace offering, but I'm afraid I am spoken for. As I was saying, Glenn said, gesturing again to her, Edelgard, are you responsible for this? Hilda and I did her hair, Edelgard said. She ate the last fig roll. Annette did the makeup. Oh, do you mean the outfit? Do you not approve? I think it looks stunning, Agner said. Yes, Kenneth said, it's incredibly knightly. Outnumbered, Glenn seemed to deflate. It's fine, he said, though he'd clearly intended to start something over it. Ingrid sank deeper into her seat, mortified, but fortunately for her, the main course came to her rescue: herb-crusted rack of lamb, its exterior crisp and golden and its interior a lovely medium-rare pink, the meat so tender it was all but falling off the bone, served with roasted Brussels sprouts and cranberries, a tangy arugula salad, a steaming baked potato, and a glass of red wine. She attacked her meal with the shockingly methodical ferocity she was known for, striking at it with knife and fork like a skilled knight striking at a demonic beast with a lance. Not so much as a morsel of food landed anywhere but in her mouth, no matter how quickly she ate. It wasn't so different from how Byleth ate, as a matter of fact, though Byleth typically ate much faster unless Edelgard was there to urge her to savor it. As her thoughts turned to Byleth, Edelgard found herself preoccupied with thoughts of her wedding. They hadn't used this reception hall for it. The weather had been gorgeous and it had been the height of summer, so all the eating and dancing had been done outside, but the festivities had been remarkably like this one. The band had even played the Blue Airmid, because of course they did, every band played the Blue Airmid. Edelgard had danced with just about everyone in the Black Eagle strike force, except for Jarrett Saw, who'd intimidated the cook into serving dessert early and could not be separated from his peach sorbet, and Lysathea, who'd still been wheelchair-bound in the aftermath of her crest removal procedures. But she had danced the longest and most passionately with Byleth, reveling the most in the warmth of her body. With the night falling and the sky turning black and many of the guests beginning to retire, she had rested her weary head on her wife's pillowy bosom, letting the steady thump of her heartbeat fill her ear as the two of them dispensed with any sort of elegant waltz forms and reduced themselves to simply swaying in place as they held each other in their arms. She watched Byleth trade partners, one student after another. There was no way, even if she was lucky enough to squeeze through the crowd queued up to dance with Gareg Mach's new favorite professor, that she could dance like that with Byleth tonight. It simply couldn't be done. That woman was not her wife. This was a woman who had yet to find her heartbeat. That intimacy in this world was forbidden to her. As Ingrid cleaned her plate almost in a literal sense, her plate was so spotless that it almost looked clean enough to serve another meal to someone else on, save for the bones. Edelgard stood up and offered her hand to her. "Lady Ingrid of House Galatea, may I have this dance?" Ingrid looked up at her. "Now?" she asked. Glenn stood up. "Now?" Edelgard glared sharply at him. "Having fun playing the part of a controlling husband, are you, Kronya?" she wanted to ask him. "Why not?" she asked Ingrid. With a smile on her face, Ingrid stood up and took her hand, rising above her. "As long as you are willing to lead, Your Highness, I'm no good at dancing at all." The band began to play its next piece. The composition of the dance floor had changed considerably. Hilda had finally stolen Marianne back, and the two of them twirled gently across the floor in a slow swirl of pink and baby blue. Dimitri, embarrassed by his clumsiness, had rejoined Sylvain at his table and gone to half-heartedly picking at food he couldn't taste anyway. Claude had found a new dance partner in Petra, and Byleth in her fellow Professor Manuela. After a string of students, Annette had finally coaxed Felix onto the dance floor. "I never thought you'd need to rescue me from myself," Ingrid said, curling her arm around Edelgard's waist and taking her other hand in hers. "I'm sorry. I made quite an ass of myself, didn't I?" "No, don't worry. Siblings are as siblings do," Edelgard answered, the trite little aphorism slipping glibly off her tongue and leaving something bitter and sour in its wake. "I guess you should know, with the 10 you've got," Ingrid replied. "This isn't so bad," she mused as Edelgard gently guided her through the steps of the waltz. "You're certainly less strict of an instructor now than you were with Felix." "The competition is over, Ingrid," Edelgard told her, returning her smile with one of her own. "Here, nobody cares how well you dance." She glanced over Ingrid's shoulder and caught sight of Hubert stumbling over Ferdinand's feet. "Or how poorly. So dressing up for this was unnecessary." "I wouldn't say that," she said, looking up into Ingrid's eyes. Even the subtlest application of mascara made them stand out so much more from the rest of her face. And her skin was smoother, her cheeks rosier, her lips redder and glistening in the light. If she'd been beautiful before, she was angelic now. "I'll admit I'm not one for makeup and so on, either," she added. Why did her chest feel so tight all of a sudden? "But every so often, I understand the appeal of looking one's best." Ingrid's cheeks turned even redder. "One of these days, I'll have to paint that face of yours," Edelgard told her. She laughed. How many times are you going to threaten me with that? She asked, a twinkle in her green eyes. I can't sit still that long when there's work to be done. Well, if you don't pose for me, I'll have to work off of memory alone, Edelgard retorted, and you're more beautiful than I can imagine. Ingrid's grip on her loosened, as though she were about to pull away. Edelgard, what's gotten into you? You're talking to me like you're trying to court me, she told her with a disarming laugh, glancing away from her. She looked positively adorable, flustered like that. Court you? Edelgard repeated, scandalized. A nest of cold snakes coiled in the pit of her stomach. Of all the wild accusations, she was a married woman, she couldn't be courting other people, at least not with her wife's consent. I'm simply admiring my handiwork. All right, then. They danced for a while more. A long while more. If Edelgard closed her eyes, she could feel perfectly content, guiding her dance partner's stiff and awkward movements with gentle and firm hands the same way she'd done 4 months ago, the same way she'd done 7 years ago, the same way she'd danced with her love whenever they had danced. The scent of Ingrid's perfume filled her nostrils. Lavender, Hilda's suggestion. Ingrid had balked at first, and when Hilda had pressed her about what she'd rather smell like, she'd offered sword polishing oil, and it had taken nearly an hour to talk her down to something more conventional. She pressed herself closer. A warmth she'd missed for so long. A warmth she'd coveted for so long. She leaned in. In her outstretched hand, she threaded her fingers tighter around Ingrid's. Her cheek found a patch of bare skin, warm, soft, firm, a stray wisp of golden hair, rendered full and lustrous by Edelgard's own rosemary and lavender oil conditioning regimen, tickled the tip of her nose. Edelgard? What are you doing? Ingrid sharply asked her, pulling herself away from her. With a start, Edelgard pulled her head up and came back to her senses. I'm sorry. I didn't think I was so tired, she said. Maybe we should stop. Just a bit more, she said without thinking, tightening her grip even as her partner's loosened. At least until the song is over. She pressed herself closer again, pric cling heat washing over her skin, a cloying warmth pooling inside her, her fingertips and lips tingling. Look, I get it, Ingrid said, stumbling a bit over her words as she stumbled over her feet. People in Adrestia have loose morals. Your fiancé has his, lover, and clearly you're looking for, yours. But we don't do things like that in Faerghus. Whether I like it or not, I have to be faithful to Glenn, and as for us, unless you've been keeping a really big secret from me, we're both women. Edelgard felt as though her heart had stopped. It kept beating anyway, of course, but at the moment, she felt as though every sign of life in her body had been snuffed out in an instant. The soft glow of Ingrid's eyes had turned hard and the smile had long since faded from her face. She looked as though she'd been betrayed. Edelgard looked away from those accusing eyes and let her gaze fall upon Byleth, and their eyes met, too, and for an instant she may have been imagining it, she felt the same piercing, harsh sensation, as though a dagger had been plunged into her chest. She let go of Ingrid and backed away. Excuse me, she said, realization finally dawning on her of what she had been doing. I need to freshen up. And with a slow and steady gait, deliberate and controlled to hide how much she wanted to dash out of the ballroom, she stepped off the dance floor and made for the exit, not even pausing to grab her cloak on the way out. The cold wind and gentle snowfall struck her as soon as she stepped outside, needles pric cling her exposed skin and lighting on the lustrous red silk of her ball gown. One of her most hated memories settled in her mind, gnawing at her thoughts like rats in the walls. Part of her was at Remire again, 7 years ago, gazing in horror at the devastation and realizing that she, who was just as disgusted by the monstrous evil parading in front of her as the rest of her classmates, was hopelessly implicated in it. As soon as she and Hubert had had a chance to slip away from the chaos, she'd hastily donned the armor and mask of her alter ego and appeared before Byleth to make a desperate plea, to proclaim her innocence and ask her to join forces with her. Byleth had said yes, against all reason and against all sensibility, and so Edelgard had dismissed her answer out of hand. Lies. She had felt the hostility roiling off of her teacher like heat from an oven. And so the Flame Emperor had departed, seized with a deep and terrible self-loathing and the certainty that she had betrayed and thus forever poisoned her relationship with the greatest woman who had ever walked into her life. It hadn't been until that fateful moment in the Holy Tomb when Byleth had defended her from Rhea's wrath that Edelgard had realized that despite all the betrayals, the woman she loved cared enough about her to trust her. But this was one betrayal too far. She could imagine herself standing before her wife, all the excuses spilling off her tongue, that she'd been lonely, that she'd been desperate, that Ingrid had been so beautiful and she had been so weak in her heart, and feel herself withering under that same hot fury. Even if she kept this a secret for the rest of her life, even if she never spoke of this to anyone, she would remember that piercing gaze. It was stupid. It was irrational. But it was an irrational dagger plunged into her stupid heart. She'd endured 5 years without Byleth before. 5 years searching for her fruitlessly, 5 years consumed with guilt, 5 years throwing herself into her war to dull the pain of her heartbreak, 5 years daring to believe they would meet again. But in those 5 years, she had never been so weak as to give her heart to another. She had found succor in her friends, her fellow Black Eagles, in Dorothea's embrace and Ferdinand's strained optimism and escapes to the greenhouse with Bernadetta, in Mercedes' gentle motherly care, in Hubert's cool and rational assurances, but they had been friends, and that had been 5 years, not a mere 4 months. And she and Byleth hadn't been married then. Edelgard didn't have very many old-fashioned ideas about marriage, but at the very least, she was a romantic, and to pledge one's heart to another was something to be taken seriously. Was it really so unbearable being apart from Byleth the second time that she'd had to fall for someone else so quickly? Your Highness. Is that you over there? Geralt's voice rang out in the cold night air and dispelled the vicious cycle of painful memories and self-abasement Edelgard's mind had become caught within. He was making his rounds through the monastery, lantern in hand, his rusty brown hair silvered with snow, and picked up his pace to catch up with her. What in blazes are you doing out here? I needed some fresh air, Edelgard said to him, stammering through the chattering of her teeth as she came to realize how much she was shivering. Her dress was thin and offered her no protection against the elements. She looked around herself, clasping her hands on her biceps and pinning her arms tightly to her chest to conserve her warmth, and realized how far she had traveled from the reception hall in her fugue state. Well, you didn't have to come all this way just for a breath of fresh air. Geralt unclasped his cloak from his shoulders and tossed it over her, letting her wrap herself up in it. He held up his lantern, shining the light in her face, and squinted at her. You all right? Your eyes are a bit red. Edelgard finished draping herself in the cape and took a deep breath to compose herself. I'm fine, Captain. But thank you for your concern. I think I might retire early this evening. I might have had too much wine. It happens, he said with a shrug. Well, let's get you someplace warm. As Geralt led her across the monastery to the dormitories, she gripped the cloak more tightly. It was itself almost as cold as the air around it, but it was better than nothing. Still shivering, her breath pouring in white clouds from her mouth, she held out her hand and conjured a small flame in her open palm to keep herself warm. I'm surprised you're not at the ball yourself, she said to him. I didn't think you were on duty tonight. Change of plans, he said. That beast tamer we captured in Remire Happy, I think, escaped from the room we were holding her in, so I and a couple other knights are on the lookout. I don't think she'll be found so easily, especially in this dark, but we might as well make an effort to look for her. Cornelia's set to arrive here to pick her up any day now. We need to get some answers from her before then. I won't keep you long, then, she said, lengthening her strides to better keep a pace with him. It's fine, he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Like I said, it's probably a fool's errand. Anyway, big fancy balls like those don't really interest me anyway. I thought you insisted that Byleth attend. Just to see if she likes it. That kid's surprised me a lot since we came here, with all the new interests she's been picking up. Oh, and she showed off that suit you helped her put together for tonight the other day. It looks good on her, doesn't it? Sure does. Ever since she told me she was going to take my advice and show up, I'd been trying to picture her in a fancy ball gown and it just never clicked. A wistful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. So, whatever's got you upset, and don't tell me you're not upset, because it's obvious. Does it have anything to do with her? If you two don't have a magical evening tonight, is it going to, break time or something, or are you going to pop out of existence? In spite of her sour mood and the howling emptiness inside her, Edelgard managed to laugh. No, nothing like that. As I've said, my future isn't this world's future, my past is different from this world's past. It would be cruel to have that kind of relationship with her here, knowing that I aim to be reunited with her in my world. She thought about Ingrid. It would be cruel to her, too, she supposed. And to Dimitri, and the other friends she'd made among the Blue Lions, including the doppelgangers of friends she'd already made. In fact, come to think of it, there wasn't a single person here she could think of that she hadn't been cruel toward. I get it. Geralt rested his hand on her shoulder. In your world, have I told you anything about Byleth's mom? He asked her. Edelgard shook her head. All right, then. This way, he said, doubling back and leading her away from the dormitories to a different part of the monastery. There was a little cemetery off to the side of the bridge crossing the ravine, opposite the cathedral, and emerging from the snowdrifts were a handful of grey headstones. He passed by Ash's empty grave and stood before one of the other monuments, the gravestone of Citrai Eisner. Citrai's here, he said, bowing his head respectfully. Edelgard did the same. Been here 21 years. She died in childbirth. When I met her here in the monastery, it changed my life. You should see the love poems I wrote her, or, on the other hand, maybe you shouldn't. She was the kindest, smartest, wisest person I'd ever known. Frail, though. Couldn't leave the monastery. Doomed to be a nun for the rest of her life. It was up to me to tell her about all the amazing things she couldn't see for herself out there in the great big world beyond these walls. Seriously, I never told you this. Edelgard looked upon the headstone, tracing with her eyes the words engraved into it. SEs. 1139 to 1159. RS in WECSMS. Edelgard had spent plenty of time here with Byleth in her world, visiting the graves of her mother and father. Citrai Eisner had always been a cipher to the both of them. The only ones who had known her were dead. You haven't had the chance yet. 7 years. Geralt shook his head as if disappointed at his counterpart. 7 years and I still haven't told you and Byleth a damn thing. Guess it's my fault for keeping it a secret so long in the first place. Sethleen's tits, though, I must be busy. Edelgard said nothing in response. Anyway, Citrai was amazing. And to my surprise, she thought the same of me. When I was with her, I felt happier than I'd ever felt in my whole life. And when she passed, I felt as though someone had cut a hole in me and everything on the inside had poured out. It's like, you feel hungry all the time, and nothing you eat can fill you up. I've missed her all these years. I only ever see her again when I see Byleth smile. He chuckled softly, a single ray of light in his voice. Smiles just like her mom rarely. Edelgard swallowed a lump in her throat. 21 years you've carried this loneliness. Yeah. He slowly nodded. And look at me, she said bitterly, after only 4 months without her. Don't act like 4 months is such a little thing. 4 months for me, that was when it hurt the most. That was when I'd felt as lonely as I was ever going to feel. But you know what, Edelgard? Citrai's gone for good. 20 years are gonna become 30, 40, 50, however longer I live. Maybe forever. But Byleth, your Byleth, she's still out there. You'll find her again. So keep your chin up and be strong. Edelgard nodded. I know, she said. Helps to hear it again sometimes, though. Doesn't it? Yes. I lost her once before, though she wasn't my wife then, and I must admit it hurts so much differently now. Funny how much 2 little words can change things between 2 people, and between them and the rest of the world. I feel like I didn't love Citrai half as much until I let her put her ring on my finger. Then she was suddenly the only thing that mattered. Edelgard looked down at his hand. There was no trace of a ring. Geralt noticed what she was staring at and let out a boisterous laugh. You expect a mercenary to strut around with a fancy silver ring on his finger? That's just asking for trouble. I keep it somewhere I'll never lose it. That's wise of you, she said. I wonder, did you meet Citrai at the Goddess Tower? He laughed. I see you've heard those sappy legends, too. Is that where you met my girl? Yes, she said. This very night, 7 years ago from my perspective. It isn't just the old stories about people finding true love in the shadow of the tower. It was a special place to my parents as well. Oh? The emperor found his true love there, too. Yes. A few years after graduating from the academy, he was crowned emperor. One day, during a visit here, he snuck into the goddess tower on a nostalgic whim and met her, my mother. She let out a wistful sigh. She had just enrolled in the academy that very year. They were instantly drawn to each other, love at first sight, you could say. It was the first time either had truly been in love, or so the story goes. Of course, he'd already married for political reasons by that point, and he had many other consorts to give him plenty of heirs as well, but I've always chosen to believe that there was genuine love between my father and my mother, as silly as it might be. Huh. Geralt nodded. Maybe there's some magic to that place, after all. Who do you think Byleth will meet at the tower tonight? That's up to her. Dimitri, probably. Edelgard sniffled and wiped her eyes on Geralt's cape. I don't mind. I don't have a right to mind. She is her own person in this world. Must still hurt, though. He patted her on the shoulder. There was. When I came here and met Citrai, there was another man who I think might have fancied her. Aelfric, I think? Yeah. That same guy who got spooked by the Death Knight a month or two back. If I ended up in another world and saw him strutting around with her ring on his finger, I'd probably be a little fucked up myself. She laughed. There is, still a problem, though. It seems she searched for the right words. It seems I've fallen for someone else. And it won't work out, it can't work out, but the moment I realized what had happened to me, I felt as though I had betrayed my wife. Recounting the event made her feel as though another knife had been driven into her heart. Call me a romantic, but my Byleth and I are part of a whole now, even with all this time and space between us. And I feel as though I've just split us in half again. I've been so guarded against entangling myself with this world's Byleth that I didn't even notice my feelings growing for someone else. I've been where you are plenty of times, he said. Every once in a while, here and there, I've run into women who. Maybe I could love them like I loved Citrai, I'll think to myself for a day, or maybe a week. But it never works out. Have we really never had this talk in your world? He asked sharply, incredulous. Like I said, you're a very busy man. I'm dead, aren't I? Geralt asked. Edelgard looked up at him and he rolled his eyes at her. Give your old man-in-law some credit. You talk to me like you've barely talked to me before. And you keep telling me to stay away from the creeps. There was a grim set to his jaw as his line of sight drifted from Citrai's tombstone to ashes. It's me who dies in your world instead of Ash, isn't it? Edelgard took a deep breath. Before you try to tell me that sounds ridiculous, I'm 100-something years old, he added. You can't pull the wool over my eyes so easily. You're right, she said. In my world, you die, in a few days, actually. Huh, he grunted. Happy fucking St. Sikal's Day to me, then. In spite of herself, Edelgard began to laugh. What's so funny? He asked, his grip on her shoulder tightening. I'm just surprised a man with your vocabulary could have seduced a nun in the first place, she choked out, giggling. Geralt snorted and choked back a laugh of his own and slapped her on the back, nearly knocking her off her feet. You'd be surprised how much 20 years on the run from the church can change a man. So, is she doing okay, your future? Since I'm, your death hurts her more than anything else. But she pulls herself together. We pull ourselves together. No matter how much it hurts. Oh, good. All her life, I've been all she's had. Sometimes it'd keep me up at night, thinking about what might happen if she lost me. Then perhaps you're in the wrong line of work. Geralt opened his mouth as though to issue some retort, but remained silent. He closed his mouth and looked down at the snow. Good point. You're not all she has anymore, Edelgard told him. She has other people to support her, even now. Doesn't need her old man anymore, huh? I just mean you're not alone anymore. He set his hand on her shoulder again. You aren't either, kid. Come in, let's get you to bed. Tomorrow's another day, and one way or another, you'll be one step closer to seeing your wife again. Tell her I said hi. I will, she said as Gerald led her away from the graveyard. Everything you have to say from now on, I'll make sure she knows. I couldn't ask for a better daughter-in-law. Take care of yourself out there, you'd better make it back to her alive now. Of course, Captain. Gerald rolled his eyes at her. Oh, come on. Of course, Gerald. You can do better than that, he goaded her. Edelgard took a deep breath and swallowed a lump in her throat. Of course. Father, she mumbled sheepishly. He didn't respond. Dad, then. What did he expect from her? Daddy? Papa? Mercifully, he gave her a slow, satisfied nod. Lady Edelgard. Hubert's voice rang out in the darkness. He emerged from the shadows, the snow crunching under his footfalls as he rushed toward her, followed closely by Ferdinand and Byleth, the latter of whom was dressed in her silver wolf-spelt cloak and had Edelgard's red cloak draped heavily over one shoulder. Suthies trailed behind her, floating over the snowy ground. Lady Edelgard, what in blazes are you doing out here? You know, I asked her the same thing, Gerald said. The slightest hint of a relieved smile crossed Byleth's face. Thanks for looking after her, Dad, she said. No skin off my nose. She's a good kid. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to return to my patrol. I'm sorry to have kept you, Edelgard told him as Byleth handed her cloak to her. No problem. You all have a good night, he said before turning his back on them and returning to his well-trod route, his lantern bobbing with every step as he faded into the night. Edelgard huddled under her cloak, relishing its warmth. Professor, you didn't need to go out looking for me. Ever the fool, you arrogant child. After the way you stormed off the dance floor, how could she not? Suthies asked. Even I can tell that you might catch your death out here. Professor Byleth, you may head back to the reception hall if you wish, Ferdinand said, hooking his arm around Edelgard's. As I recall, there are still many people there who want you to give them the honor of a dance. We can look after Lady Edelgard from here on out. Byleth looked at Edelgard, and part of Edelgard wanted to beg her to stay. Please do dance some more, Suthies pleaded with her. Had I a body of my own, I would sing and dance until I fell upon the ground. She nodded. I'll head back to the ball, she said, prompting from her phantom companion a jubilant cheer. If you three would like to come back with me. That would be lovely, Professor, Edelgard said, stifling a yawn at the worst possible moment. You are tired, Lady Edelgard, Hubert said, taking her other arm. It would do you good to return to your quarters. Besides, are we not still traveling with Prince Dimitri tomorrow morning? We'll dance some other time, Byleth said, patting her on the head, and the two of them went their separate ways. Hubert and Ferdinand led Edelgard along, flanking her on either side, and helped keep her upright. With every step that took her closer to the dormitories, it seemed her legs got weaker and weaker and her feet ached more and more. I am sorry, dear, Ferdinand said to her, repositioning his arm and wrapping it securely around her waist as though they were still locked in a waltz. You and Lady Ingrid certainly did seem to make quite a dashing couple, Hubert said, but you know Fairgus, the people there can be quite set in their ways. To be honest, she told them, the pain in her heart long since faded to a dull and throbbing ache. I likely broke her heart as much as she broke mine. For better or for worse, Ferdinand added, winking at Hubert, one simply cannot help whom one falls in love with. The two jewels of the Empire, Ferdinand and Hubert. It was cute to see them so deeply in love at such young ages, well, young compared to the ones Edelgard knew. I do hope you and her can still be friends. And one day, mark my words, Edelgard, you will find yourself a fine lesbian who loves you as much as you love her, and you have my permission as your future husband to do whatever you wish with her. As long as it is not that blasted Hilda Valentine Goneril, Hubert interjected. Yes, of course. As long it is not that blasted Hilda. Thank you, Ferdinand, she said to him. You are too sweet sometimes. True, he was a bit of a dope compared to the Ferdinand she knew best, but perhaps the comforting words of a dope were exactly what she needed right now. He beamed at her. Oh, he said, and I nearly forgot I have yet to congratulate you on your stunning upset at the White Heron Cup last night. At first, I was shocked to have lost, especially to that crude, bitter, brooding but when I found out that you had taught him, it all made sense. Hubert, do you remember when Edelgard taught you to dance? How could I forget? You were as strict as a miniature schoolmarm back then, Your Highness. Hubert told Edelgard with a smile. Much like you are now, in fact. I knew that adolescent laziness was simply a phase, Ferdinand said. And I am proud of you for overcoming it, especially here of all places. The patronizing way he spoke to her would have irked her, usually, but she was weary enough now that she barely even registered it. The other Edelgard probably enjoyed the company of Prime Minister Ferdinand much more than that of her fiancé. Who knew, perhaps she was beginning to like her new world and wouldn't want to go back. Complications, complications. She'd always known there would be complications, and there would never stop being complications. Nothing could ever go smoothly. That was life for her, she supposed. Perhaps it was a curse, and she had brought that curse to this world. Perhaps in her world, the other Edelgard had ushered in an era of widespread peace and tranquility simply by virtue of not being her. Edelgard and her two jewels crossed the snowy courtyard. She was beginning to feel thankful that Hubert and Ferdinand were such good crutches. Perhaps once she underwent the crest removal procedure in her world, she would suggest that they carry her around like this until she could walk again. On second thought, why not suggest to the other Edelgard to undergo the procedure while they were trapped in each other's worlds? She would be delighted to have an excuse to spend a month or two in bed. Why hadn't Edelgard thought of that until now? There was a clatter and commotion from within the bushes behind them. Lady Edelgard, get down! Hubert shouted out, and Edelgard found that very easy to do considering that dropping to the ground simply involved allowing Ferdinand to fall on top of her. Her heart pounded, though she was instantly awake, fear surging through her body and sending electric tingles through her muscles all the way to the tips of her fingers. If someone meant to do them harm, Ferdinand was completely unarmed and she and Hubert only had magic to work with. A shadow bounded out of the bushes, its shape obscured by a ragged brown cloak and hood as it weaved through a hail of icy daggers conjured by Hubert's spell casting. Edelgard pulled herself out from under Ferdinand, conjured a burst of flame, and cast it out at the attacker. It dodged, but the flash of amber light that burst from the fire illuminated it for a split second, revealing beneath the hood a sliver of a shock of scarlet hair. She knocked Ferdinand away and rose to her feet, readying another fireball. Happy lunged at her like a wild animal, stumbling as a jagged lump of ice formed around one foot, and bowled her over, knocking her back down to the ground. Edelgard found herself pinned down, flickering flame in the palm of her hand casting its light on Happy's face. Her eyes were wide, glassy, vacant, but they focused on her for just a moment. "Aunt Anselma," she gasped. Ferdinand grabbed her by the collar and tried to pry her off of Edelgard. "Unhand Lady Edelgard, you beast," he shouted out. She was immovable, though, and pinned Edelgard down with sheer brute strength, wrapping both arms tightly around her waist and burying her face in her collar. Edelgard braced herself, perhaps, for a blast of dark magic to scald the flesh off her bones, or for a knife to slide between her ribs, or for sharpened fangs to rip out her throat. But nothing happened. Happy was hugging her, not attacking her. Ferdinand finally wrenched her free and pulled her aside. Hubert immobilized her with magic, pinning her limbs to the ground with frozen pillars towering out of the snow. He held out his hand over her. "Dare not try anything," he hissed, "or I shall encase your head in another block of ice." "Hubert, it's fine," Edelgard said, sitting up with Ferdinand's unnecessary assistance. "She wasn't hurting me. She hasn't hurt any of us." Somehow, it seemed the beast tamer meant her no harm. What was it she'd called her? Her mind raced, tingling as though she'd just drunk a gallon of Hubert's finest coffee. "Ferdinand, go find Geralt," she said, still panting for breath. "Specifically Geralt. And when you're done sending him over here, find Claude. Specifically Claude." Ferdinand shared an uneasy glance with Hubert, then with Happy, then with Edelgard. "Are you sure?" "Claude." "Yes, Ferdinand. Claude. And no one else." "Lady Edelgard, is this wise?" Hubert asked. "She was responsible for Remire. We both know the incredible power she wields." Edelgard looked down at Happy, who was straining against her icy prison, writhing in place against the snow in a futile attempt to free herself. Her chest heaved, her eyes darted every which way. She seemed like a frightened animal first and a person second. She's afraid. As well she should be. Geralt, she repeated to Ferdinand, and only Geralt. And then Claude. And only Claude. Pallid and disquieted, Ferdinand looked to Hubert, then took off. What in the goddess' name are you doing, Lady Edelgard? Hubert asked her as he stood with her in front of their prisoner. Geralt? Claude. Do you trust me? She asked him. Yes, of course, with my life. Then continue to do so. Hubert bit his lip. Lady Edelgard, as of late, you frighten me sometimes. Good. Edelgard drew herself just a little closer to Happy and crouched down beside her. Lady Edelgard. I know what I'm doing, Hubert. She looked over Happy. Happy glanced away from her, turning her head and twisting her body as much as she could. Who is Aunt Anselma? She asked. No answer. How do you know my mother? Your mother? Hubert repeated, incredulous. Lady Edelgard, how many people named Anselma do you think live in Fodlan? This could easily be a simple coincidence. Edelgard tried not to roll her eyes. She wasn't used to being with a version of Hubert who was so mentally dull. She called me Anselma. That means I must look somewhat like her. Ergo, she has mistaken me for my mother. You looked like yourself in Remire, he countered, so why did this fiend attack you then and not now? Exactly. Perhaps she wasn't seeing with her eyes. That horse's skull might have been difficult to see out of. Perhaps she'd only smelled me before. Happy nodded vigorously. You have demonstrated you can speak, Edelgard said to her, so why not speak? Happy tried again to wrench herself free. You called my mother your aunt. That makes us family of a sort, does it not? Tell me, how did my mother know you? How does she know Cornelia? Lady Cornelia will arrive here within a few days, Hubert said. If we've returned from Fhirdiad before she leaves, we can ask her ourselves. Hubert's words had scarcely left his mouth before Happy let out a hoarse, quiet, panicked scream and tried with renewed vigor to wrench her arms and legs out of the pillars of ice that had pinned her to the ground. Calm down, Edelgard said, reaching out and laying a hand on her cheek, wiping away cold sweat. It wasn't too much unlike calming a spooked horse. Eventually, Happy's writhing ceased and she went limp, allowing herself to be at Edelgard's mercy. Cornelia isn't here yet. Don't worry. Happy's breathing slowly became more relaxed and regular, the heaving of her chest less pronounced. Does she hurt you? Edelgard asked her. Lady Edelgard, what are you saying? Hubert sputtered. Lady Cornelia is the greatest physician and white mage of our time. All great women have skeletons in their closet, just as great men do, she replied. Happy, please answer me. Does Cornelia hurt you? Happy nodded. Does she hurt Mercedes? She shook her head. Does Mercedes know? Another shake. Have you tried telling her? Another shake. Did Cornelia make you do what you did at Remire? She nodded. Are you afraid of what Cornelia might do to you if she comes to collect you? Another nod. Good heavens, Hubert said, looking faint. His jaw hung slack in shock. By Sethleen's grace, Lady Edelgard, what have we gotten ourselves into? Edelgard leaned in closer, lower, and whispered into Happy's ear, is Cornelia connected to a pale man named Thales? Happy nodded. Geralt arrived alone, thankfully. Good work, kids, he said, spying Happy pinned to the ground. I'll take her back to the knights. No, Edelgard said. No other knights. You and Claude, find some place to hide her. None of the other knights or students or faculty can know. Especially not Dimitri. We can't let Cornelia catch on that she's here by any means. And I need to talk to Happy once I've returned from Fhirdiad. You're actually getting straight answers out of that girl. Just simple yes or no questions. Geralt stroked his bristly beard. Well, that's more than Catherine or Shamir have gotten out of her. You're asking a lot of me, Your Highness, he said, but if she'll only talk to you, then I haven't got much of a choice. Try to keep her comfortable, Edelgard said. Make her less likely to run away this time. She hiked up her dress and knelt down beside Happy. Hubert, melt this ice. Are you sure? Hubert said. Yes, Hubert, I'm sure. I'm always sure. With a worried sigh, he unconjured the pillars of ice and let Happy collapse to the ground. She immediately latched onto Edelgard again. Edelgard felt her breath tickle the back of her neck. It's okay, she murmured, patting her on the back. She spoke as though she were speaking to a child, which admittedly she had little experience in, but she assumed it was not entirely dissimilar to how she spoke to cats, and Happy seemed not so dissimilar from a cat, after all. Geralt is a good man. You can trust him. He's my future father-in-law. She thought for a moment. Trust Uncle Geralt. Happy nodded. You have to let me go now. She let go of her. Edelgard stood up, immediately felt dizzy, and lost her balance. Hubert rushed to steady her. I think, she said, her eyelids leaden as the rush from the attack wore off, it might be time for bed, Hubert. She hardly remembered being led back to her room. Chapter 18, Rise of the Hurricane King. Edelgard had to remind herself, again and again and again, that Thales was not a threat to her. There was nothing he could do with her, nothing he could do personally, that was. She and Byleth were both under Dimitri's protection. Ever since Remire, Thales had been on shaky ground with Dimitri. Evidently, he'd managed to prevent the prince from realizing that he was responsible for that horrible incident. What lie, Edelgard wondered, had he told? Had he insisted that his right hand had not known what his left hand was doing? Perhaps he'd claimed that Solon was a traitor, since he still had a face attached to his head, but in his current situation he wouldn't dare harm two of Dimitri's closest companions without a great deal of plausible deniability, not as long as Dimitri's rage still simmered within him. Still, being in such close quarters with him kept Edelgard on edge, kept an ice-cold dagger resting perilously against her naked throat, kept her feeling like a lone mouse in a den of vipers. He was on the back foot, but Edelgard had yet to strike a decisive blow against him. She couldn't ignore the threat he still posed. Against her better judgment, she, Byleth, Hubert, Didu, and Dimitri were sharing a carriage with Thales all the way to Fhirdiad, far in the northern reaches of Fodlan. It would take 4 days at least traveling northwest from the northern foothills of the Okama Mountains through Karen territory, then following the river north across the Tailtean plains into Bladdid territory, where the capital city of the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus awaited, compared to the 3 it had taken to reach Arianrhod from Garreg Mach. 5 days in a carriage with Thales. 5 nights under roofs across Faerghus, a traveler's inns here and there between the manors of Count Walter and Karen and Count Sigmund Ulrich Galatea and the capital itself with Thales. 5 golden opportunities to slit the throats of the troublesome princess and professor who had poisoned his protégé against him while they slept, and much more than 5 golden opportunities to stage bandit attacks against them, perhaps ghoulish reenactments of the tragedy of Duscur which once again would leave only 2 miraculous survivors. Perhaps the thought of that tragedy playing out hung over Dimitri's mind, for he seemed just as on edge as Edelgard. He spoke not a word, and Edelgard worried if it would be possible for him to clench his fists hard enough to break the bones in his hands when she saw how tightly they were bunched up in his lap. He often glanced out the window, as though reassuring himself that the dozen or so kingdom soldiers keeping a pace with the carriage outside were still there. Edelgard sat between Hubert and Byleth at one end of the carriage's spacious and lavish interior with Thales and Dimitri seated across from the 3 of them and tried to keep her cool, pressing everything about her that was frightened or felt weak against the back of her skull the way she always did when she met with Thales. Byleth, as well, might have been ill at ease for how often her fingers tapped against the flat of the sword of the Creator's blade as she held it across her and Edelgard's lap. There was not so much as a peep from Suthies, and Edelgard wondered if she was somehow hiding herself from him. A part of her wished she could hide so easily. Professor Eisner, Thales said, his voice smooth and sickeningly innocent. I'm surprised you would be so paranoid as to keep that weapon on your person. Byleth blinked and looked at him, as though just realizing that he existed. Edelgard wondered if she'd been in some kind of trance communing with her phantom companion. I said I don't understand why you're keeping that sword on you. Rest assured you are welcome to stow it with the rest of our belongings in the back. I'm a mercenary, she answered matter-of-factly. I keep a weapon on me everywhere. That's how mercenaries work. Just a habit. Fascinating. Thales stroked his chin. Edelgard had to admit, he cut a far less sinister figure in the guise of Rodrigue Frildarius than Volkhard von Arundel. The sharp, strong angle of his jaw, light, well-trimmed mustache framing his mouth, and long waves of his dark hair lent him a rather heroic aura compared to Volkhard's rather severe countenance. But why not something smaller and easier to carry around? A dagger, perhaps. Or at most a short sword. It's a relic of the church, Byleth replied. I can't be careless with it and just leave it somewhere. I see. But if this carriage were to make a sudden jolt to the left, say, if a boulder tumbled down from the mountains and knocked us off the road and your blade were to skewer Princess Edelgard and her poor vassal. Thales leaned forward. Would that not be exceedingly careless of you? That wouldn't happen, she said flatly. Well, then. He leaned back, allowing himself to sink into the cushions of his seat. It's an interesting weapon, isn't it, the sword of the Creator? I hear it can fell entire armies. I hope it doesn't have to. Indeed, Thales said. What's it made of? It seems to resemble old bone. Byleth tapped on the flat of the blade with her fingernail. It looks like bone, a bit, she admitted. But it feels like good steel. Do you think somebody forged that? Or perhaps, long ago, there lived a race of monsters with bones as hard as steel. A wry, sinister little smirk wormed its way onto his face. Do you think there are still monsters like that in the world? Byleth pursed her lips thoughtfully. There are a lot of strange things in the world, she said. Thales nodded. There most certainly are, Professor Eisner. There most certainly are. Edelgard could swear he was looking directly at her, the cold blue of his false eyes piercing her, peering into her soul, heart, and mind. It was going to be a long week. That first night, not to her surprise in the least bit, Edelgard had trouble sleeping. She did all she could do to keep herself and Byleth safe through the night. The two of them shared a room in the inn with Dimitri, with Didu and Hubert keeping watch just outside the door. The Crown Prince of Faerghus was to be their shield. No one with murderous intent would enter this room to kill either of them and simply leave him untouched, since doing so would no doubt make him even less trusting of Thales, and they wouldn't get past Didu either, who by all accounts was loyal to Dimitri first and the so-called Man in Black second. Besides, Dimitri was, much like Edelgard and Byleth themselves, a light sleeper, and should Thales or any of his minions attempt to sneak into the room, all three of them would awaken in an instant to confront them. Yet even the lightest of sleep eluded her for what felt like hours, and when she finally did feel her mind sink into the ocean of slumber and drown beneath its dark waves, the dreams that met her in the abyss below were anything but pleasant. She woke up an indeterminate amount of time later, but still quite obviously the dead of night, with a plea to her father for help hanging on her lips. Her all too common nightmares had forced their way out of her at the dead of night, at her most vulnerable. She woke up to find a dark shadow looming over her, black against black, and felt the fear gripping her heart squeeze tighter. She found herself paralyzed, and in that moment, with her arms and legs sinking into the mattress like lead weights and her lungs frozen, she could see a host of demons and devils traced within the faint outlines of the silhouette before her. Edelgard, Dimitri whispered, and the waking nightmare dispelled itself at the sound of his voice. Are you unwell? You seem to be having a fit of some sort. Edelgard collected herself. Yes, she said. I mean, no. I'm all right, it was just a nightmare. I have them from time to time. He shifted to her side and reached out for her, letting his hands hover just a fraction of an inch over her shoulders, close enough that she could just barely feel the warmth of his skin through her nightshirt. He laid his hands upon her as though handling a delicate vase. She knew that with the crest of Bladdid and the crest of flames simmering in his veins, he never took chances to handle anyone too roughly. I'm sorry, he said. Like I said, it's fine. You haven't been sleeping well, either. No, this voyage has me on edge. Dimitri shook his head. But do not worry. It is nothing I am not used to. I just don't think I will ever truly feel safe in a carriage. I figured as much. Edelgard grabbed fistfuls of her blankets and pulled them up to her chin, but they were just as cold as the air in the room. She felt the chill in the air prickle her skin and wished she hadn't left her fur cloak on the rack out in the hall. The Faerghus winter was already eating into her flesh and settling into her bones. Her memories of Fhirdiad were hazy, but she remembered hating the winter there, and she remembered the way the cold felt. "It's cold," she commented. "Just a normal winter night in Faerghus, I'm afraid," Dimitri said to her, and if it hadn't been pitch black she might have been able to see a smile on his face. She took him by the arm, felt her way closer toward him, and rested her head against his chest. He, at least, was quite warm. "What were you dreaming about?" he asked her. "Just a nightmare," she said. "An acute and sudden fear of improbable things." "That's it." "Like what?" "I dreamed that I was 11 years old, and I and all of my siblings were locked up in a dungeon. We were dying one by one, and as the last lights faded, my father stood on the other side of the bars, powerless to do anything but watch." "You've been dwelling too much on my past," he told her. "I'm sorry. I know how much you care, but my pain should not haunt your dreams." "If only it were so simple," Edelgard wanted to say. With exceeding gentleness, Dimitri slipped onto the bed and set her down, then laid alongside her, pulling the covers over the both of them. "It is no wonder you're having nightmares," he said. "You're cold. If you don't mind." "It seems you've already invited yourself in," Edelgard said, curling up beside him and letting herself close her eyes. "Very well. I could cast a fire spell, but I fear I might set the inn ablaze, so you'll have to do." "What are brothers for?" he replied, a brighter and lighter tone to his voice. The airy levity in his voice was infectious. Edelgard felt herself smile. She pulled more of the blankets over herself and settled in for the rest of the night at his side. To be cradled in his warmth felt heart-wrenchingly but satisfyingly nostalgic. Perhaps the two of them had done this before, long ago, during a childhood neither of them could remember. If they hadn't found themselves on opposite sides of the war, perhaps they might have rediscovered each other, and he would not have died with his head torn from his shoulders. "Excuse me," Dimitri snapped, tugging the blankets back. "I am not so fond of the cold that I can go without bedsheets, Edelgard." "I'm from Inver, I'll wither and die in this cold," Edelgard retorted, yanking the blankets away from him again. He yanked them back. "You cannot do this to the future king of Faerghus." Keyword, future. "You are not king yet, your highness," she said, continuing the tug-of-war. "And need I remind you that I am your older sister by 6 months. Must you continue to conquer?" he asked, pulling the bedsheets out of her grasp and yanking them back over to his side. "Must you continue to reconquer?" she retorted, tightening her grip and pulling with all her might. "I won't stop. There is nothing I wouldn't sacrifice to cut a path to a warm bed. Enough of this madness." "I am going back to my bed," Dimitri said sharply. Cowed, Edelgard gave him back his half of the bedsheets. "No, you can stay," she said. Unlike the last time they'd fought over territory, they both laughed and went back to bed, and Edelgard slept peacefully until sunrise. The next day went much like the first. The carriage traveled through Karen territory, its passengers generally quiet except for sparse snippets of awkward small talk here and there. Karen was one of the most prominent of Faerghus noble houses, though one wouldn't have known it from passing through the towns and farmland. Count Walter Karen welcomed the travelers into his manor as the sun vanished under the horizon, happy to receive the prince, his vassal, and the Lord Regent, surprised to see a princess of Adrestia and her vassal along with them, and bemused to see Byleth among them. They ate well that night. Count Karen's cooks served delicious roast pheasant for dinner, baked and broiled to perfection and drizzled with a rich balsamic berry sauce. The count stared expectantly, almost reverently, at Dimitri as he ate. Edelgard had never recalled seeing a nobleman stare at her father, or her for that matter, like that. Nobles typically feared rather than loved her, which was fine by her as long as they did as she demanded. The Faerghus attitude toward lords and kings truly was different. Like Felix had said, they loved their leaders, whether they deserved it or not. "So, your Highness Prince Dimitri," Count Karen said, called out across the dining room table, stumbling a bit over his words as he addressed his liege. "Do you enjoy the food, my liege? What do you think of it?" Dimitri set down the forkful of pheasant he'd been about to place in his mouth. "It's, I suppose. The meat is quite moist compared to how crisp and crunchy the skin is. I am glad to hear it. Dare I say, you looked as though you weren't enjoying it. The flavors, though, what do you think of the flavors? He looked down at his plate, looked to Dudu, looked at his plate again, looked over at the Count, and then looked down at his plate again. Edelgard cast a glance around the room and swore she could spy the head chef cowering just behind the door to the dining room, desperate to hear the future king praise his cooking. Dmitri was the least equipped person to describe how food tasted. Texture, yes, but the only things he could taste were Dudu's spiciest dishes, and those gave him nightmarish indigestion. Eating wasn't much of a pleasurable activity for him on its own. Well. Excuse me, Edelgard spoke up, daintily wiping a bit of berry sauce from her lips with her napkin. Far be it for me to offer my opinion in his highness' stead, Count Karen, but the tart and bittersweet flavors of this berry sauce pairs perfectly with the sweetness of the pheasant meat. Would you happen to know what berries are in it? I can detect a hint of blackberry? Or perhaps mulberry. The Count seemed to be at a loss for words. His eyebrows furrowed, his brow wrinkling. Lady Edelgard, pardon me, but is it common for visiting a Dresdian royalty to speak out of turn? Are you not the guest of the Crown Prince himself? It's all right, Dmitri hurriedly insisted to him. She is my stepsister. Actually, I did have the same question about the sauce, and I would like if you or the head chef could answer it. Flustered, the Count offered his prince a hasty bow of his head. It is a balsamic reduction, he said, mainly of mulberries, cranberries, and raspberries. I see, Dmitri said, offering the Count a pleasant all-is-forgiven smile. It is just the right accompaniment to the meat. The array of textures and the panoply of flavors are stunning and perfectly balanced in how they offset each other. My compliments to the chef. You seem to have quite an interest in cooking, Walter, Thales said. One might think you spend more time in the kitchens than your own servants do. The Count laughed, patting his ample belly. Well, I do find myself down there before supper on occasion, Lord Frildarius, he said, his mood brightened. One picks up a few things. Of course, I have more important things to do than cook for myself, though. Dmitri's vassal, I hear, is quite a cook as well, Thales added, gesturing airily to Dudu, who instantly looked as though he no longer wanted to be in the room. Is that so? Count Karen asked, focusing on Dudu, though his eyes slid off the darker skin of the man from Dusker like water sliding off a duck's back. The levity in his voice became much more forced. You cook, boy. The idea that anyone would call Dudu, a clearly adult son of a blacksmith with a physique to match, a boy, struck Edelgard as so ludicrous that it was offensive, but he paid it no heed. Yes, he said. What do you cook? What meals are your specialties? Edelgard thought about the overwhelmingly spicy stews Dudu fed his classmates during his interrogations to gauge their heat tolerances, the lentil soup he'd prepared for them on their fishing trip, and Ash's impassioned exhortations that he open a restaurant and make the world see the beauty in his people's culture. I am afraid Lord Frildarius has greatly exaggerated my skills, he told the Count, deflecting. I help in the dining hall sometimes. That is all. Oh, good for you, Count Karen said. It's quite remarkable that His Highness could teach you that skill. Dudu never showed his emotions, but Edelgard could feel an intensity in his stare that was too subtle to be seen with the naked eye alone, but instantly changed the mood in the room. It was the same way that Hubert could turn the air to ice with a single glare, but subtler and quieter. Suddenly silenced, though he didn't quite know why, Count Karen cleared his throat, took a sip of his wine, cleared his throat again, and set to nibbling at his food. Byleth raised her hand. Professor Eisner, was it? Why do you keep raising your hand? He asked. This is what my students do when they have something to say, she said. Well, then, what do you have to say this time? She held out her empty plate. I'd like a fourth helping, please. Dinner the next night was at Count Sigmund Galatia's manor. If the villages and farmland surrounding House Karen had looked just average despite the Count's prosperity, the neighboring territory of Galatia stood in stark contrast to it. Even cursory peeks out the window now and then bore witness to smaller and fewer villages, smaller and fewer tracts of fallow farmland, dirt roads where there might have been cobblestones elsewhere, and Edelgard could tell that if it were not winter, the fields would have far little to offer compared to those in Karen County. One would not know that when dining with Count Galatea, though. His servants had prepared for his guests a hearty, rich daffnel stew, minced turkey, onions, carrot, and garlic in a thick, creamy broth with lumps of diced red and sweet potatoes. It was the kind of supper that lingered heavily in one's stomach like lumps of warm coals well into the night. But something else lingered in Edelgard's stomach as well that night. It had been impossible to ignore how thin and gaunt the Count had been compared to his rather plump neighbor. "Dmitri," she said as she sat on the side of the four-poster bed she and the prince had been given and changed into her pajamas, "did you notice anything strange about supper?" Dmitri stood at the other side of the bed, back dutifully turned to her, his hand clapped over his eyes for good measure. "Edelgard, you know I cannot taste anything," he said. "If you suspect poison, Dida would have caught on and warned us. You know how incredibly well-honed his palate is." "No, not that," she said, shaking her head. "It wasn't about how it tasted. It was about what it was. I'm not sure I follow. I just couldn't stop thinking about Ingrid." "Ah. I understand," Dmitri said. "It is too bad about what happened at the ball. She is indeed quite a beautiful woman, and if you have a certain predilection toward the fairer sex, not that there's anything wrong with that, then I cannot blame you for falling for her." "No," Edelgard said, raising her voice as though that would hide the nerves and regrets that choked it, "it isn't about that." She was grateful that Dmitri couldn't see the heat rising to her cheeks. "No need to be coy," he said. "You have my sympathy. I cannot imagine how difficult it must be to have homosexual inclinations, especially given how few." "That's not why I was thinking of Ingrid," Edelgard repeated. "Has she ever told you how she lives?" "She does not need to tell me. I've seen it. She's quite frugal, dislikes frivolous and wasteful behavior, and makes the most of everything she has. Nothing goes to waste with her, down to the smallest scrap of paper. Do you know why? Well, it is a good example to set for commoners and nobles alike." "It's because she's poor," she interjected, cutting him off. "Yes, I knew that. I was just also saying that it was a good example to set. Galatea County has meager harvests and a small population, and what little finances the house has are stretched thin. When I spoke with her brothers at the ball, they both mentioned how often they tightened their belts. What do you think Count Galatea has for dinner when he isn't entertaining guests of a higher station than him?" "Ingrid has told me," Dmitri said, a bit subdued, "that her father would always see to it she was well fed, even if it meant he could only have watered-down soups. It's no wonder he's quite thin. What have we done to deserve his best food while he subsists on scraps? Well, we are royalty. So? And is it right that he can be so thin while his neighbor is so fat?" Edelgard finished buttoning her nightshirt and allowed herself to fall backward onto the bed. "Also, Ingrid has to marry Glenn to bring prosperity to this house. Because she is poor, because she feels an obligation to better the lives of her family, she has to set her own aspirations aside and tie herself to that horrible man. You've seen how Glenn behaves, how he treats her. Can you just stand aside and let her subordinate her life to his for the sake of her family?" An iron bite sharpened her voice. She knew full well that Dmitri knew what Glenn was. Even if the marriage would be called off when Glenn dropped his disguise, and it probably would be, Ingrid would merely return to her father's endless well-meaning parade of suitors. I think it is quite noble of Count Galatea to fast so that his daughter and his people may eat. A less scrupulous count might have demanded his serfs keep him as well fed as his peers despite the poor harvests. And clearly Ingrid inherited that same self-sacrificial spirit from him. I find that inspiring." "Inspiring? A cycle of poverty is keeping your classmate's family in an endless loop of self-denial, and you find that inspiring?" "Yes. Edelgard, you don't know what it's like to have the responsibilities of a ruler. Lords, counts, kings, all must sacrifice their own peace of mind, and sometimes even their own lives, for the sake of their people. And yet so few do," Edelgard said, forced to hide how insulted she'd been. "But is there anything inspiring about useless sacrifice?" "Well, what are you proposing?" "Anything," she responded. "Anything you can think of, any surplus from any other territory that could be spared to this county. Use your imagination. You've seen what Ingrid is capable of. Do you want her by your side as a knight, where she belongs, or squandering her talents as a housewife because of economics. Do you think people are entitled to achieve their dreams? To achieve them? No. To pursue them? Yes. We should be striving to a world where everyone has equal opportunity to rise and fall by their own merits, not by the fortune or misfortune afforded to them by their bloodlines or quirks of geography. Think, Dmitri. What can you do as king to make a world where people are free to choose their own destinies? Count Galatea is a proud man. I am sure he would not accept charity or welfare. That isn't the point. And even if it were, do the peasants who till the fields for him and tithe to him share his pride? Would they rather starve than accept a helping hand? Stubbornness won't solve anything. Dmitri laughed. You are one to talk, Edelgard. I've met few people as stubborn as you. You're going to be king, Dmitri. You're going to rule over a third of this continent. What are you going to do with that power? Revenge. After that, he laid down across the opposite side of the bed, lying upside down beside her. What should I do? Edelgard took a deep breath and sighed. She and Dmitri were so alike in so many ways, in this world especially, but she was a leader and he was a follower at heart. She was a radical, a revolutionary, someone who looked toward the future and took the first steps toward it. He was a reactionary, someone who never acted but reacted, someone whose steps, whether forward or backward, were always in response to someone else's. What was to be done with him? He wasn't fit to play her role. He would always be looking to someone else for guidance and leadership, someone like herself or Byleth. That was why Thale's influence on him was so dangerous. But at least he was beginning to realize that there could be more to his life than simply to be a tool for revenge. There were other problems in the world that needed fixing and that he would have the power to fix, if only he knew how. But how much could she teach him? How much longer could she remain in this world? She couldn't hold his hand forever. True, just as Hilda had said, she was manipulating him. But she was trying to manipulate him into being a good leader for all of Fodlan. Was that not so different from the job of a mentor? Was it not so different from the way Byleth's teachings had molded her and her classmates? The closer I come to being king, Dmitri said with a sigh of his own, the more worried I become, the less I know what to do. You have strange and impossible ideas, but if nothing else, they're compelling. If only you weren't a princess of Adrestia, then you could be my advisor. But I imagine the other lords would be wary of a king who takes so much advice from imperial royalty. Perhaps I can advise you as much as I can while we're still classmates, she said. She turned her head to better look at his upside-down face, his pale skin and white hair taking on a golden hue from the lamplight, and smiled at him. After all, what are big sisters for? North of the county of Galatea was Fhirdiad, but it would still take a day and a half at the very least to reach the city. The next day another day sitting in that carriage and suffering the sight of Thales leering at her from sunup to sundown was interminable. Edelgard was exhausted, she'd talked with Dmitri well into the night. But she didn't dare sleep in front of Thales. She didn't dare lower her guard. That night, before she could get ready for bed, Byleth took her aside. Trouble sleeping? She asked. Edelgard nodded and stifled a yawn. I've had awful insomnia lately, true, but it's nothing you should be concerned with, my teacher. It's just nerves. Is it, Rodrigue? Struck by her bluntness, Edelgard gulped and took a deep breath to calm her nerves. Byleth was, of course, very perceptive. And Gerald had probably told her to watch her back around him. Yes, she said. Dimitri's contempt for him makes me worry about his moral character. I also, this might not be related, but I overheard him arguing with Glenn a while ago. He was beating him. There's something monstrous about him under the surface. Suthies appeared behind Byleth. Edelgard felt her jaw involuntarily clench. The sudden appearance of that child still set her on edge just a little. You have got to stop acting as though you have just seen a ghost whenever I appear, the phantom child said. We have known each other for months. At any rate, I, too, understand how you feel about that man. I know he cannot see or hear me, but when his eyes and mine meet, even by accident, I feel. She shivered and clasped her arms in her hands, as though a chill had run through her tiny body. I feel as though my skin simply wishes to leap right off of my bones and find somewhere to hide. Byleth nodded. Suthies and I have an idea, she said. When I use her power to turn back time, you and Hilda fall asleep at the exact instant I go back to and you wake up around the same time I came back from. So if I wait until sunrise, then turn back time to now-ish, you'll be asleep the whole time. But we're still aware of the time you erase, Edelgard pointed out. So both of us would live through 2 nights, one awake, one asleep. You might sleep a bit the first time through, Byleth said, shrugging. Surely even you can see the appeal of an extra night's sleep, Suthies said. Edelgard chose not to dissect that comment. Besides, she said, Hilda and I aren't really asleep. Our minds return to our own worlds. Even better. Suthies replied. If it is night in your world as well, then you can sleep comfortably and safely in your own bed. You should have told us that sooner, Byleth said. Edelgard nodded. Yes, I should have told you many things sooner. Very well, then. Let's try it. They tried it. Edelgard slept as well as she'd expected barely, and when the first rays of sunlight crept into the room through the window, Byleth called upon Suthi's power. Using the power of the so-called goddess to cheat the world out of an extra night's sleep. It was certainly the boldness and out-of-the-box thinking Edelgard had come to expect from her professor in both this world and her own. Her heart throbbed nervously in her chest and fluttered against her ribs like a pet bird raging against its cage as the prospect of going home, if only briefly, of her own free will became all too real. What if her wife was home now and they could be together for just one night? She closed her eyes and took a deep breath to steady herself and calm her nerves. Everything went white, and every bit of Edelgard's body burst into flames in a way that had become so familiar that it tickled more than it hurt. She came to and found herself sitting at her desk in her bedroom at Garreg Mach. Why Garreg Mach, she wondered. Right in front of her was a pile of paperwork. From a cursory glance it appeared to be concerning a recent noble rebellion in Frildarius territory which Byleth and Jaritza had put down a few months ago. Off to the side was a plate with a half-eaten sandwich on it and a cup of bergamot tea that had long since gone cold. The desk was lit by candles that had burned themselves down to nubs. The sky beyond the window was pitch black. Was the other Edelgard working? Edelgard felt herself idly tap the nib of her pen against her lower lip, a terrible habit she'd broken it years ago, except that her doppelganger hadn't, as she read over the document. It was not a fun one to read. The other Edelgard let out a forlorn sigh to put all other forlorn sighs to shame and bowed her head, cradling it in her hands as she propped her elbows up on the desk. I thought I told Hubert to go easy on you, Edelgard said. The other Edelgard leaped to her feet, her chair falling on its side with a loud thump muffled only a little by the rug beneath her feet. Ah. How long have you been here? I only just arrived here, Edelgard told her. I think I've figured out how to travel to this world temporarily, at least whenever I wish now. If all goes as planned, I should be here until sunrise. Oh, thank the goddess, the other Edelgard said, relaxing, her shoulders loosening. But, can you announce your presence in a different way next time? Maybe clear your throat or tap your toes 3 times, or something like that. Good idea. Edelgard rolled back her shoulders, arched her back to straighten it up. There it was, that ache in her spine that she'd gotten just a bit too used to during the war, the pain in her shoulder from when she'd wrenched it in the battle at Fhirdiad. This was her original body indeed, with all the aches and pains and myriad relics of her suffering right where she'd always remembered them being. Tell me, is Byleth here? Is my wife here? I've been separated from her for goodness, has it been 4 months already? Please tell me she is here. Oh, the other Edelgard said in a tone that obviously meant no. Edelgard felt like a ship whose sails had lost the wind. She sighed, and when she sighed, her whole body seemed to come down with it, her shoulders slumping, her back slouching, her head bowing. They were always missing each other, as though some invisible force fate, perhaps was engineering coincidences that would keep them apart, if not by time, then by space. I miss my wife so much, she admitted. I figured. She misses you, too. I would hope so. Edelgard looked around and took stock of herself. She was dressed in her pajamas, her white hair was down and fell in a simple, straight cascade over her shoulders, and she was at Garreg Mach for some reason. Why am I At Gareg Mach. The other Edelgard finished for her, and it was incredibly disturbing to say the least to hear herself finish her own sentence in her own voice against her will. Edelgard nodded. She and the rest of the Black Eagle Strike Force, great choice for a name, by the way. I know, I was so hurt when Ferdinand told me it was low effort after all that time I'd spent coming up with it. She and the rest of the Black Eagles went off to take down this fortress called Shamhala or something. Shamhala. Can you please not interrupt? It's quite confusing when we're both talking out of the same mouth. Anyway, Lysithea and I are here with Ladislava and her knights until they're done, since we're not exactly fit for combat right now. Edelgard pressed a hand to her stomach and found flesh that was considerably more yielding than she recalled it being. Not fit for combat indeed, her counterpart was most definitely not keeping up with her exercise routine, and probably not with her diet either. Hubert claims this is the safest place for us since it's out of reach of the javelins of light, Edelgard mused. Yes, Hubert theorized as much. I do hope his theory is correct. There was a pang of happiness in her heart, but tempered with loneliness. She'd always wished that when her strike force had tracked down the stronghold of those who slither in the dark, she would be at their side to help them destroy the place and its wicked inhabitants. She'd wanted to see Thales die by her own hand, if possible. But beggars, it seemed, could not be choosers. So while all of our friends risk their lives to save Fodlan, you're on vacation here. Well, the other Edelgard said, I wouldn't say that. Her eyes traveled back to the report she'd been reading and she picked up the document she'd been reading. You're working. Edelgard read the document, though she didn't have much of a choice in the matter. She felt as though she were possessed. The rebellion in Frildarius. The other Edelgard nodded. Linhard was up there recently and found a strange black liquid bubbling up from the ground. It was very flammable and very toxic, but he thinks it might be useful. So it's important that we secure peace in that region and pacify the people so that... You sound an awful lot like me now, Edelgard interrupted, forcing herself to set down the document and travel to her bed. She laid down. It's dark out. I'm here to sleep, not to burn out my eyes squinting through candlelight. You came here to sleep. It's a long story. She pulled the covers over herself and settled in, nestling her head in her pillow and closing her eyes. Her bed at Gareg Mach was as inviting as ever, though it yearned to have another occupant. You know, this is where Byleth and I slept on the night of our wedding. I'm surprised we did much sleeping, though. The other Edelgard sighed. Ah, yes. I've had nights like that. Edelgard tried very hard not to dwell on those words. So, what happened to Lazygard? The other Edelgard made a face. Edelgard could feel herself making that face and knew exactly how she felt. Ugh. I'm just happy no one in this world calls me that. Remember when we lived in Ferdiad and taught Dee how to dance? No, my memory of my childhood is foggy. Who's Dee? Dee, the other Edelgard gasped incredulously. You know, Dimitri? You know, our best friend. Anyway, I guess he must have forgotten, too, because on the first day of class here I marched up to him and said hi, and he looked at me like he was offended I dared to speak to him. Anyway, I was rather bossy as a kid. We'd practice until sundown no matter how much he complained. That, Edelgard had to admit, sounded a little familiar. When we were children, Ansi and I always tried to act sterner and bouger and more adult than the others, the other Edelgard continued, because of our crests. Then we grew up. Or, well, I grew up, at least. After I came back to Inver and found myself married off to Ferdinand, I started to realize that there wasn't any point in, well, anything. My life was all planned out for me, so I just stopped trying. It didn't matter if I distinguished myself as a general or got good marks at the officers' academy or worked hard at anything I was meant to do. None of that felt worth doing, really. By now I think it's more as a matter of principle than anything else. I see, Edelgard said. No matter how different we are, it seems stubbornness is an inborn trait. But there are things to do here that are worth doing, the other Edelgard concluded. I don't like paperwork or sitting through boring meetings, and I can't stand working all hours of the day like you apparently do, and I'm terrible at intimidating other nobles the way you do, and making speeches is a nightmare, and your body just hurts all the time and I hate it." "Welcome to getting old," Edelgard interjected, smirking. "You're 25. I mean absolutely no offense, but I hate your body and your stupid crests." "Me, too. If Hanuman asks you if you'd like to get rid of them, you have my blessing to say yes." "He has. And I will. Anyway, despite your nightmare of a life, for the first time, I feel like I can do something meaningful." The other Edelgard yawned. "I'm almost starting to not look forward to going back to a world where I don't matter." "Well, I suppose it's time for bed." "Yes," Edelgard agreed, curling up under the covers. "Time for bed. Good night, me." "Good night, other me." At least the other Edelgard fell asleep easily. She slept all night. Another day of travel brought the travelers to the gates of Fhirdiad just a few hours past sundown. Fhirdiad was an old, beautiful city, though not as old and beautiful as Inver, though Edelgard had to admit she was biased. It stood in the middle of a wasteland, the lands encircling the city's walls not so tall and thick as Aryan rods, but just as majestic in their own way were barren, and the Itha plains to the northeast were populated more with monsters than with people. The city's food came from about a day's travel away, from the markedly more fertile Tailtean plains west of the river. If Edelgard recalled her history, though, the great walls and towering spires had until only recently masked a disorderly and unhealthy world beneath the gilded splendor. For most of the past 800 years, Fhirdiad had found itself the epicenter of many plagues across northern Fodlan. It had only been within the past 20 years that the city had transformed its haphazard sewer system into a master class in civil engineering. The aqueducts that carried fresh water through the city and the sewers that carried waste out were as beautiful in their own way as the great works of sculpture adorning the walls and the artful spires and crenellations reaching like grasping fingers to the sky. The last time Edelgard had seen this city, flames had engulfed every inch of it. The Immaculate One's army had been whittled away to a few remaining diehards among the Knights of Syros and the kingdom of Faerghus who had been zealous enough to follow her command to set Fhirdiad alight. The magnificent walls and aquifers had been stained black, the buildings burned down to their hollowed-out stone foundations, beautiful fountains and statuary crushed by the advances of Archbishop Ria's last remaining golem soldiers, the prestigious royal school of sorcery reduced to crumbled heaps of stone. Ria had not allowed the citizens to evacuate, and the screams and moans of the innocent damned had rang out from every part of the city, growing weaker and fewer in number as the flames had raged on. As Edelgard and her eagles had braved the fire, the acrid smoke burning their eyes and lungs, the ash blackening their skin and hair, they had felt no remorse cutting down the last of Ria's supporters. The enemy had made the decision to follow Ria's orders when they could have fled and surrendered. Gilbert, Catherine, Cyril still just a boy and the soldiers under their command had trod the paths of monsters in their final moments and had been accordingly slain in a manner befitting such creatures. Ash, Mercedes, and Annette had wondered if, had they not joined Edelgard and the Black Eagles years ago, they would have been among the zealots here defending their med leader to their last soot-choked breaths. After a grueling campaign through hell itself, Edelgard's army had triumphed and Ria had lain among the burning ruins of her own design, her monstrous body torn apart from stem to stern and simmering in a pool of its own green-black blood. Because of that beast, there was a black scorch mark on the surface of Fodlan where the proud city of Fhirdiad had once stood, and Edelgard knew that the city would never be rebuilt to its former greatness in her lifetime. They rested in the royal palace that night. A nervous energy buzzed in the air in all of the drafty halls and empty rooms, carried by servants bustling to and fro and fretting over every last thing that had to be ready in time for tomorrow's coronation. Byleth and Suthes, exhausted by the trick they had pulled the previous night, were in no condition to give themselves and Edelgard another extra night's sleep, and given how wearily their shoulders slumped and the tired looks in their eyes, she wouldn't be able to demand one from them even if she'd wanted to. Edelgard had been about to enter Dimitri's bedroom when Thales cornered her in the hallway. Her breath caught in her throat as his voice slithered into her ears. "Princess Edelgard? A word, if I may." She turned around to find him looming over her, his face shadowed by the torchlight behind his head. There were little white pinpricks in the darkness where his eyes reflected the light, and little slivers of amber tracing the contours of his cheekbones and nose, and that was the only sign he had a face at all. "Lord Frildarius," she said, inhaling through her nose to keep her breath steady. "You may have a word. I noticed you've been spending quite some time with His Highness as of late." That was 14 words. I said you could have one. The pinpricks of his eyes showed no emotion. Is this a particularly Adrestian brand of humor? Yes. I'm sorry. Do continue. You were saying. I was saying, he said, that you are all too familiar with the prince. I'm his stepsister, Edelgard retorted. As you very well know, he doesn't have much else in the way of family. I understand that, Thales said. I understand that very well. But you haven't just been spending time with him as a sister, have you? She had to resist the urge to laugh in his face. I have to wonder, she said, how loose you think my Adrestian morals are. Thales let out a sharp bark of laughter. How quickly your mind turns to depravity, little Edelgard. No, I'm referring to your little discussions with His Highness. Every time I speak to him, he seems to sound more and more like you. Good, Edelgard wanted to say. She put her hands on her hips. Are you jealous, Lord Frildarius? Edelgard, I want you to understand. Thales put his hand on her shoulder and she felt her breath catch in her throat and freeze into a lump of stone. His touch felt like rat tails slithering across her bare skin, no matter how much clothing there was between his flesh and hers. You may be family, but Dimitri is a prince of Faerghus, and you are a princess of Adrestia. If word gets out to the other nobles that you are educating him, they might reject his authority, especially if your influence inspires him to reshape Faerghus in Adrestia's image. It could be seen as a soft coup by the Empire. Edelgard was silent. Do you know why the tragedy of Duscur happened, Edelgard? He continued. King Lambert was quite a reformist. It was by his leadership, with the guidance of Lady Cornelia, that Fhirdiad has developed its remarkable sewer system. But when he sought to bring some of his grander and more drastic ideas for reform, especially political reform, beyond the walls of this fair city, the nobles balked, and a few of the most resentful ones hired some militia men to disguise themselves as Duscurites and mount an ambush in the mountains. The rest, as they say, is history. I would hate for the same fate to befall your brother, or you. There might have been a wicked smile on his face, Edelgard could certainly hear one in his voice. Do you know the pain of losing your entire family, Edelgard? Edelgard shook her head, feeling as though Thales was mocking her. Prince Dimitri does. Don't be so selfish, Lady Edelgard. I know that you are merely the 9th daughter of the Emperor, desperately yearning to be important in this world. Thales leaned forward, and his stale breath stung her nostrils. But make yourself too important, and His Highness might have another family member to mourn. Do you understand? Edelgard nodded. I am simply looking after you. I hope we won't need to have this talk again, Thales said, backing away from her. If we do, you might not be long for this world. And it would be a shame if you were never able to see your family again. He stifled a yawn. Well, I am off to bed. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. I hope I sleep as well tonight as I did last night. Oh, and merry St. Sikal's Day, Edelgard. With those last false pleasantries hanging in the air, he turned around and strode down the hallway, vanishing down the corner. His footsteps against the stone floors gradually faded to silence, and Edelgard was left alone. She didn't realize how much she'd been shaking until she put her hand on the doorknob to Dimitri's room. The next morning, Edelgard could almost see where the flames and smoke had been as Dimitri led her and Byleth on a tour of the city. And that afternoon, as she stood with Dimitri on the balcony in the palace overlooking the city in all its splendor, she swore she could hear the screams of all the helpless civilians Rhea had burned alive out of spite carried on the wind. But the only wisps of smoke she could see in the sky were from chimneys, born of fires in furnaces and hearths, not arson. Or, at least, that was what she had to tell herself. Her brother's voice dragged her out of her memories of the future and back to the present. It is a beautiful city, isn't it, Edelgard? Dimitri asked, leaning over the balcony's railing and surveying the wide-open city square just beyond the palace gates. There must have been hundreds of people down there awaiting the coronation of their new king. Though there was a little smile on his face, his hands gripped the railing tightly enough to put a crack in the marble. How long has it been for you? 9 years. I think so, Edelgard said. I wish I could remember those days. A gust of cold wind caught and tousled his snow-white hair. He hastily tried to set it right. Sylvain and Ingrid have always told me that they and Felix were my friends back then, too. I wonder if all 5 of us ever played together. Do you remember? She shook her head, drawing her cloak tighter around her shoulders and pressing herself against it to ward off the same chill. The tips of her nose and ears were so cold that she could barely feel them. I'm sorry. My memories of the time are quite faint as well. I do remember teaching you to dance, though. His cheeks flushed pink. Did you? He bowed his head, his gaze lingering on the people down below who crowded the city square so tightly that they covered the ground as thickly as freshly fallen snow. I'm sorry. I must have embarrassed you at the ball. Whatever you taught me, I've completely forgotten. Or, at least, I cannot quite manage it as I am now. No, you did fine. You and Marianne seemed to be quite a darling couple, D. You think so? The pink on his cheeks turned red. He repeated, his brow furrowing, as though it had taken a few seconds for his ears to pick up on that name. I don't remember much, Edelgard told him, but as I just recently recalled, I called you that. He repeated, holding the name in his mouth as though tasting a fine wine. His breath quickened just a little, puffs of white clouds drifting from his mouth. I do recall that name. And, Edelgard, you. I've heard your siblings call you. I don't mean to be presumptuous, but... Yes, she answered. When I was little, my parents and closest siblings would call me El. You're welcome to do so as well, if you please. El. His mood lightened. L&D. I like that. By the way, do you mind me asking what's come between you and Lord Frildarius? She asked him. You seemed to hold him in such high esteem until recently. He shook his head. I'm afraid it's a private matter between us. Edelgard took his hand and threaded her fingers through his, forming a gentle grip he couldn't easily pull away from even with his strength. Trust me, D. Well, the truth is. Felix came to me earlier this month and warned me that he might be planning a coup. As regent, he's been in power since my father's death, but there's a chance he might not wish to give it up, or so Felix says. I know things have been quite strained between them for years, though, so perhaps he is only being uncharitable. Perhaps Felix had said that, but Edelgard knew that while she probably wasn't being outright lied to, she wasn't being told the whole story. Honestly, I think there might be truth to what he says. Many nobles say they care about the common good, but are only truly concerned with enriching themselves and amassing power for their own sake. Do you know of the insurrection of the Seven? There was a flicker of recognition on Dimitri's face. That was something to do with Adrestia's ruling nobles, wasn't it? That's right. When the Viscounty of Hyrm attempted to secede from the Empire and join Leicester, my father had the rebellion crushed and House Hrym dissolved. Ostensibly fearing that he would further centralize power and become a tyrant, the 6 great noble houses moved to strip him of his power. It was because of this that my uncle took my mother and me here, fearing that we could be held as hostages against the Emperor otherwise. When I came back, this was where her past and the other Edelgard's past had diverged. Edelgard had returned to find her father a helpless man and had been subjected to tortures the likes of which only Dimitri could truly imagine. Her counterpart had returned to find things much more amicable between her father and the nobles, but her hand had been given away in marriage. Without the poisonous influence of those who slither in the dark, the effects of the coup had been greatly softened, and Duke Aegir now had roughly equal authority to Emperor Ionius, or perhaps a bit more. I can't say if my father was truly enacting a power grab, or whether it was the right thing to do, Edelgard continued, but either way, I highly doubt that Duke Aegir and the other 5 nobles were acting out of a sense of vengeance for Viscount Hrym or altruism toward the common people of Adrestia. In her world, Duke Aegir had taken control of Hrym territory and ruled it so harshly that people had fled over the Ermid River to Ordelia territory in droves. Perhaps this world's Duke Aegir was different, but she was sure the core of his personality was unchanged. Some people care about power for the sake of helping others, others are only concerned with helping themselves. On which side do you think Lord Frildarius lies? I don't know, Dimitri admitted. He's been like a father to me for years, but it's your decision to make. You know him better than I do. You might even know him better than Felix does. Just ask yourself in whose interests he acts. At least I can depend on you and our professor. You've never led me astray. I'm eternally grateful that you two could come all this way to support me. Well, a representative of the church does need to preside over the ceremony. I think Ria will be fine with our teacher acting in her stead. We have not given her much choice, he added. I remember what you said to me after Ash's death about living for someone else's ideals. If I might confess something to you, Dimitri's face grew grim, almost pained, and he squeezed her hand tightly enough to make her bones ache. The dead still haunt me and their cries for vengeance still ring in my ears. Mother, father, and those who suffered with me beyond the reach of the light. My first duty is to lay them to rest by seeking out and destroying their murderers. But after that, I think I'm beginning to know where my path might lead from there. And it's all because people like you, our professor, and our classmates, people like Ash. To say the least, Edelgard felt quite pleased with herself. Dimitri would choose his own goals, and if his goals happened to align with her ideals, then all the better. Those who slither in the dark would rue the day they chose an empty vessel to act as their sword. Dimitri slowly, gingerly held his arms to her sides and closed them around her, moving with a deliberate turtle's crawl as he rested his head against hers, his cheek resting against her hair and his hands sinking into her fur cloak, and as she sank into his warm embrace in turn and nestled herself in his chest, Edelgard forgot all about her plans, her hopes, her anxieties. She hugged him back. For a moment that seemed to stretch on into minutes, she was L and he was D and that was that. But it had to end. D, she whispered into his ear, gently pulling him down to her level, I've been researching the tragedy of Duskur. She could feel his pulse quicken under his skin, his hold on her tighten. I think things might not be as they seem. I have reason to believe that another entity, perhaps those responsible for Remire, may have framed the church. What? He hissed, and he clutched her so tightly that she almost feared he might crush every bone in her body. Edelgard, those monsters may have torn my past to shreds, but I know what I saw. They were men of faith, men of the church, men of the goddess. I have evidence, she said, knowing she was not quite lying. Happy was her evidence. When we return to Gareg Mach, I'll show you. I'll explain everything. Edelgard, there was a simmering rage in his voice, one she was accustomed to hearing on the battlefield. D, I know that nothing is more important to you than justice and vengeance. I'm no friend to the church. If you wish to destroy them, then destroy them, Fodlan will be better for it. But if there's even a small chance they may have been framed, your first priority must be the true culprits. Dimitri backed away from her, a dark look on his face. She held him by the wrists. One more thing. Rodrigue threatened me last night, she told him. I think he knows more than he has told you. Think very carefully about whose word you can trust. Mine, or Your Highness. Did his voice struck them like a hammer pounding steel into armor. Edelgard and Dimitri broke apart to find him stepping out from the palace onto the balcony. It is time to begin preparations for the coronation. Thank you, Didu, Dimitri said, standing up to his full height. I will be right along. Edelgard, it will likely be a few more hours until the event as we wait for a few of the other nobles to arrive. Feel free to go anywhere in the palace. Knowing you, I'd recommend staying indoors where it's warm. His tone of voice sounded as cold as the winter air. Edelgard watched him vanish with his vassal into the palace. Steeling herself to enter the lion's den, she wondered what turn of events would await her this evening. A reversal of fortunes, surely, but for Thales, or for her. The coronation ceremony was attended by the reigning nobles of Faerghus, who were all gathered with a select few attendants in the throne room of the royal palace. Count Sigmund Galatea and Count Walter Karen had trailed behind Dimitri's carriage and arrived at Fhirdiad hours apart but just in time for the ceremony. Among the other gathered nobles were Margrave Matthias Lear Gautier, quite easily identifiable as Sylvain's father by his shock of red hair and confident swagger, Baron Oswin Ulster Dominic, whose head of thinning grey hair Edelgard supposed must have once been the same carrot red as his nieces, Duke Rufus Fergus Bladdid of Itha, brother to the late King Lambert, Count Ethan Roichro and his battle-scarred knight Gwendol the Grey Lion, and much to Edelgard's surprise, Lady Cornelia von Rusalka with her adopted daughter Mercedes at her side. As she waited for the ceremony to begin, Edelgard crossed the hall and inched her way closer to Cornelia and Mercedes. Cornelia wore an ornate dress with bare arms and shoulders adorned with long, carefully trimmed feathers and fur. It sported a neckline so low it nearly reached her navel. Mercedes sported a much more conservative gown with an ornately knitted shawl draped around her shoulders to ward off the chill. She noticed Edelgard approaching and waved, a bright smile on her weary face. "Lady Cornelia." "Mercedes." Edelgard offered the both of them a formal bow. "A pleasure to see you both here." Cornelia smiled without showing teeth. Edelgard could all too easily imagine fangs behind her lips. Princess Edelgard of Adrestia herself. My. "The pleasure is all mine, dear," she said, taking her hand and clasping it just a little too firmly. "What brings you so far north and so far away from home?" "The invitation of your future king himself," Edelgard replied, slipping her hand out of her grasp as politely as custom allowed. "I could ask the same of you. Last I heard, you were on your way to Garreg Mach." "As luck would have it," Cornelia said, "as soon as I responded to Professor Manuela's letter regarding my missing daughter to signal my intent to come collect her, I received word of His Highness' coronation. And I'm afraid I can't miss this for the world. Happy won't mind. A shame she's been mixed up in such horrible events, though." Edelgard made sure to hide how relieved she was. One fewer agent of those who slither in the dark at Garreg Mach was something to rest easy over. It meant that Happy was safe, too, or at least marginally safer. "How was the ball, Edelgard?" Mercedes asked, offering her a hug she was all too happy to accept. "I got a letter from Annie that said our professor picked Felix for the White Heron Cup." Poor Felix, and poor Annie. She was so eager to be the house representative. "Don't worry, Merci," Edelgard said. "I was Felix's tutor. We won the competition quite handily, actually. As for the ball, as fun as it was, I can say with certainty that it would have been much more fun if you'd been there." "You'll have to tell me all about it after the ceremony," Mercedes said. "Of course," Edelgard said. "Did you meet anybody at the Goddess Tower?" Edelgard felt her cheeks turn red. "Well, unfortunately." A hush rippled through the throne room. "SHH," Cornelia hissed through her teeth, laying her cold hands all too firmly on Edelgard and Mercedes' shoulders. "It's starting." Cornelia's long, sharp nails ghosted like the tickling of spiders' legs across Edelgard's neck, and the chill that ran up her spine seemed to whisper in her ear, "I could kill you whenever I like, Princess Edelgard." She suppressed the urge to shiver or show weakness, knowing it was an empty threat. She couldn't do it. Not in front of all these lords. Not in front of Dmitri. All eyes fixed themselves forward. Dmitri stood with two bishops from the Western Church before the empty throne of his father, clad in ornate black and gold-trimmed armor and a furred blue cloak, its wolf-spelt mantle engulfing his shoulders, a noble and heroic mirror of his Hurricane King costume. Edelgard noticed. She couldn't help but be reminded of the gold and crimson armor she had worn to battle in the war, which had itself been a sort of bright and righteous reflection of her sinister guise. Thales, in his guise as Lord Regent Rodrigakil Frildarius, stood with him on one side holding a gold crown encrusted with sapphires. Byleth stood on the opposite side of him with the Revelation of Syros, the holiest of the Church's holy texts, in her hands, clad in a blue gown and gold regalia that Edelgard swore bore no small resemblance to Suthi's garb. Perhaps the little brat had pestered her into picking it out from among whatever other clothes had been offered to her for the ceremony. To say the least, Byleth looked incredibly beautiful regardless of what she was wearing, but the gown left her arms and much of her legs bare and exposed, and all that skin was more than enough to make Edelgard feel as though her heart was made of melting wax dripping down her legs. There were a few hushed murmurs among some of the lords. "I thought the Archbishop would be presiding," Baron Dominic said. "Is that woman her representative?" "She must be," Count Rowe answered him. "Only. SHH. Quiet, you fools. Show some respect." Duke Rufus hissed at them. The ceremony began when one of the bishops retreated behind the throne and returned bearing the hero's relic Eridbar, a massive spear with a steel haft wrapped in black leather bands and a wickedly curved blade forged from the same bone-like umbral steel as the sword of the Creator, and offered it to Dmitri. The blade had a chilling, strange shape to it. Even at this distance Edelgard could see the odd joints sculpted throughout it and was struck by its resemblance to joined-together fingers on a grotesquely lengthened hand, like the bones of a sea beast's pectoral fins. When Dmitri took the weapon in his hands, the bony blade lit up with a fiery orange light and the crest stone embedded within it shone with a piercing, bloody glow. Children in Faerghus learn to hold swords and spears before they learn to read or write, Mercedes whispered to Edelgard, as though she didn't already know that. The coronation ceremony follows the passage of a boy's journey to manhood. After this, they recite the oaths. I'm surprised you know so much about this, Edelgard whispered back playfully, given there don't seem to be any ghosts or flesh-eating insects involved. Mercedes giggled. Dmitri swung the spear in an artful, practiced flourish. The strength of his swing sent a gust of wind through the throne room, forcing the attending nobles to brace themselves against the miniature storm for the few seconds it lasted. With the demonstration of his strength over, Dmitri held the spear to his side as Byleth read a few passages from the tome about the righteousness of kings and the blessings of the goddess upon faithful leaders, and had Dmitri recite a few oaths with his other hand resting on the book. I, Dmitri Alexander Bladdid, son of Lambert Egypt Bladdid, descendant of the first king of the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus Lug Dmitri Bladdid, descendant of the hero Bladdid of the 10 elites who fought at the side of Saints Heroes in the War of Heroes and was blessed by the goddess with the crest of Bladdid, do solemnly swear by my heart and soul that I will faithfully execute my role as sovereign over the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the kingdom and all its loyal subjects. Edelgard wondered how many more times she would have to hear the surname Bladdid before this day was through. Following the oath there was a choral hymn which all of the attending nobles were expected to take part in, a sermon spoken by one of the bishops, another hymn, and so on and so forth. There were many prayers and much kneeling, standing, and kneeling again between them. Edelgard could see the lesson-shaped nobles becoming winded from the exertion. The hymns and prayers were cloying. Edelgard felt as though she were drowning in them. And with every minute that dragged on, she felt dread gnaw on her bones. Every passing minute seemed to be pulling Dmitri farther and farther away from her. It had been a long time since she'd last felt the terrifying, paralyzing, anguishing anxiety of watching someone important to her slip from her grasp. What more had Thales said to him since they'd last seen each other? Whose voice rang loudest in his head? All this time, she'd been fighting this tug-of-war between herself and Thales, and as time marched forward she became less and less certain of her chances. This was nearly as bad as when she'd watched Byleth drift closer and closer into Archbishop Rhea's influence like a ship pulled into a swirling maelstrom. Finally, setting the relic down on the floor in front of him with a slow and careful reverence, Dmitri knelt before the throne, bowed his head, and allowed Byleth to anoint him by smearing holy oil on his forehead and tapping his shoulders with the flat of the blade of the sword of the Creator. At long last, Thales raised the jeweled diadem over his head and bade Byleth to lay her hands upon it with him. The two of them together, a false representative of the nobility and a false representative of the clergy, placed the diadem upon Dmitri's brow, nestling the gleaming gold and glittering sapphires upon a bed of white and silver. I, Thales announced, hereby resign my title as Lord Regent of the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus and consent to having all responsibilities as Regent invested in His Majesty the rightful and anointed King Dmitri Alexander Bladdid of House Bladdid. May his reign be long and blessed. All hail King Dmitri. The lords and ladies present echoed his proclamation in a deafening roar so mighty that it nearly knocked Edelgard off her feet, and as Dmitri stood up with Eredbar in hand and turned around to face his subjects, thunderous applause washed over him. Edelgard remembered how heavily the crown had rested upon her head when she had taken it from her father and worn it for the first time. The weight of her responsibilities and her duties had never seemed so crushing as they had at the very moment all of her ambitions had become possible, and so she was not the least bit surprised to see the melancholy traced in the worried furrow of Dmitri's brow and the sad downward curve of his lips. She smiled at him and saw his dour demeanor brighten ever so slightly. A hopeful sign, perhaps, which quelled the nervous quiver in her gut. There was another hymn, and another sermon, and then another hymn, and at long last the ceremony came to an end. Dmitri accepted an embrace from Thales, and a much warmer one from Byleth, and stood before his throne as everybody else around him retreated down the steps and merged with the audience, bending their knees and bowing their heads before the newly crowned king of the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus. There was a grand feast that night immediately following the coronation. The palace's vast dining hall had been prepared to receive every lord in Faerghus with room to spare. There was roasted pheasant, grilled Albanese herring and braised Albanese moose medallions, turnip stew with totates loach, and several whole Dusker boars roasted over spits. Wine, mead, and champagne seemed to flow from an endless supply. The nobles were loud and raucous, and only grew louder and louder the more they imbibed. Edelgard took only a few sips of her glass, intent on keeping her wits about her. She found she had nearly no appetite to speak of anyway. When the feast came to an end, Dmitri rose from the head of the table. "My subjects," he announced, his voice loud and clear, his tone confident, "I have an announcement to make." He politely cleared his throat into his fist, then looked to Byleth, then to Edelgard, then to Thales, as though awaiting guidance from any of them. "As you all know, I have been attending the Officers' Academy at Garag Mach Monastery, and there is still quite some time before the current term ends. I am a man who keeps his word and abides by his obligations," he said with a bit of a nervous laugh, "and therefore, as it is my obligation to continue cleaning the stables there until I have finished my studies, I shall be returning to the monastery post-haste. I promise to return here and place myself upon the throne at the beginning of the great tree moon. Until then, I humbly ask Lord Rodrigakil Frildarius, dear friend of my father, dear friend of mine, to carry on dutifully in my stead as he has carried on in my father's. That is all. Thank you." With that, and as bemused hiss rippled through the audience, Dmitri returned to his seat. Edelgard could see the shock on Thales' face and hear the outraged "what?" Cornelia hissed through her clenched teeth from across the room and took great satisfaction in knowing that for those who slither in the dark, things had not gone as planned, whatever those plans had been. "Well, that was interesting," Mercedes said as Cornelia shot out of her chair and all but ran after Dmitri with Thales. She stifled a yawn. "How much longer are you staying in Fherdiad, Edelgard? There's a bakery that sells the best sweet buns in all of Faergus, you've got to try them while you're here." Normally, Edelgard would have happily said yes, but at this moment she would rather hear whatever Thales and Cornelia wanted to speak with their new king about. She'd hardly taken a few steps toward the king, though, when Hubert rushed to her side and grabbed her by the arm with an uncharacteristic roughness. "Your Highness," he hissed, his breath short and shallow, beads of cold sweat on his brow, the black forelock that fell over one of his yellow eyes windswept, "I must speak to you. It's urgent." "Where have you been, Hubert? You've missed the entire feast." "Anyway, I'd like to speak with His Majesty," Edelgard told him, pulling herself free of his grasp. "It'll only be a minute." "Please, Lady Edelgard. I've just come from the rookery. A message has arrived by express owl from Inber bearing His Majesty's seal." Edelgard's struggles ceased. She felt her heart sink into her gut and the cold bite into her fingertips. "An urgent message from Inber?" she asked, a cold and dark dread gathering within her. He pressed a worn, opened envelope into her hands. Edelgard recognized the broken seal on it, the shape of the double-headed eagle and crest of Ceros stamped into the scarlet wax. "Let us go somewhere private," he said. His words did nothing to assuage the growing dread, building within her like an oncoming storm, but she followed him out of the throne room and into the great hall, through the castle, past rows of windows that showed nothing but a black abyss, and into the bedchamber that had been reserved for her. The letter could contain dire news, or worse, Hubert could be leading her somewhere he could dispose of her if he'd been replaced by those who slither in the dark during his absence. Edelgard prepared herself for the unthinkable task of striking him down should she need to. She removed the paper from its envelope and unfolded it to find a message that was most definitely not in her father's shaky, yet bold handwriting. She kept her eye on Hubert as she schemed the message, keeping one hand free for spellcasting if he attacked her while she was distracted. It was a simple message. Blunt, forward, and to the point, written by the Emperor's personal physician. Ionius von Hresvelg had passed away peacefully in his sleep yesterday morning. The news had been sent on the swiftest courier owls to all corners of Fodlan. "I'm sorry, Lady Edelgard," Hubert said, crestfallen. "You have my deepest condolences." "No," she said, racked with disbelief, but the word hardly managed to come out as anything but a whimper. Her breath froze in her chest, stopped by the lump in her throat. "No, he wasn't supposed to." Hubert's brow furrowed and his glare darkened, a hard gleam in his yellow eyes. "Wasn't supposed to what, Lady Edelgard?" Before she could compose herself, There was a dagger of ice, its crystalline blade patterned with hoarfrost, pressing ever so gently into the hollow of her throat. The cold radiating off it, and the steely glare in Hubert's eyes, chilled her to the bone. It was a familiar face he'd worn in her world, but never when speaking to her. "Who are you?" he asked, "and what have you done with Lady Edelgard?" Edelgard took a step away from the dagger protruding from Hubert's gloved hand and felt her back press against the cold stone wall. "I can explain," she said. "You had better. I should have realized it sooner. The change you underwent months ago was nearly as rapid and drastic as the change we saw Brother Tomasz undergo at Remire. Tell me, are you one of those fiends? Have you killed the real Edelgard and stolen her face to wreak your evil plots?" "No," she said. "Then what are you?" "A time traveler," she said, "from another world's future." And when his lips curled and brow furrowed in disbelief, she continued to explain. When she'd finished, Hubert withdrew the dagger and the magic holding the ice together faded away, letting the icy sheath coating his fingers thaw and form a puddle on the rug at his feet. He looked as though he'd aged 5 years, there was a weary slump to his shoulders. He gasped, his eyes widening in shock and horror, and he took a step backward and threw himself to his knees before her. "My deepest apologies, Lady Edelgard. I cannot believe I turned a blade upon you." "You are forgiven," Edelgard said. "In fact, holding me at knife point was quite the sensible thing to do, given what you knew. I think your counterpart in my world would approve. At any rate," she added, "when I said that my father wasn't supposed to die, I meant that it wasn't yet his time. In my world, he passes away months from now, and he was far sicklier than this world's Ionius. Foul play has hastened his demise." Hubert lifted his head. "I see. And the other Lady Edelgard is?" "She's fine. We've simply traded places for a bit, and I can assure you she is being looked after and taken care of. Trust me, I'm as eager for this situation to be resolved as you are." He sighed with relief and stood up, rising far above her. "I wish you had told me this sooner, Your Highness. I'm afraid I have a bad habit of holding things close to my chest," Edelgard admitted. "Now, we need to find Professor Byleth. We need to return to Garreg Mach as soon and as quickly as we can." She should have seen this coming. She recalled the secret message she'd found in Ash's letter, a message from 400 years in the past from someone who'd had plenty of time and ample opportunity to learn of the future plots of those who slither in the dark. Ensure your family's family is safe. If you don't protect them, they will perish. That was why she had written to her uncle Volkhard, the only real connection she had to her other siblings, earlier that month, and had asked him to gather as many of her siblings as he could and bring them to the safest place she knew of. Garreg Mach Monastery. Chapter 19, Deceive, Inveigle, Obfuscate. The swiftest route back to Garreg Mach from Fhirdiad was not the route the royal carriage had taken over the past 4.5 days, but rather the route traced by the river that separated Fhirdiad's wild and barren outskirts from the lusher Tailtean plains, a path from the kingdom's capital to the Okama Mountains, passing by the occasional villages that were little more than clusters of houses set up around trading posts. It was straighter and shorter than the main roads, and the horses would travel easier without having to pull a carriage. Edelgard traveled light. It wasn't any different, really, than traveling for class, except the party was much smaller. They rode through the night, guided by Byleth's unerring sense of direction and, on the occasion that Suthi's uncanny knowledge of the night sky. Perhaps there was some truth to the story that the goddess had come to Fodlan from the Blue Sea Star, and set up camp on the riverbank just as the rising sun brought a lightning purple hue over the horizon. "You seem to know this area well, Professor," Hubert remarked to Byleth as he assisted Edelgard and Didu in hitching the horses, setting up the tents, and building up a snow wall to block out the northern wind. "Dad took me all over the place," Byleth replied matter-of-factly, observing by the dawn's first light the ice floes drifting north down the river's current as she and Dimitri filled everyone's canteens and started a fire. "He's from Faerghus, actually. I think. He never really talks much about his life." Edelgard wondered if Gerald had told her more about himself on the night of the ball than he'd ever told his own daughter, and felt a pang of guilt, although it was his fault, not hers, for not being forthcoming with Byleth. Between her father, Rhea, Edelgard, and Dimitri, perhaps Byleth had been fated to be surrounded with secretive people. You should ask him when we get back, Edelgard said to her. The rim of the horizon had turned orange by the time they were ready to rest. Didu and Hubert would keep watch in shifts over the next few hours. Byleth and Edelgard had both volunteered, but they had insisted they get some sleep, since they had noticed how worn out the two of them were. Edelgard huddled in her tent under her cloak, holding a flame in her clasped hands to keep them warm. The worst of the wind that blew down from the north whistled harmlessly over the top of the snow wall, and the warmth from the fire wafted through the tent flap, but it was still cold. The guardian moon was upon them, and with it came the bitter heralds of winter's bitterest winds yet to come. The less time she spent in Faerghus, the better. Dimitri said, I'm sorry about your father. I know what it's like to lose family. I wouldn't wish that on you, no matter what. Though he was sitting next to her, draped in his own heavy cloak to ward off the cold, when she leaned into him and rested his cheek against his shoulder, he flinched and hastily inched away from her. The hitch in his voice and the way he'd flinched was telling. Edelgard knew there was a chance that those who slither in the dark were behind the Emperor's death, and if they were, then it was likely that Dimitri was to some degree aware of their plans. Then again, maybe he had been kept in the dark, just as he'd been kept in the dark about Rymir. She could only project onto him the way she had faltered, seeking to show sympathy to the victims of tragedies she had been implicated in by her monstrous allies. I don't know how to feel, she said, and she was speaking entirely truthfully, though not for the reasons he might expect. This world's Edelgard had not known loss. Nobody she had held dear had died before her eyes or locked away in some experimentation chamber so far from her cell in the dungeon that it might as well have been in Albania. She had not felt sand tick through an hourglass in her mind as she counted the seconds her ailing, wasting away father had yet to live. Edelgard had no idea how her counterpart would react. She didn't even know how her counterpart felt about her father in the first place. Her own feelings were complex. She'd felt betrayed, of course, let down by a father who had been powerless to save her, but also sympathetic toward someone who'd been just as helpless as she'd been, and ultimately, she had loved him dearly. Perhaps this world's Edelgard, though, resented him for pawning her off to his political rival's son. It's okay to not know, Dimitri assured her. Like with Ash, the world just feels upside down when someone you care for dies. With every step you take, you feel as though you will fall off the ground and plummet into the sky. She nodded. Thank you. I think I will be fine. You won't be, he muttered under his breath. What? Nothing. Never mind. I just worry that, so many horrible things have happened to you. You've been attacked by the Hurricane King twice, and then Rymir, and now this. And you lived such a carefree life before you joined the Blue Lions. I fear if anything more happens, you might not be able to bear it. Don't worry about me. I can bear much more than you think. I hope so. Placated, Dimitri allowed her to rest her head against his shoulder. Try to get some sleep while the horses are resting, he said. By the way, Edelgard said, closing her eyes, why were Rodrigue and Cornelia upset with you last night? Oh? Nothing serious. I had forgotten to inform them I intended to return to Garreg Mach, he answered, glibly enough that she knew he was lying. Still, anything that made those two angry was heartening enough news to her, even if she didn't know what it was. This means your eldest brother Burkhard will be emperor, right? I hate to turn the topic to politics, but he seems quite capable. Yes, she said, but father died so suddenly that I'm worried there might be upheaval. I'm sure emperors have died suddenly before. Yes, and the transfer of power wasn't always smooth. One can only hope it will be this time, Dimitri assured her, resting his hand on her shoulder as she drifted off to sleep. It was a frantic and exhausting ride back to Garreg Mach, but after 3 more days and 2 more nights, the plains of Karen gave way to the foothills of the Okama Mountains, and those gave way to the mountains themselves, and the narrow and winding roads, well-maintained roads, well-marked, that weaved through the mountains to the monastery. There had been many occasions on which Edelgard had felt relieved to see the monastery's walls and its steepled towers rising above the forested hills and nestled among the snow-capped peaks towering above, and this was one of them. Even with Archbishop Rhea and the Knights of Syros infesting the place, it was still home. More of a home, really, than the imperial palace. As she and the others passed through the sealed forest, the woods to the north of the monastery, the walls of Garreg Mach grew taller and her relief began to fade into a quiet apprehension. Would Volkhard be there with her siblings? How many of them would be there? Would they be safe? Had more news of her father reached the monastery from Inber? And, given how she had broken down the last time she had seen her family, was she ready to see them again? The sealed forest loomed overhead. An ancient, wild wood, overgrown around fragments of stone pillars and crumbling walls that bore some very small, passing resemblance to the ruins of Xanadu. It was a dangerous place normally forbidden to students. Here and there, islands of stone tiles and brick roads of limestone and marble peeked out from amid seas of moss and snow. The towering rows of pine trees lining the winding roads through the forest were glazed with snow and ice, their needles bristling with frost. It was early afternoon and the sun was beginning to set. The rays of sunlight passing through the dappled trees were dulling into a dusky amber as they fell upon the snow. With the days and nights of travel wearing down on her, Edelgard felt as though her reins would slip from her hands and she would slide right out of her saddle. Although she had trained this body with relentless determination, this was still not the same body that had spent 5 years marching day in and day out from battlefield to battlefield. Her feet hurt enough that they were throbbing in her boots. Halt! Who goes there? A voice rang out. Its owner was unmistakable. Few among the Knights of Syros could shout as loudly as Alois Rangeled. Edelgard and her fellow travelers did not draw their weapons when he, Gilbert, and Geralt emerged from the forest on horseback. Byleth. Geralt furrowed his brow and rested his lance against his shoulder. What in blazes are you doing out here? Hi, Dad, Byleth said, as casually as though she were taking a mid-afternoon stroll. Gilbert dismounted from his horse and bent a knee to Dimitri, bowing his head in reverence. Your Highness, he said. Evidently, word had not yet reached Garreg Mach about Dimitri's ascension. Edelgard wasn't surprised. Her own coronation had been kept a secret, too, from all but the 6 noble houses until she had declared war and sent out her manifesto to every duke, count, lord, and margrave in Fodlan. But a secret for how long? Was Dimitri really intending to hide the news for the next 2 months while he finished his studies? Rise, Sir Gilbert, Dimitri answered. I am pleased to see you. I hope I have not worried you with my sudden absence. No, Your Highness. Lord Rodrigue let us know before you departed, Gilbert replied, rising to his feet and leading him and the others through the town. I am surprised to see you back so soon. A journey to Fhirdiad and back takes at least 9 or 10 days by carriage. We took a shortcut, Dida said. As soon as we received word of Emperor Ionius' death, Hubert added, Lady Edelgard insisted on returning here post-haste. Right. Geralt's stern, severe frown softened. I'm sorry about that, Your Highness. Thank you, Edelgard said. Well, that explains why you're back so early. What I still want to know is why you're cutting through here, he said to Byleth. If we'd gone around the forest to the town, we'd be here after sundown, Byleth explained, but if we'd just cut south directly through, we'd have reached the monastery just in time. Good judgment, Geralt said, nodding. Better to be here in the sunlight than in the moonlight. So let's head back before it gets dark. Come along now. The travelers headed through the forest's winding trails after the knights. What are you doing out on patrol here? Byleth asked. Are you still scouring the area for Tamash? Unfortunately, yes, Alois said. And on top of that, we've got quite a few very important persons staying here, so we've all got our hands full. Between them, and quite a few students saying they've sighted Tamash, the Death Knight, and even the Hurricane King around the monastery, it's sheer pandemonium. That's impossible, both Edelgard and Dimitri said in unison. The Death Knight can't be here, she said, knowing full well that Mercedes had been in Fhirdiad the whole time. The Hurricane King can't be here, he said, knowing full well that he had been in Fhirdiad the whole time. Geralt nodded grimly. I agree. I think the kids are just seeing shadows in the dark, but we're better safe than sorry. Especially with so many princes and princesses here. The Hresvelgs? Edelgard asked. Yeah. You've sure been keeping em waiting. Alois said. They arrived out of the blue about a day before we got the news about the Emperor. Lord Arundel said he'd received a summons from you. He did, she answered. Are they all still here? They sure are. Well, that depends on how many of them there are. 7 of them arrived at first, and then Prince Burkhard headed out to Inver as soon as, well, you know. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Thank you. So, anyway, there's, 6 of them. I have 10 siblings, she said. Oh. Alois' shoulders slumped. So, no, I guess all of the Hresvelgs aren't here. Sorry, Your Highness. Didn't mean to get your hopes up. Still, better than nothing, right? A brother in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, as they say. That's right. Thank you. Edelgard took a deep breath and tried to banish her apprehensions. It was right that Burkhard should be headed down to the capital to receive the crown, but she couldn't shake the feeling that he was heading into a trap. And the other siblings who hadn't arrived, she had to just hope they were indisposed for innocuous reasons. So you didn't take the main roads back to Gareg Mach? Geralt inquired as he led the travelers along. I'm surprised you didn't run into any trouble, following the river like that. There are still a lot of bandits up in the north, aren't there, Prince Dimitri? We traveled too swiftly for trouble to keep up with us, Dida said. I am afraid it's true that there are still a great many bandits and raiders plaguing the kingdom, Dimitri said. Even 7 years after the tragedy of Duskur, many towns and villages find themselves regularly beset by bandits. Most are just starving animals lashing out at those more fortunate, some fancy themselves 2-bit warlords. Can people really fall into barbarism that swiftly without their king? Hubert mused, a worried furrow creasing his brow. His eyes met Edelgard's and quickly darted away. I think the social order of Adrestia is made of sterner stuff, he hurriedly assured her. Do you think it'll get better once you take the throne? Byleth asked Dimitri. I hope so, Dimitri said. I have nothing but contempt for those low men. If I must, I will scour the kingdom myself to bring peace. I hope there's an easier way, she replied. Bring order to your kingdom, Edelgard suggested, and these low men may not become bandits in the first place. Like you said, they are starving animals. If you can prevent them from going hungry in the first place, they won't turn to such measures. For example, I heard that Miquelon Gautier was quite cunning in battle. If he hadn't been disowned from his house for lack of a crest, he might have been a fine general someday. Dimitri shook his head. Perhaps, he said, but he was rotten long before he was disowned, by Sylvain's account. One must wonder, Hubert said, why the situation deteriorated so quickly. Has the Lord Regent been neglectful of his duties? No offense intended. Though she inwardly smiled at no offense intended, coming from Hubert's mouth, in her world, whenever he offended someone, he absolutely intended it. Edelgard was very thankful that Thales wasn't around to hear that. There was the faintest rustling in the woods, the snap of a branch, the short, whistling whip of an arrow streaking through the air. Edelgard's mind, honed by years of fighting, leaped into action sooner than her body, which wasn't, and the arrowhead buried itself not in her heart but in her shoulder. The Knights of Syros leaped into action, forming a defensive perimeter around the students. Byleth joined them, the fiery light of her blade tearing through the lengthening shadows. Soldiers clad in blue, the armor of the Hurricane King's men, leaped out, nearly a dozen of them, with short swords and long daggers meant for swift, precise, killing cuts. And tearing through the woods among them, bearing a wicked glaive, was an impossible man. The Hurricane King himself, wrapped in the pelt of a wolf with its 4 legs and clawed paws crossing his chest and tail streaming down his back, his helmet molded in the shape of a snarling wolf's head with steel jaws yawning open to reveal a face forged of steel. Lady Edelgard! Hubert shouted, racing to sweep her off her horse before she could fall underneath its hooves. Steadied by his grip as he hauled her onto his horse, she gritted her teeth and ripped the arrow from her shoulder, fearing from the burning sensation that it might have been poisoned. A tempest of swords, lances, and axes surrounded them. The sword of the Creator lashed out through the trees, ripping through trunks and branches and sending showers of snow and ice through the air that flash melted from the blade's heat and just as quickly flash froze in midair into prickling needles. Edelgard pressed her hand to her shoulder to staunch the bleeding. The blood gushing against her palm was hot enough, compared to the frigid air, that it nearly felt as though it were boiling. I'm okay, she hissed through gritted teeth as the pain throbbed with every beat of her heart. Hubert pressed his hand atop hers and a soft greenish glow weaved itself between them. the pain dulled as the wound knitted itself back together. "You monsters!" Dmitri howled at his impostor, breaking one of the assassin's arms with a savage twist of his wrist and ripping away his sword. "I'll kill you! Every last one of you!" The false Hurricane King beat a hasty retreat. "What? Why, you're not supposed to be here," he cried out, a squeaky, panicked voice ringing out from within his helmet as opposed to the genuine article's low and threatening intonations. "Retreat! Retreat!" Dmitri swung his pilfered sword with so much vigor and ferocity that the hilt broke apart and the blade flew through the air, drawing a thin line of blood across Alois' cheek as it traced its path to the fake Hurricane King's shoulder, burying itself so deeply into the armor and flesh that the impostor's arm was nearly completely severed. Gouts of blood stained the wolf's pelt crimson and the flowing blue robes jet black and painted lush blossoms of scarlet on the snow as he and his assassins ran for their lives back into the forest, leaving behind nearly a half-dozen slain assassins felled by Geralt's spear, Byleth's sword, Alois' axe, and Gilbert's hammer. In the distance, the telltale sound and flash of light of a warp spell signaled that the impostor Hurricane King had flown the coop. Are you all right?" Dmitri cried out, panting, his face pale. Blood gushed from his fingers, splayed like a beast's claws. When the sword had broken in his hand, its tang had cut deep gashes through them and frozen them. "Dmitri, let me see your hand," Byleth said, flanking him and grabbing him by the wrist to take a look at the wounds. "I'm fine," Edelgard insisted, every beat of her racing heart sending ripples of burning heat out from her shoulder beneath her skin. Alois wiped away the blood oozing from the cut on his cheek with his fingertips. "If I'd wanted a close shave today, I'd have asked my wife," he said. "Careful," Dida said, warily eyeing the woods. "There may still be snipers." Another shrill whistle cut through the air, razor-sharp as the arrowhead it heralded, and Edelgard felt it tear into her eye. A hot knife driven deep into her brain, an overwhelming agony as bad as the worst of her captor's experiments, acid burrowing into her skull. A high-pitched ringing stung her ears. The world became blurs of red and black, the blood pouring down her cheek and neck and soaking into her clothes burned like boiling oil, the last beat of her heart struck her chest like a hammer against an anvil. And perhaps time had frozen, or perhaps she was dead, she couldn't tell, because every moment felt like an eternity. She thought of the siblings she would never know, the friends she would never see again, the woman she would never embrace, the work she would never finish, only for a thick and heavy cloud of doom to engulf and extinguish the last few thoughts running through her dying mind as the abyss yawned before her and she plummeted into its unfathomable depths. All her life, she had prepared for this moment. Accepted it, even. Imagined it so often that sometimes it felt like a memory. The moment when all would turn to ash, the moment when all her works would amount to nothing, but this. This was more than she ever could have possibly prepared for. Then the rest of her body, down to the tips of her fingers and toes, was set alight and the world was swallowed up in a white as bright as the purest snow. Byleth wound time back for only a few seconds, not enough time for Edelgard to catch anything but a glimpse of her own world. In an instant, she was back, opening her eyes to see a flash of fire cut through the air as the sword of the Creator telescoped its blade and shot into the forest. A scream rang out and was suddenly cut short and the blade retracted back to its resting length, its tip drenched in blood. "Got him," Byleth said. Edelgard found herself paralyzed. If Hubert wasn't keeping her steady, she would have slid right off his horse and fallen to the ground. She couldn't say she'd ever felt herself die before. Her breathing ragged and shallow, she reached up with a shaking hand and probed with her trembling fingers the hard curve of bone around her eye, feeling for the arrow that should have been there, the blood that should have been there, the pain, the overwhelming pain, all that blood, hotter than hellfire. Nothing. Byleth had erased it. She had died. And yet she hadn't. How many times had this happened before without her knowledge? "Lady Edelgard, are you safe?" Hubert asked, keeping a tight grip on her. "Lady Edelgard," he repeated after a few seconds when she didn't respond. "Your Highness." His voice sounded as though he was miles away and speaking through cotton. She could barely hear him. More seconds passed. "Hubert," she murmured. No other word formed in her mind. Then she blinked, and it was as though she'd snapped out of a trance. "I'm fine," she said. "I shudder to think where that arrow would have struck you had the professor not swatted it out of the air," he said. She nodded. Let's make ourselves scarce in case there are any more of those men around, Geralt said, riding to the front of the pack, his horse's hooves crushing one of the fallen soldiers into the mud and snow beneath it. Damn it. I'd hoped those kids were just seeing things. Everyone's voices still sounded faint, distant, and muffled. Edelgard thought she might have heard a whisper from Suthies, "See to the little one," and before the words had registered in her mind, Byleth had flanked her. "Edelgard, are you okay?" she asked. Edelgard tried to control her breathing. She meant to say yes, Byleth, but somehow the yes didn't make it out of her throat. "Byleth," she croaked. Guilt and concern furrowed Byleth's brow. Besides Edelgard, only she knew what had really happened or, rather, what hadn't happened. She reached out, her arm bridging the gap between her horse and Hubert's, and rested a hand on Edelgard's wounded shoulder. "You're alive," she said to her. Edelgard laid her hand on top of Byleth's and tried to put on a brave face. "I'm alive," she agreed, though part of her still felt as though she wasn't. "You're alive. It'll be okay," Byleth said, and Edelgard wondered how many times Suthi's power had allowed her to live through her own death. How many times had her wife faced the terror of oblivion? How many times had she fallen into that abyss only to be yanked back onto safe and stable ground by her own powers? Dimitri glared into the forest, his piercing gaze so hateful beneath the furrowed snow caps of his eyebrows that it was as though he was trying to murder his doppelganger through sheer force of will alone. As she gathered at least a fraction of her wits about her, Edelgard could tell that beneath the simmering anger was boiling confusion. He probably had no idea why his allies would be sending a fake Hurricane King to attack people. She knew exactly what those who slither in the dark were doing, though. Making sure that when the truth came out, nobody would be on his side except them. "We've got to stop meeting like this," Professor Manuela said as she wiped the blood from Edelgard's bare shoulder with a damp cloth and examined the remnants of the wound where the arrow had pierced her skin. Edelgard sat on a cot in the infirmary, naked from the waist up and shivering as the air cooled her sweat-dampened skin. "And as for you and the Hurricane King, I swear, you two must be a pair of magnets for each other. I'm not sure there's a damn thing anyone can do to keep you two from running into each other." Edelgard was still shaken by the attack. She felt lightheaded, the room threatening to swirl around her if she tried to do so much as stand up or even turn her head. "I don't think it was the real Hurricane King," she said, still struggling a bit to find her voice. She glanced over her shoulder and saw Dimitri sitting on a cot across the room, studying the flexing of his newly healed fingers. When her words reached him, he looked up at her and hurriedly looked away. For her effort, she was awarded a wave of nausea that wrenched at her stomach and forced her to squeeze her eyes shut. "Really? What makes you say that? The real Hurricane King nearly choked Seath to death and almost killed you. But I can't see whoever was wearing that outfit tonight pulling off either feat. I think it was just a bandit or something making good use of the Hurricane King's reputation." "Well, the knights will know for sure when they've caught him, whoever it is," Manuela sighed. She pressed hard against the wound. Edelgard winced and gritted her teeth. "Does it hurt when I do this?" "I think I just gave you your answer," Edelgard wheezed to her. "Yup. It's as I thought," she said, frowning. "Hubert did a good job closing up the wound, but I think you might have left a bit of the arrowhead in there when you ripped it out." She clucked her tongue and reached for her tools, picking up a little scalpel and a dampened rag. "That's why only storybook heroes rip out arrows, darling. Best to leave them in until a medical professional arrives. Unless they're poisoned, of course. Then again, I suppose you had no way of knowing that. Now hold on, it's not often that I have to cut someone open. Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm not saying I'm bad at it." Edelgard took a deep breath and closed her eyes as Manuela rubbed a numbing salve over the wound. She heard more than felt the slim blade slipping deftly into her flesh. It wasn't anything like the experiments, she told herself. They had never been kind enough to do anything to numb the pain. Manuela was healing her. It was a procedure she'd undergone dozens of times during the war, by the same pair of attentive healing hands even. She wasn't going to die from it again. Silly her, why had she thought that? Why had she thought she would die from a simple medical incision? She bit her lip and gnawed at it compulsively, her lungs swelling against her ribs and burning in her chest, her heart throbbing. Manuela set the scalpel aside, took a pair of steel tweezers, and fished around in the wound until with a delighted aha, she pulled a tiny fragment of sharp steel out and set it down. "Seems to be all of it," she said, and with another gentle application of warm, soothing healing magic, the wound closed itself up again. "Now that'll be good as new in a few days." Edelgard gasped for breath. "First time under the knife?" "Don't worry. It's normal to be a little nervous. Let me tell you about the first time I had to cut someone open. Or maybe not. I wouldn't want to ruin your appetite. I don't have much of one anyway right now, but thank you, Professor," she said, taking her clothes and dressing herself as Manuela moved on to take another look at Dimitri's fingers. "All better, Your Highness? Let's see you make a fist." "Okay, all right, you're free to go. But you've got to handle your weapons a little more carefully from now on. Even magic can't reattach fingers." She forced herself to stand. She felt sick. Near-death experiences were one thing, she'd had more than she could count, and she considered herself rather inured against them. Actual death experiences were something else altogether. "I think I'm going to go straight to bed," she mumbled to herself, and as soon as she stepped out into the hallway she found herself leaning against the wall to support her weight. Her legs felt like sacks of jelly. All the work she'd done to get this body in shape, and a measly 3-day ride had still left it weak and weary. She nearly leaped out of her skin when Dimitri grabbed her from behind, but he only set his hands on her waist and shoulder to keep her from falling over. "I don't think you'll make it back to the dormitories alone," he said. "Thank you." The two of them walked down the hall and carefully descended the staircase to the Great Hall. "They were trying to kill you," he said to her, "not us." "You." "I know," she said. "What do you know about the tragedy of Duskur?" "I'll tell you tomorrow." Dimitri's question was a sharp reminder that she still had to get the information she needed out of Happy. His fingers dug into her flesh like claws. "You'll tell me now." He had no idea what she'd just gone through. Nobody else did. Edelgard's mind raced. What could she say right now without proof to back it up? All she had was knowledge from her own world. She said, "I." Her saving grace, fortunately, was that all of the blue lions were gathered at the foot of the staircase, mercifully ending Dimitri's attempts to extract the truth from her. Byleth grabbed her firmly by the arm and helped guide her and Dimitri down the last few steps. "Are you two all right?" she asked. "We all heard what happened," Annette said breathlessly. "Were you really attacked by the Hurricane King?" "We're fine now," Edelgard said, "just tired." "If you actually fought that beast, you two royal idiots are lucky to be alive," Felix chastised her and Dimitri. "I can't believe he'd attack the two of you, of all people," Ingrid said, shaking her head. "Somebody's got to put him down before he kills someone." "You two and the professor must be hungry after all that," Raphael said. "Come in, there's still time to grab dinner at the dining hall. There's Daphne stew tonight, that's like the most filling thing they've got." "I'm not hungry," Edelgard said. "That's what your brain says," he retorted, "but your body needs food, no matter what. Especially if you haven't had a proper meal in 3 days." "I'm just glad you're both all right," Ignatz said. "We've lost too many of our classmates already." "I didn't want to believe the Hurricane King was really here," Bernadetta squeaked, hiding behind Didu. "Oh, no, is Bernie next?" "Only if you give him a reason to kill you," Glenn assured her with a sadistic little smirk. "Like, for example, if you've somehow annoyed him." "Oh, no. No one's gonna kill you, Bernie, not while I'm around," Sylvain insisted to her, clearly still trying to put himself back in her good graces. "Excuse me." A less familiar voice broke through the babble of Edelgard's classmates, and the crowd likewise parted to allow Volkhard von Arundel to step up. A desperate worry painted his face ashen. Thank the goddess holy graces you're safe," he breathed, his tensed shoulders slumping with relaxation as he caught sight of her. "Your siblings have been waiting for you. We were so worried when we heard what had happened." He rested his hands gently on her shoulders and Edelgard resisted the urge to tear herself away. This man was not Thales. He was her uncle Volkhard. He was a good, kind man who loved her. That was it. That was all. There was no more to him. No secrets. No hidden evils. Nothing beneath the depths, only an earnest surface. Uncle, she said, catching her breath and trying to calm herself, I'm glad you're safe, too. I came back here as quickly as I could when I heard the news. I know. It's terrible, Volkhard said. We're all waiting for updates from Inver. Come along, your siblings will be so excited to see you. She needs rest, Byleth said. I'm sure she'll be ready tomorrow morning. Of course. Of course, El. I know you've been through quite a lot. I'll come by in the morning. Thank you, Edelgard murmured. Seeing her family was an emotional ordeal she was absolutely certain she couldn't handle right now. Professor, Ingrid said, stepping up, if it's all right with you, I'll take her back to her room. With Byleth's silent assent, she took Edelgard by the wrist and led her past her classmates. She said nothing else until the two of them were well out of earshot of anyone else, stopping at the foot of the dormitory's staircase. She took a deep breath and squeezed Edelgard's wrist firmly, as though making sure she was still there. I'm so glad you're safe, she said. Her eyes darted to and fro, glancing at everything except her face. When I heard you'd been shot, all I could think about was the ball, and if the last thing I'd ever said to you had been accusing you of having loose morals, I don't know if I could have lived with myself. A vulnerable smile crossed her face. The ball. Edelgard had nearly forgotten that had been the last time either of them had spoken to each other. Had it only been 8 days ago? Well, she said, drawing a shaky breath, that doesn't have to be the last thing you've ever said to me anymore. I'm sorry about the ball, Ingrid said. There was a part of me that felt angry at you back there. All this time, I'd thought we were friends, and knowing how you really about me felt soured so many of the moments we shared together. But then you ran off, and Ferdinand and Hubert went out to look for you, and I felt so terrible, and she shook her head and pulled Edelgard along up the stairs. Now's not a good time to talk about this. You need to rest. I can carry on a conversation, Edelgard retorted, stumbling as her aching feet struggled to keep a pace with Ingrid's steps. Please accept my apology as well for what happened at the ball. It was my fault for overstepping your boundaries in the first place. The two of them reached level ground at the top of the stairs, right in front of the door to Ingrid's room, and came to an abrupt stop. Ingrid turned around to face Edelgard, wiping with the side of her hand at moist eyes. Even with her eyes red-rimmed and her face wrenched with worry, she was as stunningly beautiful as always. Do you really feel that way about me? Have you really felt this way all this time? Her voice shook. I didn't realize it until you did. And I didn't intend to feel that way about you. And do you still? No, Edelgard lied. No, I don't. It doesn't matter. I can't lose any more people I care about. The Glenn I knew and loved won't ever come back, and Ash lived and died 400 years ago, and you've been my only girlfriend since I was 12, she said, and the space between girl and friend was a chasm. Her voice cracked several times over. I don't know how to feel about you anymore, but I don't want to lose you, and I'm glad you're safe. She clenched her trembling fists. When I see that dastard Hurricane King, I'll... Edelgard couldn't stop herself from throwing her arms around her. Her heart was in her throat, her chest in a vice, tears burned her eyes. But Ingrid pulled herself away. No, she said, shaking her head and holding up her hands as though to ward her off. Sorry. I'm still not comfortable with, never mind. Maybe we can train together tomorrow if you're feeling up to it. But no sauna afterward. Does it make you that uncomfortable to know how I feel about women? Edelgard snapped at her, incredulous. If you're still letting your prejudices get in your way. Ingrid's lip curled. My prejudices, she snapped back. Can you just get off your high horse for on? She let out a sigh, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, her nostrils flaring as she exhaled. I'm sorry, Edelgard. I don't mean it's just that I'm sorry. Her voice was still strained. Neither of us can handle this conversation right now, so let's just both sleep on it. Good night. She opened the door to her room and all but scurried inside as the door swung shut behind her. Edelgard let out a sigh that made her chest ache as she trudged to her bedroom next door, nearly feeling as though she'd just killed Ingrid a second time. She thumped her forehead against the door, frustrated. She supposed she only had herself to blame for this. "Wow," Hilda called out, poking her head out from behind her bedroom door. "Rough breakup, huh? Wanna talk about it?" Edelgard stiffened. "How much of that did you overhear?" "Enough to know you fucked up. I've seen Sylvain break up with girls more amicably. You're the worst." "Love you, too, babe," Hilda said, blowing her a kiss before slipping back into her room. Edelgard went to bed. That night, she was troubled by the same dream she always had. The deaths of her siblings, one by one, until nobody was left but her. Only this time, the dream kept going. Because now she knew what it felt like, she dreamed that she, too, died from those experiments. Alone. She woke up to hear a scream echoing through her room in her own voice, ringing in her throat. Cold sweat dampened her skin and soaked her bedsheets, and the air around her had made it all as cold as the nights she'd just spent riding through the bitter winds. She shivered as she pushed her bedsheets off the bed into a crumpled heap on the floor, bracing herself against the cold air filling her room and rubbing her arms for warmth. Beyond her window, the sun was starting to paint the horizon violet. She almost laughed. At least she'd almost gotten a full night's sleep. "Pull yourself together, Edelgard," she chastised herself. She was stronger than this, and she knew it. There was a knock on her door. She froze. An assassin wouldn't knock, would they? Or perhaps they would, if their aim was to lower her guard. "Edelgard." Hilda called out from the hallway, her voice muffled by the door. "Are you okay?" Edelgard wouldn't have answered the door, but Hilda forced it open anyway and stepped inside, holding a little candle to light her way. "Wow," she said. "You're really off your game if you forgot to lock your door before you went to bed. What are you doing here?" "You just screamed loud enough that I heard it through the wall," Hilda said. "Claude and I, of course, assumed someone was trying to kill you, and since it would look suspicious if he snuck into your bedroom in the middle of the night." Edelgard looked again out the window. It was early morning. Hilda closed the door behind her. The guttering little flame of her candle flickered from the movement of the air as she set it down on Edelgard's desk. "Look, I don't like you, but we're both Time Squad, so we've both got to look out for each other. That's quite mature of you. I'm a 25-year-old woman in an 18-year-old girl's body, of course I'm mature. So what, did you just have a nightmare or something?" Hilda took a seat on the bed, then yelped and shot up as though she'd just sat on a tack. "Ugh, gross. What did you do, piss the bed?" "It's sweat," Edelgard retorted. "Must have been some nightmare. A whole year at Garreg Mach in our world and you never woke me up back then." Hilda sat down by the desk instead. "Let me guess. It was about your family." "Perhaps. I figured it out pretty quickly when I first got here, you know. What the no-eyed people must have done to you. As soon as I saw you with brown hair and Dimitri with white, it all started coming together. And now all your siblings are here, siblings you didn't have in our world." "That I didn't have anymore," Edelgard corrected, feeling her tongue cleave to the roof of her mouth. "Yeah, I figured. They killed your family, didn't they?" She nodded. "Wow. And you still worked for them?" "Technically, they were working for me. Although they thought otherwise. It was complicated." "Right. Sure. Whatever you say." Hilda yawned. "You know, back then I didn't know anything about you or what you'd been through. I just thought you were a jerk. And now? You're still a jerk," she said, shrugging, "but I feel sorry for you." "Ah," Edelgard said. "That was much worse." Hilda let out a sigh, idly weaving her fingers through her pink hair. "When I first came here, it was weird seeing Leonie and everyone else I haven't seen since the war. I thought I'd be happy to see them again, and I am, but it really hurts to look at them sometimes. So you with your 10 brothers and sisters. I've never envied you before, but I really don't envy you right now." "Thanks," Edelgard said facetiously. "Well, if you get attacked, just scream again and I guess I'll have to show up and make sure you don't die or something," Hilda added, taking her candle and leaving the room. Edelgard looked out the window. The sun would be rising soon, and she didn't usually sleep past then anyway. Besides, she might freeze to death if she went back to bed with those damp sheets. She might as well do something to occupy her time. She lit her desk lamp and rifled through her drawer for her textbook on dark magic and managed to read about 3 pages about forming the proper seals for a Luna Lambda spell using advanced trigonometry without a single word of it actually imprinting on her mind. She yawned, her eyes burning from weariness. The door to her room burst open again. Edelgard shot up to her feet, grabbed her chair as an impromptu shield, and cursed herself for not locking the door on the way out. The panic rushing through her veins didn't last long, though it was just Hilda again. "I just remembered," Hilda said, brandishing an envelope. "Claude wanted me to give you this when you got back." Edelgard set the chair down and took the envelope from her, slid her fingernail across it to open it, and removed the letter. "Come to the abandoned chapel any time between 2 and 4 o'clock. We're keeping her safe there. Bring chocolate if you have any." Between 2 and 4, she repeated to herself, making sure that fact stayed in her head where it belonged, and then with a snap of her fingers she turned the letter and envelope into ash. "Ew. Now you're gonna have to sweep that off the rug, you know," Hilda said, staring with distaste at the little pile of ash that now lay at her feet. "Anyway, Captain Geralt is really sticking his neck out for your new friend, so I hope you can get more than 3 words out of her." "So do I," Edelgard said. Winning Dimitri over to her side, fully and completely, depended on it. Hilda cleared out the top of Edelgard's dresser drawer, sat down on it, and let out a sigh. "And to think, when I first showed up here, I thought to myself, finally, a vacation. I thought I'd be able to live it up for a while. You know, spend some time not being on a crazy desert treasure hunt with Claude. My skin burns so easily," she complained, pinching her arm, "so after a week I looked like a lobster. And all that sand? It's coarse, and rough, and irritating, and, well, you get it." "But no," she rolled her eyes. "You and other Claude had to get yourself involved." Edelgard rolled her eyes back at her. "Oh, please. The events in motion here are darker than anything that's happened in our world. Could you really sit back and relax as you watched this world fall into chaos?" Hilda kicked her legs idly and played with the hem of her nightgown, kneading the embroidered silk between her fingers. It was quite a cute nightgown, Edelgard noticed. Pink, like her hair, because of course Hilda color coordinated everything. And there was something endearing about that girlish way she carried herself. Edelgard felt her mouth turn dry and her heart hammer against her ribs. "I guess not. Not anymore. Thanks to your stupid war, and stupid Claude. All I wanted was to enjoy life, but so much for that. I had to go and become diligent. I bet the other Edelgard would say the same thing. You've ruined the both of us." "I don't think that's a fair assessment," Edelgard said. "Wow, El." Hilda stopped swinging her legs and leaned forward, a curious look in her eyes as they reflected the lamplight. "You're actually pretty, well, pretty when you're irritated," she said with a little smile that was, of all things, cute. "Excuse me?" Edelgard asked, taken aback. "Hilda, what's gotten into you?" She felt herself clear her throat and tap her foot exactly 3 times. Oh, no. The question wasn't what had gotten into Hilda, but who. And the answer was obvious. "Well, you're pretty when you're everything," the other Edelgard blurted out using her mouth. Edelgard felt as though she'd just bitten into a bar of soap. "El, is that really you?" "Yes." "And Hilda, you're here now, too." "I am." Before Edelgard could wrest any control over her body and resist, Hilda had all but bounded across the bedroom and hugged her, and goodness, she was warm. And soft. And smooth, her skin as silky as the fabric of her nightgown. And she was not just pretty but gorgeous, in fact, so well shaped in so many places, with such a bright and sprightly face and such luxuriously voluminous and lustrous hair and the cutest button nose that... Oh, goddess, this was uncomfortable. "Oh, El, it's so good to see you again." Hilda sobbed. "You won't believe what I'm going through in the other world. Claude's like a slave driver. You think you've got a tough workload? I'm the Emperor." Edelgard felt her counterpart say as she puppeteered her body into giving Hilda just as tight an embrace. "I've missed you so much, Hill." Hilda squeezed her arm. Oh, you've got muscle now, Elle. I like it, she whispered, slithering closer to her. Edelgard pulled herself away from Hilda before the other Edelgard could make her nuzzle her hair or some other grossly cuddly thing like that. Wait. This is how did this happen? Yeah, Hilda said, crossing her arms and similarly struggling to restrain herself. Oh, come on, we haven't seen each other in like 4 months. She shook her head. Let's just try to forget this happened. Wait. Let me think, Edelgard said. Oh, come on, please, can't you just let me kiss her once? Her counterpart commandeered her mouth to complain. I'd let you kiss Byleth if I had a chance. Hold on. Hilda. Hildis. Edelgard. Listen. She held up her hands in a plea for silence from the 3 other people in the room. When the 2 of us return to our world, it's because Byleth in this world turns back time. Something about it affects us as time travelers. So, the only way you 2 can be here now is if... Oh, I get it. She must be turning back time in our world, too. Hilda finished. But that doesn't make any sense, Edelgard said. Byleth doesn't have the crest of flames anymore, the stone in her heart dissolved. Isn't that what was connecting her to Suthies? So how does she still have that power? I have no idea what you're talking about, but who cares? She's got it. Hilda said. I care, Edelgard retorted, because if she's using it, then something just happened that she's trying to undo. But what? Her mind raced. Had someone died? Had several someones died? She knew that in her world, Byleth was leading an attack on Shamhala. Had the unthinkable happened? Hilda. Other Hilda. Hilda looked offended. She put her hands on her hips. Me? Excuse me? If anything, she's other Hilda, she said, jabbing her thumb into her chest, and I'm just plain old Hilda. How did you even know which Hilda I was talking about in the first place? Well, it was obvious by context. Edelgard crossed her arms. There you have it, then. You're other Hilda. Other Hilda, what were you doing before you came here? Hilda furrowed her brow. Sleeping? No, wait, Claude had just woken me up. He, Nader, and I were gonna ride west from Goneril to Hrym to rendezvous with the Black Eagle Strike Force. How's that the best name you could come up with, by the way? It's elegant in its simplicity and its descriptiveness, Edelgard insisted. Exactly, the other Edelgard chimed in. You're hopeless, Hilda said, and Edelgard had the feeling the 2 Hildas were saying that in unison. Edelgard collapsed into her chair. Something bad was happening at Shamhala or near Shamhala, or wherever Byleth was bad enough that she'd had to call upon a power she hadn't used for at least 4 months. And there was nothing she could do about it. Any number of her friends, her Black Eagles, all of them as close to her and dear to her as family, could be in dire straits, and she was powerless. Even if this world's Byleth sent her back there, she was still all the way at Garreg Mach, halfway across Fodlan. She took a deep breath. Hilda. Talk to Byleth as soon as you can. Arrange a time for her to send you back. It's the only way we can know what's going on there. Hilda's face fell. It's really that serious, isn't it? You sure Byleth wouldn't turn back time because she dropped a vase, or accidentally burped in Count Gloucester's face, or something? She's not that frivolous. Not in this world, not in that world. Edelgard shook her head. She couldn't dwell on the unknown. She would find out what had happened in due time, but until then, she had work to do. Family to see. Answers to obtain. Hilda snorted with laughter and clasped her hands over her mouth to hold back a stream of giggles. What? Edelgard asked sharply, glaring at her. Is this funny? No, it's terrible, Hilda said. I was just thinking, if anyone was overhearing this conversation, they'd think we were possessed. And they'd be right, sort of. She paused, as though expecting an answer that never came. Her face fell. I think she's gone now. Edelgard waited as well, expecting her counterpart to chime in if she was still there. There was nothing. She was alone in her body, and the fact that looking at Hilda wasn't giving her heart palpitations anymore made that clear. "Well," Hilda said, "whatever just went wrong? I hope your wife fixed it." Everybody had expected Edelgard to still be rattled from the attack that morning, as evidenced by the fact that as soon as she set foot in the classroom, Byleth walked up to her, placed her hands gently yet firmly on her shoulders, turned her around, and marched her back onto the lawn. "Professor," Edelgard protested as Byleth pushed her out the doors, "this really isn't necessary. I'm perfectly capable of attending class today." "You look terrible," Byleth said, and her flat, stern tone of voice brooked no argument. She crouched down and lowered her voice. "And you died yesterday," she whispered. "I can hardly let that stop me," Edelgard replied. "There's so much to do. Trust me, Professor, I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. I'd hardly call myself traumatized." Or she meant to say more, but the words stuck in her throat. Finally, after all these years, a lie too big for her to tell. Suthis appeared beside Byleth. "Oh, please, do not embarrass yourself by putting on a brave face. Anybody can tell that what happened has left you shaken. Those who are mortal are not meant to know death in its entirety. You are suffering more than you realize, arrogant one." Only she could say such an epithet so softly and with such care and sympathy. Byleth reached out and laid her hand against her eye, placing the gentle, warm pressure of her palm against it. "Does it hurt?" she asked. "No, Professor," Edelgard said. "I wasn't injured there, thanks to you." "Sometimes it hurts," Byleth told her. "When it happens to me, sometimes, like a phantom pain." "How many times has it happened to you?" she asked, almost fearful to hear the answer. "Only twice. Hasn't happened recently. Though you'd know if it had." Edelgard nodded. "I'm sorry, Professor." She wondered again how many times her wife had experienced death in all its terrible glory. "That must be why you work so hard to keep us safe. All this time. I had no idea." She looked up into her eyes. Byleth looked more beautiful than ever before. There was a kindness there, in each of the smallest details of her flat expression, in all the subtle quirks that showed her faint and buried emotions, that no other human could experience, and it lit her up from within. "Every day, Byleth, I find a new reason to love you," she found herself saying, the words leaping from her mouth without waiting for permission from her mind, as though her counterpart had leaped into her body to say them for her. Byleth's brow furrowed in bemusement, her lips ever so slightly quirking upward. "Perhaps I should have told you this before, or perhaps it's wrong to tell you at all," Edelgard said, knowing she had no choice but to explain herself, "but in the other world, you and I are. I came to this world, actually, on the eve of our wedding. I loved you from the moment I laid eyes on you, all those years ago." Before Byleth could answer her, she shook her head. "No, no. It's nothing you should concern yourself with. She is not you. You shouldn't be burdened with my feelings for her." By the time the last words of her confession had left her, she felt as though her heart had withered and crumbled to dust. Byleth was silent for a while. "That explains a lot," she said. "Indeed," Suthis said. "It is no wonder she wept that time you brought her over for tea." She let out a little sigh as she lounged beside her host, hovering in the air behind her shoulder. "Ah, what a strange and sad romance," she added, a sympathetic little smile on her face. Edelgard could feel her face turning as red as the Adrestian flag and as hot as the lava pools of Alel. "I can see why you thought you should keep that a secret." With a friendly little smile, Byleth patted Edelgard on the cheek, which did nothing to assuage her mortified embarrassment. "You'll be with her again soon. Now take the day off and spend some time with your family." Edelgard reached up and held Byleth's hand by the wrist before she could let it slip away. Thank you, Professor," she stammered, still blushing madly. Aye. Please, just forget what I told you," she added, letting go of her wrist as though she'd just touched a hot stove. "I'm sorry. I suppose I must be lovesick." "I'm glad you told me," Byleth replied. "I'd wondered why you seemed so lonely." To spare herself any further embarrassment, Edelgard hurried as far away from the classroom as her legs could carry her and spent the rest of the morning in the greenhouse. Volkhard, evidently, had thought she would need a long time to recuperate as well, as he did not find her until just after 11 in the morning, which was a time that Edelgard no longer truly considered morning due to the way her work schedule typically worked out. With a gentle hand resting on her shoulder, he guided her to the courtyard, where she found 6 people waiting for her, 3 she recognized from Gronderfield, and 3 who were still strangers to her. But she was not a stranger to them. Pascal and Hedwig, her younger brother and sister, were there, as was Gerland, her eldest sister. The other 3, 1 man, 2 women, looked familiar. They all had parts of their father's face, a nose here, a pair of ears there, a chin, a brow, and yet unfamiliar. Gerland was her absent brother Burkhart's twin, sharing his strong jawline and the wavy golden hair both had inherited from their mother. Little Hedwig, 12 or 13, was taller than most girls her age, gangling and wispy, with round glasses perched atop a freckled nose highlighting her thin face and long chestnut hair tied in a familiar-looking braid down her back. Pascal, about 15, was a little short for his age and was more likely to grow wider than taller, his face soft and round and his thick curls of sea blue hair bouncing with every slightest turn of his head. The other 3 she didn't recognize, couldn't place a name to their familiar, yet unfamiliar faces made her heart skip a beat nonetheless. One young woman who seemed to be about 19 or 20 was soft and stout, waves of long, curly light brown hair framing a rosy-cheeked face. The other woman, who looked between her age and Gerlinda's, had curls and coils of wiry black hair framing a face like a knife. The man had brown hair cropped on his left side to a short bristle that matched the beard tracing his jaw and swept across his right. The 6 of them were huddled over a table with cards in their hands, and in their midst was a bright splotch of red easily identifiable as Sylvain Gautier. He was the first among them to notice Edelgard had arrived, and gave her a friendly wave that made the rest of them turn their heads in her direction. Gerland, Justine, Joachim, Heidi Marie, Volkhard announced, "Your little sister is safe and sound." Aside from Joachim, Edelgard couldn't quite be sure who among the other 2 was who, and so the stout, plump woman who all but ran over to embrace her, throwing her cards in the air as she did so, was either Justine or Heidi Marie. No, her memory told her. Justine had had dark hair. Her siblings' faces were faint and ghostly to her now, but a spark of recognition in the depths of her mind told her at least that much. Heidi, she gasped as Heidi Marie wrapped her arms around her and squeezed every last breath from her lungs. "Oh, it's so good to see you again, Elle," Heidi Marie hummed, her voice muffled as she nuzzled her neck. "I was so worried. I can't believe you were attacked right outside the monastery." "Hey, Heidi," Joachim called out, crouching down to observe the cards his sister had thrown to the ground. "You had a royal flush." "Not anymore, she doesn't," Sylvain crowed, a smug smile on his face. "Sylvain," Edelgard said, "stop gambling with my siblings." "Technically," he said, hurriedly standing up and preparing to make a hasty exit, "we're not wagering anything, so it isn't gambling. Anyway, Princess Gerland, Princess Justine, if either of you are free for lunch, I'd love to share." "Sylvain," she said, breaking free from Heidemary's grasp and taking a menacing step toward him, "get lost in something other than my older sister's eyes." Sylvain promptly dropped the cards in his hand and got lost. Pascal looked crestfallen. "He was just teaching us faire gus hold el." Joachim finished collecting his sister's hand and set to collecting Sylvain's hand as well. The cards crumpled in his fist. He had crap. How in the name of Suthies Almighty were we losing to this guy? "Language, Joachim," Justine scolded him, whacking him across the top of his head with her palm. "All 3 of the babies are here now." "We're not babies," Hedwig protested. "Elle's not a baby," Pascal protested at the exact same time. "I don't know if we can call Elle a baby anymore," Heidi Marie said, wrapping her arm around Edelgard again and squeezing with the force and intensity of a ravenous boa constrictor from the jungles of Dada. "Look how she just threatened Sylvain. I think she's starting to take after you, Justine." "Well, it's about time," Justine said. "So, Ellie, what were you doing up in Ferdiad? Don't tell me you're starting to like it more than in Bear." "My stepbrother asked me to accompany him, and I think the winter weather has cured me of the desire to ever go there again," Edelgard said, trying to keep herself calm. Her siblings were here, more than half of them this time, and they were all tall and proud and happy and healthy and oh, Heidi Marie, and her hugs, she'd always given the best hugs. How could Edelgard have ever let the torture tear that from her memory? "Is it just you, then. You sound disappointed, Joachim said, smirking. Come on. I was never as much of a jerk to you as Berkey was I? Unfortunately, Emmanuel and Dagmar were very busy, Volkhard told her. I don't think I could drag them away from Fort Mercers if their lives depended on it. Burkhard has gone off to receive the crown and put together the finishing arrangements for your father's funerary parade, and when I met with Anselm. Oh, let me guess, Justine said. She crossed her arms. Uncle Volkhard, I don't care how many of my siblings will be there. My work, whatever it is of critical importance. Now begone and trouble me no more. He probably won't even show up for the funeral, whenever that is. Such a pompous ass. Language, Justy. Hedwig scolded her. Oh, come on, I can say it, can't I? He's an ass, always strutting around like he's Wilhelm I. Did anyone else get a letter last month about how he had a very important conversation with the White Lion of Fhirdiad at Gronderfield? McCule's beard, I wanted to vomit. He likes Elle, though, Pascal said. You're too hard on Onsi, Joachim said. He just likes feeling important. Can't blame him. Heidi Marie giggled. Elle, do you remember when you were just as pompous as him? I remember the two of you strutting around the palace like you owned the place. It's all quite hazy, I'm afraid, Edelgard said, desperate to remain a spectator to this conversation if only so that she might find it easier to retreat if she needed a moment. Oh, no. Elle's been learning so much here, it's pushing all the childhood memories out of her brain. Joachim wailed with mock concern. We've got to bring her back to Inver on the double. Paisky, let's stow her away in the back of our carriage. No one here will miss her. Sit down, Elle, Gerland said, gesturing to one of the empty seats. I want to know what in the world you've been getting yourself into here. What have you been studying? And what is all this madness with the Hurricane King? Let's not talk about the man who's tried to kill her 3 times. Joachim interjected. Elle, what are you studying? Hetty tells me you were slinging fireballs at Gronderfield. Dagmar would be so proud. I'm not in the mood to talk about myself, Edelgard said, taking a seat next to Heidi Marie. Actually, I'd like to know what you're all up to. Her siblings all smiled at her, and she felt her heart flutter and do somersaults in her chest. Edelgard quickly found herself exhausted by her brothers and sisters. There were so many of them, and they were living such happy lives, and when they shared those lives with her, the memories she'd long repressed of the ways they had died kept seeping into her conscious mind. Gerland, who'd vanished into the operating room and never came out. Justine, who'd bitten and kicked and scratched at her captors and been beaten within an inch of her life for it, and the experiments had taken her the extra inch. Joachim, whose skin had split open into weeping sores. Heidi Marie, whose bones had become as brittle as blown glass. Pascal, who had been granted the mercy of a quiet death in his sleep. Hedwig, whose fever had turned her mind to porridge and who had died too addled to know that she'd been dying. She took refuge from them that afternoon, biding the time until her window of opportunity to visit Happy, by once again retreating to the greenhouse. The thick, humid air within the glass-paneled walls was a welcome respite from the wintry air outside that was thin and sharp as a knife. And the fragrances from flowers and herbs filled her nostrils with a rich bouquet of sweet, floral, and savory scents. She could spend hours here in winter, though her obligations almost always kept her from doing so, freed from the confines of a winter coat. Of course, she was not the only one accustomed to warm weather who found the greenhouse's climate alluring. It wasn't surprising to see Petra among the flowers as well, a heavy coat pooled on the floor at her side. Bridget had a hot and humid climate, even the winters were mild. She spent more time in the greenhouse and sauna than any other student. Hello, Edelgard, Petra said, looking up at her from where she was sitting and offering her a friendly smile. Her tanned skin, soaked with sweat from the humidity, gleamed like polished bronze. Are you not having comfort in the cold either? No, I've never liked the cold, Edelgard replied. Inver has much milder weather, although I suppose Bridget must be much warmer still. Yes. I was in Inver last winter, when they were bringing me to Fodlan, Petra said. In Bridget, you must be climbing to the top of the mountains to be feeling the cold of Fodlan. I am not using to it, May I sit next to you? Yes, if you are wanting that. Edelgard sat down, laying her cloak at her side. The tiled floor of the greenhouse wasn't exactly the most comfortable seat, but it was hardly anything to take issue with. Down here, closer to the flowers, the floral perfume that pervaded the thick, soupy air was even stronger. In Brigid, Petra said, assassinations are many. I have also been the targeted in the past. They were not succeeding. But still, the fear is being real, she added. It is making you feel like prey, knowing your enemy is hiding from you and seeking the kill, and it can be staying with you for a long time. I have sorrow that you were attacked. Thank you, Petra, Edelgard said. She supposed she should be annoyed that everyone except for Byleth was acting like she'd never survived an attempt on her life before, but they had no way of knowing that, nor did they have any way of knowing how that incident had actually affected her. You're very kind. I'm sorry you've had to deal with this as well. It is the reality of being a princess. In Brigid and in Fodlan. Petra took a deep breath and filled her lungs with the greenhouse's rich air. This place must remind you of home. Yes, the islands are filled with jungles, and the greenhouse is like being a small jungle. I have gladness that it is not as big as a jungle, though, or as easy to become lost in. She nodded. I am feeling ill for home sometimes. It is a hurting loneliness. Brigid is so small that we are not having a word for it in our language. But since Fodlan is large, you all have a word for it. It is on the top of my tongue. Homesickness, Edelgard suggested. Yes, that is it. Petra clapped her hands. But the greenhouse is medicine. Edelgard nodded. A panacea. What is that? Is that your word for, she mumbled something in her native tongue. The flesh and blood that is coming out when a baby is being born. That's a placenta. A panacea is a cure-all, a single medicine that treats many illnesses. Ah. I have understanding. Petra nodded. This is missing one thing, though. There are no singing birds. But it still fixes the homesickness well, she said, sighing. It must be nice to be seeing your brothers and your sisters. Yes, Edelgard said. I feel like I haven't seen them in years. Dorothea is saying that your brothers and sisters are a royal pain in the butt, Petra said. But they are not making my butt hurt. And I am not understanding how a pain can be royal. Can a pain be a lord or a duke as well? Edelgard snickered. No, a royal pain is just an expression. It just means you find someone very irritating. Oh. Some of your older brothers and sisters are being very irritating. I am thinking they are royal pains, then. But your younger ones are being very nice. It was understandable, Edelgard supposed, that some of her siblings might not be so kind to Petra. After all, it was only recently that Brigid and Adrestia had been at war. Petra was an outsider, taken hostage by the winning side to extract further concessions from the losers, and to many people still a foreigner and an enemy. Tell me which of them is irritating you and I'll set them straight. Petra laughed and shook her head. That is not being needed. They are like the buzzing of flies to me. Outside in the distance, muffled by the stone and glass walls, the bells tolled too. Edelgard stood up, stretching the stiffness out of her arms and legs. It was nice to talk to you, Petra, but I've got to get going. Thank you for spending time with me. The pleasure is belonging to me, Edelgard, Petra said. Edelgard took up her cloak and headed for the doors, but just as she reached for the doorknob, they swung open before her and she found herself nearly bowled over by a human missile flinging itself over the threshold. Hey, Petra! Hedwig cried out, excitable as a newly adopted puppy. See, can I still practice archery with you today? I won't be bother you too much, I promise. The dazzling smile on Petra's face could have lit up a room. Yes, Hedwig. I would be liking that greatly. And is it really true that you enrolled here when you were only F15? Was it hard? Hedwig looked over her shoulder and it was only then that she seemed to notice she'd nearly tackled Edelgard. Oh. Hi, L. See, can you, would you like to watch us practice? The beaming grin on her face was infectious, and Edelgard couldn't help but feel a smile digging into her cheeks. You're that eager to enroll here, aren't you?" Hedwig nodded so vigorously that her head could have rolled right off her spindly neck, her braid bouncing up and down, and it was then that Edelgard realized why her hairstyle looked so familiar. Petra had done up her hair just the same way she herself did hers. The two of them were an adorable couple, a closer pair of sisters in spirit than she and Edelgard were in blood. "TT 2 years. I am gonna enroll in T 2 years and I'll be the B best. Or M maybe 3, D does it matter when my B birthday is?" Edelgard realized that she'd completely forgotten when Hedwig's birthday was. Or that of any of her other siblings, for that matter. "I think you'll be fine, Hetty," she said, patting her on the head. "I've got some business to attend to this afternoon, but I'll be free tomorrow to watch you." Hedwig squeezed her in a tight embrace. Goodness, the girl was nearly 7 years younger than her and already just a little taller than her. "Okay." Edelgard left the greenhouse with her heart aching as much as her cheeks did. A hurting loneliness, as Petra had said, was an apt way to describe the kind of homesickness she felt, even now, though it hurt much less now. She headed for the abandoned chapel tucked away in the southern part of the monastery, swapping out her fur cloak for a much more understated coat so that she wouldn't attract so much attention. On the way, she swiped a mug and some milk from the dining hall and got a sachet of cocoa powder from Annette. The abandoned chapel loomed over the snowy field south of the monastic quarters, a crumbling wreck, its steepled roof racked with holes and patches of missing shingles, its ornately sculpted buttresses worn, its tall and narrow stained glass windows smashed in places. The closer to it she drew, the less suitable it looked as a place to hide someone away in winter, especially as snowy of a winter as this year's. As she walked, she noticed that she was tracing the path of a trail of tiny cat paw prints that led all the way to the front door. Gerald rode up to her on her way there, intercepting her as she reached the front door. "Whoa, there," he said, giving her a stern squint. "Students like you had better stay away from this place. It could collapse at any moment." She stared at him. He let out a laugh. "Just kidding, Your Highness. I'm patrolling this area for the next few hours, so I'll cover you while you meet with your friend. I hope you can get some answers from her. It's been a real pain keeping everyone else away from here." "How is she?" "Warm, well-fed, and in good company, which is way more than she had when the rest of the knights were holding her for interrogation." "Good company," she repeated, arching her eyebrows. "You'll see what I mean." With another tug of his reins, his horse turned and carried him back the way he came, trampling a path across the snowy drifts. Edelgard did, in fact, see what he meant when she entered the chapel. It was small and a bit cramped inside, about the size of a classroom, and the ceiling was tall and arched and the walls were ribbed with ornate pillars that stood before a humble altar adorned with small bronze statues of the saints. There had once been a few pews in there, but most of them had been torn away and broken down for firewood. In one corner was a large tent constructed from a complex network of blankets of all sorts of colors and textures, and it was surrounded by cats of all shapes and sizes and breeds. There was a little campfire made of broken-down furniture in front of the tent's entrance, the wood blackened and smeared with ash and soot. The wind whistled and howled through the holes in the roof overhead. As she approached, Happy slowly and carefully poked her head out of the tent, sniffed the air, and caught sight of her. At once, the neutral, slightly worried look on her face softened into a little half-smile. "Hello, Happy," she said. "I'm back." Happy ducked back into the tent, then stuck her arm out and beckoned her inside with a crook of her finger. Edelgard followed her, weaving between the lounging cats and the makeshift fire pit, crouched down, and carefully made her way inside. Within the tent was an oil lamp casting faint, amber radiance onto the blankets covering the floor. Edelgard was struck by the sudden memory of building pillow and blanket forts with her sisters when she'd been a little girl and felt a pang of nostalgia. She wondered where all these blankets had come from. Claude probably knew. Happy propped herself against the wall on a lumpy, makeshift throne of pillows and blankets, and one of her feline friends immediately curled up in her lap. "It seems cats like you," Edelgard noted. "I hope they kept you company all this time." She took the mug of milk, carefully used a fire spell to warm it until the ceramic was hot in her hand and tiny bubbles were just barely beginning to form on the surface of the milk, then emptied her sachet into it and mixed the powder in with a spoon. She offered the beverage to Happy. "I have a gift for you." Happy leaned forward, hesitantly reached out, and closed her hands around the mug, carefully lifting it out of Edelgard's grasp. She held it close, letting the warmth bleed into her hands, and gave it a wary sniff. Satisfied, she raised the mug to her lips. It might be hot, Edelgard warned her. Happy either didn't seem to notice or didn't seem to care, holding the mug up higher and higher as she gulped it down. Then, abruptly, she set the mug down and stared at what was left of the hot cocoa forlornly, as though remorseful over how quickly she'd downed most of it. I can bring you more next time, Edelgard said to her. Happy held out the mug to her. No, it's all for you, Edelgard said, nudging the mug back toward her. Happy offered her the mug again. I mean it. Drink the rest of it. She offered her the mug again. I had some before I got here. That answer seemed to satisfy her, and she raised the mug to her lips and took a few pensive sips. Edelgard took a seat on the floor, crossed her legs, and was rewarded with a cat of her own forcing its way onto her lap, sticking its bottom in her face as cats were wont to do. She carefully nudged the cat into a less intrusive position, which it begrudgingly accepted after about a minute of pestering. Happy let out a frail, whispery little laugh, then froze like a startled deer, her eyes wide as saucers, her mouth clamped shut. Is something wrong? Edelgard asked her. She shook her head and took another sip of her cocoa. She was taking very little, very sparing sips now, as though she wanted to savor it for as long as possible. I have some questions to ask you, Happy. Would you mind answering them for me? Happy shook her head. Do you know a man named Solon? He was with you at Remire. She nodded. Do Solon, Cornelia, and Thales work together? She nodded. How long has Cornelia looked after you? 7 years. She shook her head. 8 years. She shook her head again. 9 years. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then clamped it shut again and shook her head. 10. She nodded, stroking her cat's fur as it purred in her lap. All that time, has Cornelia conducted experiments on you? On your crest? She nodded. The fact that her hair had color to it made it clear that whatever she'd undergone had not been the same procedure Edelgard knew or that Lysithea, Mercedes, and Dimitri had been subjected to, but it seemed to be closely related. Are you aware of the tragedy of Duscur? She nodded. Was Thales behind it? She nodded again. That was the answer Edelgard needed. Thales and Solon, do they still work together? Happy nodded, then lifted her head and looked around worriedly, as though worried her masters might smite her for daring to compromise them. So Thales had a hand in both the tragedy of Duscur and Remire. Did he and Solon pretend to be with the church while they carried out their experiments on the others? Happy nodded. But not on you. She shook her head. How do you know my mother? Edelgard asked. Happy just stared at her and took another sip of cocoa, unable to answer it with just a nod or shake of her head. Of course. Why are you so afraid of speaking? Edelgard asked her. I've heard you speak before. Every time you let so much as a sound slip out, you act as though you've committed some grave sin. Neither the goddess nor Thales will strike you down with a bolt from the heavens, I assure you. Happy shook her head and huddled against the wall. These monsters have hurt me, too, Happy, Edelgard said to her, wishing she could show her the scars she had on her original body. But I'm not afraid of them, and I don't fear any reprisal or punishment from them. You don't have to be, either. Whatever they have threatened to do to you, I have promised to do to them 1,000-fold. Happy shuddered and shook her head again. Do you really believe that something horrible will happen if you speak? Is that how Cornelia has kept you from speaking out for so long? She nodded. Well, there was that one time you said hello to me, Edelgard said. Nothing bad happened after that, right? And again, the night of the ball, when you were trying to escape the knights, you spoke to me and nothing happened. Cornelia lied to you, Happy. Just as she lied to so many other people. She lied to keep you docile, to keep you compliant. Speak. Just try it. I assure you, nothing bad will happen. Happy finished her cocoa and set the mug down. She told me my words would summon monsters, she whispered, her voice raspy and hoarse from disuse. She moved her mouth wordlessly for a few more seconds and licked her lips. I haven't seen any lately. Her face crumpled. Fuck, she spat. You mean all this time, I could have been talking? What a piece of shit. Her cat, startled, scurried out of her lap and slipped out of the tent. Damn it, she said, sighing. I know, Edelgard said, reaching out and taking her hand. The wind howled overhead, and a dull roar like distant thunder came with it. Was Aunt Anselma really your mother? Happy asked her. Assuming we're speaking about the same person, Edelgard answered. My mother and I fled to Faerghus about 9 or 10 years ago, and I never saw her again. She was exiled for political reasons. That would line up with when Cornelia began her experiments on you. She shuddered. But what would my mother be doing with that monster? I don't know. She was always nice to me, Happy said. When she saw how Cornelia was treating me, she'd get really angry at her. I could hear the venom in her voice. You sounded a lot like her just then. Did I? Edelgard gave her a melancholy smile. I barely remember my mother. I was too young when she vanished. But I'm glad to hear I've taken after her in some ways. In the right light, you look just like her, she said. She always took care of me when she could sneak something in. After a year or two, she started secretly teaching me how to read. That's when she started calling herself my aunt, and saying a lot of nonsense about how she was gonna get me out of there somehow. And when she did, she'd bring me back to Inver with her and her kid. Happy paused, her mouth hanging agape with shock. That kid was you. Edelgard nodded, silently choking down the lump in her throat. When Cornelia found out, she was furious. I never saw Aunt Anselma again. Her death in the tragedy of Dusker was retaliation, then. Edelgard felt her fingernails leave crescent-shaped divots in her palms as she bunched her hands into fists. I'm sorry. Hey, nothing you could have done, Happy coughed. She kept trying to move her mouth, but nothing came out. Her voice, unused for years upon years, had given out completely. You've said enough for today, Edelgard told her, unclenching her fists so she could lay a hand on her shoulder. It's okay. You're safe here. Cornelia's gonna kill you, Happy whispered, her voice so hoarse and scratchy that the words were barely audible. She can try, Edelgard said with a bravado that was mostly skin-deep. Happy grabbed her and pulled her closer into a surprisingly firm hug. Yeah, she whispered, that's what I'm afraid of. Moron. Another dull rumble shook the air. The doors to the chapel burst open with a gust of bitter wind that filled the whole room, battering the tent's flimsy blanket walls. You kids get the fuck out of here. Gerald roared. With Happy still clinging to her, Edelgard scurried out of the tent, scattering the cats every which way. Gerald dashed across the room, grabbing her by the wrist. We've got to get out of here. Now. What's going on? Edelgard asked, following him out. The roof collapsed and an enormous beast fell to the floor. It was at least 5 times the size of a fully grown wolf, with bristly black fur glazed with hoarfrost and a mane twisted into matted knots, with gnarled fangs bursting from its blood-red mouth. Its claws dug into the marble floor, leaving long scratches, and its eyes burned like hot coals. That, he said, brandishing his lance. Get out. I'll handle it. Edelgard hurried outside, wrapping her cloak around herself and Happy, who stared wide-eyed into the chapel. The beast let out a deafening roar as Gerald steeled himself to fight it. Happy ripped herself free of Edelgard's grasp and started running away from her. Edelgard ran after her, quickly catching up, and tackled her to the ground. You can't run off, she told her, trying to pin her down. If you get caught, we'll all be in trouble. You can't run off. Happy sank her teeth into her arm. Edelgard yelped, but kept her grip on her. She wriggled like an angry cat, kicking and scratching, but eventually, her struggles slowed and ceased. She began to shiver from the cold. Ignoring the blood soaking her sleeve, Edelgard helped her up and brushed the snow out of her hair. I did this, she rasped, hysterical. I did this, I talked, I made that thing come, and more are gonna come, because I'm still talking, and shit, why am I still talking? You didn't summon that thing, Edelgard assured her. You didn't do anything. Cornelia lied to you. Happy shook her head. Tears were rolling down her cheeks now. No. She cursed me. She cursed my crest. Monsters come when I speak. See? More are gonna come, because I can't shut up. The beast let out a keening howl, gurgled, and fell silent. Geralt emerged from the chapel, his lance's silver-etched steel blade drenched in blood. There were deep scratches in his armor and a cut running across the side of his head that had stained his rusty hair red, but he was unharmed. "You two all right?" he called out, removing the saddlebag from his horse and pulling out a pair of dry blankets. "Take these." "We'll manage," Edelgard said, helping Happy wrap herself up in the blanket. "So much for that hiding place." "Damn." Geralt stroked his beard. "I think I know another place," he added, mounting his horse. "Get on," he said, offering his hand to Happy. Happy shook her head and backed away. Edelgard could tell that she was going to run away again and prepared to give chase. "More are coming," she rasped, white clouds pouring from her mouth as she panted for breath. "Because I talked," her faint voice vanished. "You can't know that for sure," Edelgard said. "What about the other times you talked and nothing happened? Don't let your fear get the better of you. I'll need you to come with me before people start snooping around and asking questions," Geralt said to Happy. "Edelgard, sorry, but you'll have to sneak back into the officers' academy while I'm hiding her. Can you manage that?" Edelgard nodded. "Happy, go with him. Everything will work out, I promise." Happy relented and let Geralt haul her onto his horse. "You and your Time Squad friends are really racking up a tab with me, Your Highness," Geralt grunted, and with a snap of his reins he took off. Edelgard hurried in the opposite direction, back to the officers' academy. She managed to get to her room, bandage the bite wound on her arm, thank goodness Happy's teeth were only as sharp as a normal human's, and change into a fresh uniform just in time for Volkhard to come and collect her for dinner. She could barely taste the food that night, but her siblings seemed to enjoy it just as much as they enjoyed her company. She felt like an imposter among them, a thief, stealing their love and happiness from this world's Edelgard. The guilt sank in her stomach like a lead weight. Worse, to be among them, to be indulging in the presence of her long-dead siblings, felt like a betrayal of the new family she had formed out of her Black Eagles. And all the while, she still worried about Happy. Was it true that she summoned great and terrible beasts simply by speaking? No, there had to be another trigger. She had spoken so much and yet only one lone dire wolf had attacked. It had to be something else that she had done. Perhaps not speech in general, but a specific word, or a specific phrase. Dinner wound down, and Edelgard was the first to return to her room only for a certain unwelcome classmate to step in her way. "Hi there, Edelgard," Glenn said, accosting her at the entrance to the dining hall and corralling her against the wall. "How's it going?" "Fine, Glenn," she said to him brusquely. "Do you mind? I'm tired and I think something I ate hasn't agreed with me." "It must be nice," he said, "being with your family again. You all seem quite close." "I do," Edelgard said, wondering what his angle was. "But I wonder, how close are you all, really?" A wicked grin lit up his face. "How well do you know them? Do you think you'd notice if one of them was, how do I say this, not acting like themselves?" He looked into the dining hall, his gaze falling on the table her siblings had occupied, and licked his lips. "What are you saying?" Edelgard asked, a dark cloud of worry gathering in her mind. "Lately, Felix has been up my ass about me not being his real brother anymore, or some nonsense," Glenn said, rolling his eyes. "And I think you've been encouraging him all this time to think that." "You've hardly been making it difficult for him," she said. He shrugged. "So let me make it easy for you. Look at your brothers and sisters, Edelgard." She glanced at them, but didn't take her eyes off of him for more than a second. "Aren't you worried one of them might not be your real brother or sister anymore?" "Should I be?" "Maybe you should. Or maybe they should be worried about you. After all, you're hardly the lazy, stupid, useless little L they all knew. As though you've been replaced by a completely different person. By an untrustworthy person. Is that what you think?" she asked him. She struggled to keep her breath and her pulse steady. For him to suggest that one of her siblings had already been killed and was being used as a skin suit chilled her to the bone more than the bitterest of fair Gus winter winds could. Do you think people can't change? I'm just saying, Glenn said. Maybe someone among your family isn't who they say they are. Besides you, of course. Or maybe I'm just getting back at you for turning my sweet baby brother against me. Again, you hardly needed my help. Don't blame me for your own bad behavior. This was bad. She had to do something to preserve her life, something to lessen her risk. Glenn had identified her as a threat months ago, now he was preparing to make his move against her. There had to be something she could do, some leverage she could pull, that would keep her safe from him. You're playing with fire, Edel, Glenn said, still grinning. I heard that sniper aimed right for your head last night. He might not miss next time. I think he will, Edelgard said, a plot brewing in her mind, if there ever is a next time. Oh, so confident. Do you really think that you, a princess, are immune to, what are they called? Political assassinations. She forced herself to keep her composure, though her stomach was twisting itself into knots and icicles were dripping down her back. Oh. I think I'm quite immune to them, from you, she said, keeping her voice level. Normally, keeping a poker face like this would have been second nature to her, but her brush with death had still left her shaken. Glenn's smile shrank by a molar or two. Excuse me. I know what really happened during the tragedy of Dusker, she said to him, and who was really responsible. And I've detailed that knowledge, she added, seeing Glenn's hand drift under his jacket as though in search of a hidden dagger, in a series of letters distributed to random people all across the monastery and throughout the empire, to be opened on a set date should I die for any reason before then, natural or otherwise, or if I should go missing. You can't be serious, Glenn hissed, his grin twisting into a furious scowl as his icy eyes grew wide with fear and his face grew so pale that it almost defeated the purpose of his disguise. I am, she bluffed. Deadly serious, my friend. He had turned as white as a ghost. Is this the part where you threaten me? He sneered, putting on a hateful scowl to hide the fear in his eyes. No, she said, leaning in closer. He backed away from her. This is the part, she whispered, where you get on your hands and knees and start licking my boots. You're bluffing, Glenn said. You might want to believe that, Edelgard retorted, but do you really want to take that risk? What do you want? The only list of recipients is in here, she said, tapping on one temple with her finger. You could scour Adrestia and you'd never be sure you'd found them all. So unless you want to ruin your master's years of hard work and careful plotting, I suggest that you do whatever it takes to keep me alive and healthy. Glenn stared at her, jaw agape. Oh, and that goes for Felix and Ingrid, too, she added. And everyone in my family, of course. In fact, I think you should do a very good job of keeping everyone here at Garreg Mach out of harm's way, just in case the wrong person ends up dead. She forced herself to smile. Have I made myself clear? Glenn gulped and nodded. As crystal, Edelgard. Good, Edelgard said. She patted him on the cheek. Now run along like a good little boy. He ran along like a good little boy. Edelgard looked again at her brothers and sisters, studying the way they ate, the way they talked, the way they held their silverware, the way they laughed. Glenn was right. If any of them were imposters, she had no way of knowing. She just had to hope that her bluff had bought her enough time to crush the plans of those who slither in the dark. She wasn't going to sleep well tonight. Chapter 20, The Gleam of Distant Fires. Lysithea's hair had once sparkled and gleamed like freshly fallen snow in the sun, but with its color returned, now the early morning sunbeams were like light passing through a wine glass, revealing rich and subtle gradients of color between scarlet and deep burgundy so dark in places it was nearly violet. There were about 3 or so inches of solid red now growing from her scalp before fading into bleached snow white, but she had cut her hair short now, down to her chin, and the scant few inches of white remaining knew their days were numbered. Her skin was less pale, too, her complexion rosier, turning what once had been a rare blush to an almost permanent fixture. The dark gray patches of skin under her eyes, too, had lightened to a brighter and livelier hue. She looked healthier than she'd ever been. She inhaled the crisp autumn air deeply through her nostrils, eyes closed and head held high, and exhaled with a luxurious, satisfied sigh. "This is nice," she murmured. It was an odd sight to see her relaxing, sitting on a bench in the monastery's courtyard with her cane propped up beside her, with no book for herself to bury her nose in or notes to take or anything productive to occupy herself with at all. "It feels so odd," she added, "to have all the time in the world. I probably haven't felt this way since I was 7 or 8. All these years playing the grown-up," Edelgard teased her, resting a hand on her shoulder, "and you finally get to feel like a child again." Normally, such needling would have made Lysithea fly into a rage, but instead she just laughed. "I suppose I do. I had to grow up so quickly, and now I can finally slow down. How many years do you think I have now? Hanneman says I still might not live to 70, but maybe I can reach 50 or 60, that's 30, perhaps 40 years from now." "There's no need to count them now," Edelgard assured her. "That's right. It's just force of habit." The two of them sat in silence for a while, basking in the sunlight and the brisk autumn air. "I'm sick of being an invalid, though," she added, tapping on the head of her cane. 4 months ago, she'd been confined to a wheelchair, 2 months ago, she'd progressed to crutches, now she still needed a cane to keep herself upright. "He never told me it'd take me this long to build my strength back up." "Patience. You'll have plenty of time to walk around." She looked up at the wispy clouds slowly drifting across the periwinkle sky. "We should be out there with the rest of the eagles," she said. "They shouldn't be fighting those monsters without us. We should be out there, showing them that no matter what they did to us, we're still stronger and we can still beat them. But I can't do anything except complain as long as I can't walk." She rested her head against Edelgard's shoulder. "I must learn to enjoy doing nothing." "You're a quick learner," Edelgard said to her, gently braiding her fingers into the silken locks of her hair. "It won't take you long. You're already starting to enjoy yourself, aren't you?" She nodded and curled up at her side, suppressing a yawn. "Your counterpart is a good teacher." "Why, thank you," the other Edelgard piped up. "Hilda and I are experts at being lazy." Lysithea laughed. "It's a pity you can't take lessons from her, Edelgard." Our Edelgard." "I'm trying," Edelgard said. "But there's just too much to be done. As much as I cherish moments like these, it's almost as though I just can't help myself. Do you know what might fix that?" "What?" "Having your crests removed and needing someone to roll you around everywhere for 2 months. Another yawn escaped Lysithea's mouth. "And, needing to sleep 12 hours every day." Hanneman and Linhard had no idea how fatigued I'd be. "But as far as side effects go, it's better than dying. And sometimes I wake up now and I don't feel tired, and that's the most amazing thing in the world." "It is," Edelgard agreed. "I don't recall if I've ever slept more than 5 or 6 hours a night since I was 11. At least, not unaided. 12 sounds nice." Lysithea's head drooped onto her shoulder, one of her hands ambled over to Edelgard's and curled around it. "How's my big brother?" she mumbled. "Arcturus? I'm afraid we don't talk much. He has quite a chip on his shoulder against the Empire. He's a good student and stays out of trouble, from what I can tell. Though he does get a little carried away if he's sparring against someone from the Black Eagles. Or me." The other Edelgard cleared her throat. "It seems my counterpart has something to say," Edelgard said. She waited. "He's a bit of a jerk," the other Edelgard said. "But it's really fun to watch him and Lawrence bicker." Lysithea laughed. "That sounds like him," she said. "I asked him about you once," Edelgard added. "He got incredibly angry, asked me how I knew anything about his family, and immediately challenged me to a duel." Lysithea laughed even harder, hard enough that tears leaked from her eyes. "That's him." "Oh, that is definitely him. Did you win?" "Well, of course." "Good." She sniffled and took Edelgard by the arm, pulling herself in closer. "I wish I were there. If I could see him again, and Astrea, and Castor, and Ganymede." "I wish you were there with me, too," Edelgard told her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and holding her closer, basking in the warmth of her skin as the cool autumn air blew through the courtyard. "At least you get to see your siblings again. I'm glad you can have that." There aren't many people in the world who went through what we went through. It's nice to see them again. But, it hurts, too. Seeing what they could have been. Wondering why you had to live when they died. But it's worth it, Lysithea finished. Of course, Edelgard said. How much longer will you be here? Not long, probably, she said. Byleth only sent us back for an hour so that Hilda could gather information for me. Would you like me to walk you back to the dormitories? Lysithea nodded again and let Edelgard help her off of the bench. Her movements were slow and careful. Well, thank you for spending the morning with me. It should be you I'm thanking, Edelgard said. I've been so worried about what the others are up to ever since last night. If you weren't here, I'd have just spent the past hour worrying another few years off of my life, and I don't have many left to spare. I'm glad I can help, Lysithea said, smiling as her cane tapped on the cobblestone path and her free hand curled around Edelgard's. It was a bright and hopeful smile that lit up her face, and the sight of it made it easier to believe that perhaps everything would work out for the best. I'll miss you, Edelgard told her. You, Byleth, Ferdinand, Hubert, Dorothea, and everyone else, you're all just as much my family now as they were. You're just as much of a family to me as they were, too, she answered, smiling. I'll be here if you need me. It wasn't long before Edelgard felt the familiar sensation of being ripped away from her world yet again, and though her time there had been short, she felt satisfied when she woke up in her bed at Garreg Mach, 7 years into another world's past. She pulled herself out of bed, stretching the aches from her arms and legs, and realized that somebody was knocking on her door. Perfect timing. Who's there? She called out. It's me, came Ingrid's voice, muffled by the door. Edelgard crossed the room to open it and found Ingrid standing expectantly before her, a little nervous half-smile flitting across her face as she pressed a notebook protectively against her chest. I wanted to make sure you were all right, she said. It's not like you to sleep so soundly this early in the day. And, she added, squirming a bit, I wondered if you'd like to have tea later this afternoon. I know you like that. Maybe I should be asking you if you're all right, Edelgard said to her, eyeing her with concern. I've also taken the liberty of copying my notes from this morning's lecture and yesterday's for you, Ingrid continued, thrusting the notebook at her. I know the professor is concerned about your mental state, but she shouldn't be pushing you out of the classroom if you think you're well enough to attend. What's wrong? Edelgard asked, taking the notebook. Ingrid looked away, kneading her hands together. The other night, I didn't mean to push you away. I'm trying to understand how I feel. I'd like to talk to you about it. Perhaps over tea or lunch, if you'd like. I might just give you an answer you don't want to hear. I haven't thought of any I want to hear myself, she admitted. Her green eyes, pretty as they were, still wouldn't meet Edelgard's. I'd be happy to have tea this afternoon, Edelgard told her. 3 o'clock. Oh. I'm attending Catherine's seminar then. But 2 works for me. 2 it is. I'll see you then. Thank you, Ingrid said, and she smiled uneasily and walked back down the hall. She's sending you a lot of mixed signals, isn't she? Hilda asked, popping her head out from behind her door. Can you please stop listening in on us? Edelgard snapped at her. No. Hilda stepped out into the hall and shut the door behind her. Can I come in? Certainly, Edelgard said, welcoming her into her room. So, she said, what have you? Everything else got stuck in her throat. Her saliva turned to paste in her mouth. What have you found out? She repeated hoarsely. Hilda closed the door and promptly flopped onto Edelgard's bed. I'm beat, she muttered. Even though it wasn't this body out there, my brain still feels worn out. What's happening? Well, we're all in Shamhala. Weird place. I've never seen anything like it before. The whole place is made of steel, and there are these big metal tubes everywhere, and cold blue lights running across the walls. Hilda, focus. Byleth told me what happened yesterday. What was it? Her first plan was to bust down the front door and barge in. But the No-Eyes were expecting them. As soon as the Black Eagles reached the entrance, she saw javelins of light streak across the sky. Dozens of them flying out to the north and west. Edelgard felt her legs threaten to give out beneath her and quickly found her desk in her chair. She felt as though she'd been struck across the face. North and west. She could imagine in Ber and Derdriu, the two remaining largest cities in Fodlan, struck by those things, pulverized, wiped off the map as if by the hand of a vengeful goddess. Thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of innocent people dead. The Empire's tenuous peace would shatter. Fodlan's seat of power would lay in shambles, its survivors confused, angry, and fearful and ripe for future conquest. She rubbed her eye. Scorched earth, she muttered, her voice catching in her throat. Byleth must have been terrified by the thought of what she'd triggered, crushed by the weight of the deaths on her shoulders, desperate to undo it, and perhaps in that moment of desperation she had reached deep within herself to call upon a power she may have thought she'd no longer had. So, change of plans, Hilda went on. We managed to hide our forces and sneak in a small exploratory team without triggering the javelins. The good news is that we're making good progress and haven't gotten caught so far. The bad news is I'm stuck on the team. Well, you do seem quite capable. It's bad for me, not bad for them, Hilda corrected. She rubbed her head. That place gives me a headache. I presume your team's goal is to take control of the javelins and render the city vulnerable to attack, Edelgard said. Take control of the javelins? Hilda asked, furrowing her brow. You say that like we're going to use you're totally going to use them, aren't you? Edelgard's jaw dropped. She felt insulted. Are you insane? Do you honestly think I'd be capable of something so heinous? You shoved crest stones down your soldiers' throats to turn them into rampaging demonic beasts, Hilda said, so. That was those who slither in the dark, she retorted, offended, and if I'd had total control of them, I wouldn't have allowed that. The most I was able to do was keep their disgusting experiments away from the main thrust of our campaign. Right. Out of sight, out of mind. Why are you belaboring this point? It seems like quite a lot of effort for the likes of you. Back to the point, no, Hilda, I would not make use of the javelins if I had them at my disposal. Yeah, you're right. All you've really got to do is threaten to use them and people will just bow down and do whatever you want. Saves a lot of effort versus the whole war thing. Honestly, if I had to conquer a place. Setting aside that the threat of the javelins isn't doing such a good job deterring us, she pointed out, I find your implications about my moral character offensive. Those who slither in the dark, the Immaculate One, these monsters are my enemies because they have no value for human life. But everything I've done has been to improve human life. You killed thousands of people and burned down their homes to improve human life. Okay. What are a few passing years of momentary terror compared to the slow, subtle, inescapable terror of the past millennium? What is the horror of swift death by the axe, compared with lifelong death from hunger, cold, insult, cruelty, and heartbreak? What is swift death by lightning compared with death by slow fire at the stake? Edelgard stopped herself from launching into a rant. Her words would have fallen on deaf ears, anyway. Why do you insist on badgering me about this? Have I caused you that much suffering? No, it's just fun to get you flustered, Hilda said with a teasing little smile. Forget it, Edelgard said. The point is that I couldn't stop them from doing as they pleased in our world. At least I can stop them from doing as they please in this one. Noted, Hilda said. So that's about it. If everything works out, we might even be able to capture the No-Eyes leader. Claude and Nader are really excited about that. She rolled her eyes. Well, at least someone is. Why those two in particular? Claude thinks if he brings a live one back to the Almiran court, his dad will make him king over his brothers. Ah, merit-based inheritance. I'd never realized the Almirans and I had so much in common. No wonder you dislike me. What? Now it was Hilda's turn to look offended. Hey, I know I had some wrong ideas about Almira a long time ago, but that's changed. I live there now. Noted. Who else is on the team? Well, besides myself and Byleth, there's Bernadetta, Ignatz, Ash, Ferdinand, Hubert, Dorothea, and a few of my new friends from Almira. Edelgard sighed. The team's composition wasn't exactly unimpeachable, to say the least. Ferdinand must have insisted on going if only to be at Hubert's side, but he was the Prime Minister, and if he was severely wounded or even killed that would be unthinkable. If only she could be there by their sides in case they needed her. So, that's what happened, Hilda said. Do you feel better now? No, Edelgard admitted. Now I feel exactly as anxious as I did before, only now for a completely different reason. Yeah, Hilda said. Me, too. I don't really do tea very often, Ingrid said, plucking a little finger sandwich off the tray as she waited for the cup of chamomile tea placed before her to cool. When I think of afternoon tea I just think of Ferdinand or Lawrence blathering on about the proper behavior of noblemen to each other. But it's nice every once in a while, I suppose. The sunlight filtering through the window made her long, braided hair shine like gold. You don't mind chamomile, do you? No, not at all, Edelgard said, blowing on her cup to cool it. In fact, I think we could both use something to calm ourselves down. Right. You don't look well, Edelgard. I don't feel well. There's a lot weighing on my mind. To my knowledge, no one's tried to assassinate me before, she said. Or at the very least, she added with a bitter little laugh, no one's ever gotten close enough for me to know. I suppose I'd thought all this time that nobody would see any use in killing the 9th daughter of the Emperor. The Emperor, Ingrid's mouth pulled itself into a taut frown. I'm sorry about your father. I'm shocked, too. I'd heard he was in perfect health. I never know what to say when things like this happen, but... Edelgard could tell that she was trying very hard to avoid talking to her about what she'd originally wanted to talk about, even if that meant focusing on even less enjoyable topics. Ingrid, perhaps we should address the wyvern in the room, she said. She took a sip of her tea. Yes. You're right. Of course. The wyvern in the room. Ingrid put her cup to her lips and took a sip, flinching from the unexpected heat and obviously using the newly forming burns on her tongue to gather her thoughts for a few more seconds. Edelgard waited patiently for her to continue. I was 5 years old when I first picked up a sword, Ingrid told her. Even back then, before I could even read those stories of chivalry and heroism, all I wanted to be was a knight. And I'd leave home at sunrise to play and come back at sunset covered head to toe in dirt and mud. The older I got, though, the less cute my father and brothers thought it all was. They said I'd have to start acting like a girl eventually. Eventually, after Glenn passed, my father started bringing me new suitors, and the way they looked at me, studied me, appraised me, the way men looked at me was how they reminded me of that. And the way you were looking at me that night, it's stupid, but you reminded me of them. I'm sorry. Edelgard shook her head. Ingrid, I'm so sorry. That isn't stupid at all, it's perfectly understandable. I hadn't thought of that. I thought about how helpful you'd been, getting me dressed up for the ball, doing my hair, being there for me to stop Annette and Hilda from plastering all that ridiculous clown makeup on my face, and I felt as though all that time, you'd just been treating me like a doll to put on display for yourself, just like I had to dress up for all those men. I felt betrayed. Ingrid clasped her hands around her teacup for warmth, her eyes downcast. I felt as though all this time, you'd only... That was never my intention, Edelgard assured her. I wanted to help you be beautiful on your terms, not anyone else's. Just as I've wanted you to live on your own terms. If I found you beautiful then, it's only because, well, you are, Ingrid. And I mean that objectively. And just to clarify, Ingrid said, it doesn't make me uncomfortable that you love women. It just made me uncomfortable that you loved me. Oh, Ingrid, Edelgard reached out and pried her hands away from her teacup, grasping them gently, letting their warmth seep into her cold fingers. I know exactly how you feel. There was a time in my life where I, too, couldn't see myself as worthy of anybody's love. I know exactly how you feel. You do. I've been alone for a long time, too, she said. Longer than you might think. There was a time when Hubert and I had nobody, not a single person in the entire world we could so much as call our friends, let alone people who loved us. And we had thought those days of loneliness would never end. But your family. It's complicated. But I can assure you, Ingrid, that one day you will find yourself surrounded by more people who care for you than you can imagine. Ingrid slipped her hands out of Edelgard's grip so she could wipe her eyes on her sleeve. I think you're misinterpreting this. I like you, Edelgard, even though you can be so frustrating sometimes, and I'm glad you like me, but your love isn't something I can accept. I understand, Edelgard said, unable to help herself from feeling slightly wounded. I never meant to overstep your bounds and make you uncomfortable, and for that, I'm sorry. I'd like if we could set this beside us and move on. It's clear that neither of us are proud of how we behaved. Ingrid nodded and took a half-hearted sip of her tea. I've always envied men, just a bit. If I were a man, having a crest wouldn't get in the way of being a knight. In fact, it would be a boon. I wouldn't have so many expectations put upon me to spend my life raising children. Men are held to high standards for their actions, not looking pretty. And if I were a man, Edelgard, I'd probably think you were a beautiful woman. At last, she lifted her head and let her eyes meet Edelgard's. I mean, I do think you're beautiful, but I don't feel it the way you do. I can't. Her crumbling face, like her wavering voice, seemed to threaten to fall to pieces and spew out torrents of contradicting and poorly understood emotions. The way we lost Mercedes, and then Ash. I'm afraid if I keep pushing you away, you'll be gone forever. I want to be your friend again. I just don't know how to do that anymore. Perhaps, Edelgard said, selecting a biscuit from the tray to go along with her tea, we will figure it out if we just finish our tea together. A fragile smile forced its way onto Ingrid's face. Yes, perhaps. The door to the tea room swung open, letting in a gust of cold air, and Edelgard felt Hubert's dark and shadowy demeanor enter the room. Lady Edelgard, he said, bowing curtly before her as she turned around in her seat to face him. I am sorry for disturbing you and Lady Ingrid during tea time, but there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. Edelgard quickly chewed and swallowed the biscuit and wiped the crumbs from her lips. What is it? She asked, her mind racing. She had the distinct and unmistakable feeling in her gut that something terrible had happened. Were one or more of her siblings hurt? Had the fake Hurricane King or fake Death Knight been spotted near the monastery? Had someone been killed? What's going on, Hubert? More news has arrived from Inver. Hubert shook his head. I am to bring you to the Black Eagle's classroom. Everyone else is gathered there. More news from Inver? What could it be? And what could have Hubert so rattled? Had something terrible happened to the 6 houses, or worse, had something happened to Burkhard? Go on, Edelgard, Ingrid said, leaving her seat and collecting a few of the remaining finger sandwiches and little pastries. I could use some extra prep for Catherine's lecture, anyway. We can finish up later. Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, Edelgard stood up and followed Hubert to meet with the rest of the Black Eagles. I am afraid there has been, he lowered his voice as he led her along. I do not know how else to describe it, Your Highness, but there appears to be a coup in progress. What? Edelgard gasped, too shocked and angered to be dumbstruck. I can tell from your reaction that this did not occur in your future. No, she said, shaking her head. What do you mean, coup? It appears your brother Anselm had already laid claim on your father's crown by the time Burkhard arrived at the palace. That's impossible, she said to Hubert. Anselm was 8th in line. All of his and Edelgard's older brothers and sisters would need to be rendered unfit for the position in order for him to have a legitimate claim. By law, it would seem so. However, he seems not to care. They reached the Black Eagle's classroom, where they found Edelgard's siblings, Volkhard, Professor Hanneman, and the rest of the Black Eagle's students, and Bernadetta hiding in the corner, gathered under the red banners, angered and disbelieving voices ricocheting off the cold stone walls as they discussed the news. That little shit. Justine snarled, dragging a hand irritably through her wiry black hair. Who in the goddess name does he think he is? Language, Joachim chided her, earning himself a slap upside the head for his trouble. Hedwig rushed over to Edelgard and yanked her over the threshold. It's terrible. Berkey S sent us a L letter, Aanonsi is TTT. I know what's going on, Edelgard assured her, gently tooling her hair. She could remember now how bad Hedwig's stutter got when she was upset. Hubert told me. Hetty, I'm so sorry. Everybody, Please, please, calm down, Ferdinand said, trying to impose some sort of order on the unruly crowd. This is nothing for us to concern ourselves over. Yeah, Dorothea muttered. Does it really matter to anyone other than stuck-up nobles who the emperor is? I hardly think life is going to change for anyone else because of this. Hush, Dorothea, he retorted. This is not a problem in the slightest, he addressed everyone else. The emperor requires the prime minister's backing and that of the other 5 great houses to have a legitimate claim. I am absolutely certain that my father will side with Prince Burkhard. He is, after all, the crown prince by law, and that is the end of the discussion. Edelgard wished she shared Ferdinand's optimism about his father, but Duke Ludwig von Aegir only cared about power. If Anselm promised him that, he would be quite happy to abandon his devotion to the law. Like most nobles, he saw legality as something only worth caring about insofar as it was a tool to maintain or gain more power, and cast it aside quite casually whenever it could not serve those ends. I can't believe he'd do this to us, Gerland fumed, pacing back and forth and radiating nervous energy. I can't believe that little rat if he dares lay a finger on Berkey, I'll. No matter which of the noble houses back Prince Anselm, if any, Linhard piped up, he'd have a hard time ruling without the backing of the Minister of the Interior and the Minister of Military Affairs. He yawned. I don't see that happening, so can we all just stop caring so much about this? I'm long overdue for a nap. Yeah, Caspar said to him, but that would mean our dads would have to agree on something. He scratched his head. Oh, man, what if they both pick different emperors? What happens then? All we can do is stay calm and wait for more news to come in, Volkhard assured everyone, tapping on the unfolded letter he held in his hand. Whatever happens in Inver, we can rest assured that at the very least, we are quite safe here at Garreg Mach. He looked to the door and noticed Edelgard and Hubert standing at the threshold. Ah, El. You're here. I take it Hubert has filled you in on the news. Yes, uncle, Edelgard said. I didn't think it could be true, though. How can Anselm possibly have a valid claim to the crown? He can't, Gerland spat. According to the letter we received from Burkhard this afternoon, Volkhard said, when the late Emperor Ionius will was read, it specified that Anselm, by virtue of his major crest, should be crowned emperor, bypassing the norms of succession. I still can't believe father would do something like that. Justine snarled. To his own eldest son. Burkhard believes the will to be a forgery, of course, he continued, and in all honesty, I'm inclined to agree with him. In all my time serving His Majesty as Lord Regent, he never once indicated any discontent about our norms of succession. We can only hope that a majority of the great noble houses will side with the law and with Burkhard. He shook his head, a pained wince crossing his face. Oh, but this is awful. I'd never imagined the Hresvelg family could be torn apart like this. As the initial surprise over the news subsided, the angered outbursts from the Hresvelgs and Black Eagles grew quieter and more subdued, progressing to worried whispers. I am not knowing what to make out of this, Petra said. Whoever is becoming emperor, what will become of Brigid? If there's a civil war or something, Bernadetta moaned, I won't have to fight in it, will I? We all know that Anselm was bragging about meeting with Prince Dmitri after the Battle of the Eagle and Lion, Justine said. What if this is some plot by Faerghus to destabilize Adrestia? You can't seriously claim our brother is collaborating with the kingdom, Joachim said, though there was fear in his eyes. Before today, we couldn't seriously claim that our brother was trying to rip our empire in two, she retorted. Edelgard's blood ran cold. That was exactly what was happening. The Holy Kingdom of Faerghus was resource-poor, unstable, and wouldn't likely be able to match the Adrestian Empire's army at full strength if they wanted to conquer it after all. It had taken a miraculous genius tactician from the future to lead them to victory 400 years ago, and so their only strategy was to have the empire tear itself apart from within and seize the opportunity to crush the divided Adrestia. Those who slither in the dark had probably been planning this for months, perhaps even years. Had Dmitri known that this would happen? Was that really what he'd been talking with Anselm about? That's ridiculous, Volkhard said. Why, Burkhard and I have had plenty of dealings in Faerghus these past few months and neither of us had any sinister intentions. Edelgard, Heidi Marie said, you were always Anselm's favorite. Did he ever tell you anything about this? Did he ever tell her anything about this? Justine scoffed. What about Prince Dimitri or Lord Frildarius? She's been spending an awful lot of time with those two. Excuse me. Edelgard clenched her fists. Justine, why what in blazes are you implying? She couldn't believe she was raising her voice at one of her own sisters, but neither could she believe that one of her own sisters was accusing her of treason. I don't think I'm implying anything, Justine said, her eyes narrowing. I think I'm stating it quite plainly, Edelgard. What were you doing with Prince Dimitri and Lord Frildarius up in Fhirdiad? Discussing your master plans? Plotting your betrayal? What's he promising you that would make destroying the Empire worth it? Justine, that's enough. Volkhard barked, protectively grabbing Edelgard by the shoulders. Hey, hold on, Justine. Edelgard would never betray the Empire. Pascal piped up, running to Edelgard's side. Why yes she's a good PP person. Hedwig stammered, stepping in front of her and reminding her once again that the 12-year-old girl was just a hair taller than her. Elddddiosnts can't. Why have you been spending so much time with Prince Dimitri, then? Justine asked Edelgard, stepping up to her and pushing Hedwig out of the way. She loomed over her, her pale lilac eyes icy and accusing. Well, Ellie. Why you can't accuse me of these things, Edelgard gasped, her voice faltering. He's my step-brother, and that's all he is. I'm not collaborating with him on anything except perhaps to make sure he doesn't make a mess of the training hall again. Justine grabbed her by the collar, her fist curling into her blouse and resting dangerously close to her throat. The other princes and princesses' retainers tensed, remaining wary but electing not to interfere, but not Hubert. Princess Justine, unhand Lady Edelgard at once, he snarled, conjuring an icy dagger. You may be a higher-ranking princess, but my duty is to her and her alone, and I will cut you down if you harm her. At that instant, the other 6 retainers produced knives and daggers, ready to defend their lieges. With the cloying, stifling heat of violence filling the air, Edelgard felt a twinge in her left eye that quickly blossomed into a searing, blooming, blistering heat stabbing into her head. Oh, will you? Justine sneered as her retainer came into her orbit. Try laying a hand on a princess, I dare you. Princess Justine, please, Ferdinand said, I must ask you not to manhandle my fiancé. Everyone settle down, Joachim said, weaving between Justine and Edelgard and pushing them apart. We can't afford to assume that any of us are traitors, we are family. We can't let this tear us apart. Hubert, put that knife away, for the goddess' sake. All of you, put your knives away. Hubert sheepishly dispelled his magic, the icy dagger engulfing his hand melted away and made a puddle on the floor. The other retainers tucked their weapons back into their coats. Joachim is right. We shouldn't fight among ourselves, Heidi Marie said. And besides, who's to say Anselm wouldn't make a better emperor than Burkhard, if it's what our father wanted? Gerland looked at her the way a hungry guard dog might look at a slab of raw meat. Dearest Heidi, would you mind saying that to my face? She snarled. Well, if you ask me, Anselm always worked much harder than Burkhard, Hanneman noted, stroking his mustache. Burkhard was naturally much more talented and received higher marks, but I found that when Anselm was here last year, he was significantly more dedicated to bettering himself. As terrible as this is, I can see why the late emperor may have wished for Anselm to succeed him instead. Professor! Gerland gasped, horrified and insulted. Are you calling Burke lazy? From the sound of it, Linhard said, he seemed to engineer his studies to achieve the highest grades with the least possible effort. Honestly, I find that quite admirable. Very efficient. Efficient, yes, Hanneman agreed. He wasn't lazy in the slightest and took his obligations with the utmost seriousness, but, how do I say this? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. He was obsessed with perfection and would only study subjects he knew he could master quickly and easily, rather than challenge himself and show weakness. Damn. Is that really a quality we'd want in our next emperor? Caspar wondered aloud. Maybe there's something to this will. Edelgard could tell that as a second son who stood to inherit nothing from Count Bergliez, he was beginning to empathize more with Anselm and his bid for the crown, as much as he might insist that he didn't mind not having any inheritance. Oh, "Shut up, you little brat," Gerland spat at him. "And you, Elle, you were always Auntie's favorite little sister, weren't you? I'll bet he's doing all this for you." "That's ridiculous," Edelgard protested. "Is it? You're the only two with crests. And you think I wanted one? Crests are nothing but a burden on society. If I could have my way, I'd get rid of them altogether." "I'd bet you weren't even surprised to hear the news about father." Gerland snarled at her. "How dare you?" Hubert snarled. Edelgard found it very hard to breathe. The air in the room was cloying, hot, and suffocating, boiling from the anger of her older sisters. And when Justine or Gerland glared at her, she felt her mind slip away and sink deep into the dungeon of her memory, recalling their screams and moans of pain and sorrow and anger, and though she knew intellectually what she was being accused of and how nonsensical it was, deep in her heart, she felt she was being accused of an even worse crime, the crime of survival. The crime of living when so many others had died. Living for no reason when others had died for no reason. Her heart hammered in her chest, her mouth and lips dry. Salt stung her lips. Her eye, still throbbing and burning from its phantom wound, screamed in her head as though rent asunder once more. Almost by instinct, she felt herself stepping carefully and gingerly toward the door. Justine lunged forward and grabbed her by the arm, long and sharp fingernails cutting into her skin. "Where do you think you're going, you little traitor? Back to your new friends in Faerghus to plot your next." A sharp thunderclap split the air. She reeled backward, a red mark on her cheek, her mouth agape and eyes wide with shock. Edelgard at first thought that she had instinctively slapped her until Dorothea grabbed her and dragged her out of the classroom. "And here I was, thinking family reunions that bad only happened on the stage," Dorothea said as she led Edelgard across the lawn. "Dorothea, what are you?" "I was looking for an excuse to leave," she said. "I hadn't thought it was possible, but your siblings are even harder to stand than you, Edie." "I suppose that's a compliment." Edelgard paused to catch her breath as she and Dorothea ducked behind a snow-glazed hedge. She held her hand against her eye as though to staunch a river of blood, though all she felt on her cheeks and lips were hot, salty tears. "Thank you." Dorothea looked down at her hand, staring with amazement at her reddened palm. "I just slapped a princess." "Seems to me you've wanted to do that for a long time," Edelgard said. Dorothea laughed. "I have. To you. But it's hard to dislike you when you're crying." Edelgard dried her eyes on her sleeve. "Well, perhaps I'll cry more often, then." "Don't push your luck," Dorothea told her with a sardonic little smile. "Something wrong with your eye?" "Nothing. Just a bit of a phantom pain, it acts up from time to time." She finished drying her eyes and swallowing the lump in her throat. With her eyes unclouded, she could see just how gorgeous Dorothea was, as always. The last vestiges of tears even made her seem to shimmer in the sunlight. She wrapped her arms around Dorothea and held her in a tight embrace that surprised even her. "Okay," Dorothea said, gingerly trying to pull herself free. "Goddess, you're huggy." Realizing what she'd done, Edelgard let go of her. "Ah. Sorry, Dorothea. I'm not sure what came over me." "Apology accepted," Dorothea said with a shrug. "Anyway, I wasn't going to stand back and watch your own sister accuse you of treason over something so stupid. Anyone with an ounce of common sense knows you joined the Blue Lions because of Professor Bylitha's breasts, not because you've been secretly plotting against the Empire." "Running away probably hasn't dissuaded them of that notion," Edelgard admitted. "And by slapping my sister, you've probably invited just as much suspicion upon yourself." "And what do I care? I'm a worthless commoner," Dorothea said. "Besides, it's as I said. Whoever gets to be the emperor, does it really matter to anyone but a bunch of nobles? Kids running around in the streets of Inver will still be kids running around in the streets. Farmers tending their crops will still be farmers tending their crops. Life will only change for the selfish, rich oafs who somehow think their little world is the only one that matters." Edelgard wished she could agree with Dorothea. "Sadly, I think this incident will change life for a great many people," she said, "and not for the better. I hadn't realized before that because of us nobles, even something as simple as an argument between two brothers can affect the lives of untold thousands of people. There's something terribly wrong with our world where men are given such power over others simply because of who their parents were. If you've taken such a dislike of nobility, Dorothea teased her, then I suppose you wouldn't mind giving up your title and going off to spend the rest of your life tending to a farm. I wouldn't mind, Edelgard said to her, as long as I did it with the right person. Oh? Planning on seducing your professor? She asked with a wink. Edelgard couldn't stop her face from turning red. Anyway, thank you, Dorothea, but I have to talk with Dimitri. Do you think he might actually be behind this? Dorothea wondered. No offense, Edie, but he's, I wouldn't say dumb, but simple. Guileless. You know. Not exactly Claude von Regan, there. I don't think he is, Edelgard lied, but he did have correspondences with Anselm. He might know something about what's going on. Edelgard knew exactly where to find Dimitri as the afternoon dragged on and the sky began to darken, because he still had his punishment from Byleth over his actions in the training hall to serve. He was in the stables, making certain that the horses all had fresh food and water, the Pegasus wings were preened, the floors swept and manure disposed of, and the wyvern's scales polished. She found him, also unsurprisingly, with Marianne, the two of them working together to comb the snarls out of one of the horse's mane. They conversed in low, private whispers when they said anything at all, but mostly passed the time in the kind of silence only two people who loved each other could share. Poor Hilda. Excuse me, Dimitri, Edelgard finally said, stepping into the stables. When you're finished here, can I speak with you about something? She tried to make herself sound vulnerable, but not too vulnerable. Dimitri noticed her and smiled a particularly forced smile. Ah, Edelgard. Yes, of course. Marianne and I will be finished quite soon. Thank you. Is there anything I can do to help? No, it will only be a few more minutes. Edelgard waited, and then Dimitri and Marianne went their separate ways. She followed him into a secluded part of the monastery near the south walls. The sun setting over the walls bathed the snowy lawn in cold blue shadow. That girl. Marianne, right? Of the Golden Deer? Edelgard inquired, hoping to lighten the mood and lower his guard. Even in the dimming light, she could see a slight pinkish hue light up Dimitri's cheeks. Yes. She's, Margrave Edmund's adopted daughter. This punishment really is not so much of a punishment, I must say, when our schedules align. She seems nice, but I've always thought she looked terribly lonely. Yes, I can sense a great pain in her past. As soon as we met, I just felt as though we had a certain kinship. Edelgard wondered if he felt the same kinship with her, if he could truly sense such a thing in others. Now, I am not sure how to describe it, he said, shaking his head as though ashamed of some foolish thought he'd have, but I feel oddly lucky around her, despite what she says to the contrary. As though a day in which I meet her cannot be truly bad. Perhaps she can enroll in the Blue Lions. With only 2 months left in the term, I cannot see her doing that. Besides, he crossed his arms. Edelgard saw a flash of bright blue on the cuff of his overcoat. What's that on your arm? She asked. What? Your left arm. There's something on the cuff. She reached for his arm and tried to lift it, but he pinned his arms to his sides and tucked in his hands. It's nothing. He sighed and took out his hands, revealing a gash on the cuff of his overcoat that had been expertly stitched together and detailed with an ornately embroidered lion in blue and white thread. Oh, that is beautiful, she commented. Bernadetta did that for you, I imagine. That handiwork was unmistakable. Yes, he said sheepishly, hiding the cuff again. I wish I could have done it myself, but I am hopeless at needlework. I remember your mother tried to teach me once, but all I could do was break the needles. Bernadetta and Marianne, she noted, smiling coyly. It seems you attract the quiet girls. Or perhaps they attract you. What are you saying? I'm most certainly not, he sputtered. Is this what you wished to speak with me about? Don't we have more important things to discuss? Yes, actually. Actually, we do, she said. Or perhaps it can wait, he said, a notable U-turn from his urgency the other day. You don't look well. I'm sorry for badgering you about it the other day. It is more important that you get some rest. I suppose I don't look well. I don't feel well, either, Edelgard said. I know we have something important to discuss, but first the news about my father, and then that encounter with the fake Hurricane King, and now. And now, he repeated, furrowing his brow with mock concern. What has happened now? Is someone hurt? Has one of your siblings? She told him about Anselm. Dmitri was speechless for a while, his mouth hanging agape. Edelgard studied his face, looking for any trace of guilt beneath the surprise. She found plenty. The question was how false it was. I'm sorry, El, he finally said. That's horrible. It is, she said, sniffling. I've never been accused of having a hand in something so monstrous before, and by my own sisters. She made herself look and sound as hurt as possible, though that wasn't hard to do. Dmitri had to see over and over again that his alliance with those who slither in the dark did nothing but harm the people he was closest to. I'm worried for the Empire, but more than that, my own family is being torn apart. He laid a hesitant hand on her shoulder, his careful and cautious body language proof of his culpability. He had known about this all along. He had probably been waiting for this day to come with bated breath. On this day, his conquest of Fodlan had truly begun long before his army could even take a single step under his command. And now, for whatever it was worth, he knew how the plotting of his allies hurt the people he cared about. I'm sorry, he said, choking out his words through the lump in his throat. I'm so sorry, El. I didn't mean I cannot believe I thought this day was lucky. I just hope everything comes to a peaceful resolution between your brothers. And I am truly, most sincerely sorry that your siblings would think less of you just because of the time you've spent with me. It's okay, she said. It's quite ridiculous to pin the blame for these events on Faerghus. Only somebody who is still resentful over the War of the Eagle and Lion would jump to such a conclusion. He laughed. Yes, that is one way of putting it. But you have spoken with both Burkhard and Anselm, haven't you? She asked. Did anything Anselm say hint that he was plotting something like that? Well, Dmitri thought for a moment. He did say that he admired the austerity of Faerghus. There was some implication that he disliked the direction the Empire has been headed in. But I hadn't imagined that he was plotting something so wicked. I'm sorry, El. If I had heard the treachery in his words, perhaps I could have done something. His words were lies, all of them, but his tone was far more honest. He truly did seem sorry for the role he had played in this affair. Edelgard put her arms around him and rested her head against his chest, her ear pressed against his heart as it beat a nervous tattoo against his ribcage. A faint, stale scent of manure clung to him. Thank you, D.L., he murmured. Do you trust me? He asked. As much as I trust you. Yes. Of course. He let one of his strong hands rest against her back while the other combed her hair with exceeding gentleness. Edelgard was aware of the strength in those hands and knew that if he so chose, he could break every bone in her body in an instant. To allow him to embrace her like this was proof of her unconditional trust in him, a trust he longed to reciprocate. Still, a chill dampened her thoughts as memories of the last moments of her life followed in the wake of his touch. I truly believe that whatever bad news tomorrow might bring, the future will be brighter. I will make Faerghus better, and all of Fodlan will follow. That is what I believe. And you have helped me believe it. Edelgard smiled into his chest. It was a smile that broke her heart, and the floodgates burst open, and the hatred she had felt from Gerland and Justine, undeserved, misdirected, yet at the same time wholly and entirely deserved, pierced her heart like a knife. Ever since the day she had emerged from the dungeon alone with ragged snow-white hair streaming down her shoulders and scars covering everything except her face, she had known deep in her heart that her family would rightfully hate her if any had survived. She had carried that hatred in herself, burning a torch for the dead not unlike the dead that Dmitri had kept with him and the phantoms that whispered in his ears. She'd had a new family that had set those fears to rest, but that new family was far away, and she could not bring herself to fully imagine the true extent of whatever danger now surrounded them. She wept into him. Real, genuine tears burned her eyes like acid. He held her tighter, and she felt his legs move in slow, careful steps, gently pulling her along. Before she knew it, she stopped hearing snow crunching beneath their boots and felt her feet meet solid stone, then ascend a flight of stairs step by painstaking step. She realized as he stood her up in front of her bedroom door that she had stopped crying a long time ago. "You need to rest," Dmitri whispered to her. "I wish I could tell you that you could go to sleep and wake up and what happened today would turn out to be nothing but a dream, but I cannot." Edelgard became aware that her stomach was growling. "I need food," she mumbled. "And you need a bath." He let out a sheepish laugh. "That I do," he said. He let her go. "I apologize for the smell. Why don't I bring up a plate from the dining hall for you?" She took a hold of him before he could leave. "I still need to tell you the truth," she said, against her better judgment. "Whoever tried to kill me when we came back. I think they were trying to keep me from telling you." "I won't let anybody hurt you," he assured her. "The men responsible for the tragedy of Dusker," she said, taking a deep breath as he bent his knees and crouched down to let her whisper in his ear, "all those years ago, the ones who were truly responsible, a cabal of nobles who wanted to see your father violently removed from power due to his reforms." She tightened her grip on his shoulder and leaned in closer, feeling his pulse race beneath his skin. "And as for the experiments, they were conducted by the very same Solon from Riemeyer, and Thales, both pretending to work on behalf of the Church of Syros." His pale blue eyes widened. His face was white as a sheet, his complexion sickly and ashen. He pulled away from her, a slight tremble in his shoulders reaching down to his fingertips, his mouth agape. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. "Thank you for telling me this," he croaked, managing a weak smile. Edelgard's heart soared. Today, in spite of everything, she had won no small victory. Dmitri was hers. And she felt happy for that, not because she had successfully manipulated him, not because her plan was succeeding, but because she realized that she truly loved him. His next words, though, nearly knocked her off her feet. "So," he said, "Ash must have told you that in his letter, too." She kept the best poker face she could muster. "Yes, of course," she said. "Of course he told me. He would have wanted us to know. He would have wanted us to fight them." She took his cold hands and squeezed them together. But did this mean that all this time, ever since he'd read his letter, when had he read his letter, he'd been going along with Thales' plots, tolerating his presence? Edelgard couldn't exactly judge him for that, given her own actions, but her entire plan had hinged on what she'd known of Dimitri's personality, assuming he would betray them as soon as the truth was made known. "Solon," he repeated, as though tasting the name in his mouth before he spat it out. His eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched, he wrenched away from her and his gloved hands curled into fists as a bitter scowl tugged at his mouth. As another searing burst of pain made her eye throb, a pang of fear struck Edelgard in her heart, fear that she had misplaced her trust, that Thales had sunk his claws deeper into Dmitri than she had expected, that she might die right here and now because she had been just that much too brave. "That traitorous dastard will pay for what he has done 1,000 times over," he snarled, "and as for this Thales, whoever he is, I will kill him too." With that, he stormed back down the stairs. But Thales is... Edelgard's mind raced. It was worse than she had feared. Dmitri knew who his enemies were, but he didn't know who Thales was. The man he knew as Rodrigue was simply that, the man he knew as Rodrigue, and as far as he knew, nothing more. But what relation, then, did Rodrigue claim to have to Solon and the so-called Man in Black, and how had Thales convinced Dmitri not to rip him to shreds for it? That meant she hadn't won his soul yet. Far from it, she still had to expose Thales. Edelgard let out a long, deep, exhausted sigh, her heart beating as frantically as a hummingbird's, and sat down with her back against her bedroom door, only to nearly flatten a little package resting on the floor that she hadn't noticed before. It was wrapped in parchment paper and adorned with a note written in Annette's handwriting. "Dear Edelgard, Bernadetta told us what happened in the Black Eagles classroom earlier this afternoon, so a few of the other students and I put together a little gift basket for you. We hope it helps you feel better." Beneath the note were the signatures of Annette, Ingrid, Bernadetta. Hers was as timid and small as she was, Sylvain, Ignatz, Didou, and Raphael. Edelgard unwrapped the gift to find a collection of lemon drops, a few icing-glazed cookies, an entire pastry leaking raspberry jelly, some leftover tea biscuits, a thick hunk of pepper-crusted beef jerky, thanks to Raphael, no doubt, and a sachet of dried chamomile and lavender courtesy of Didu, which she hoped wasn't meant to be edible. Edelgard felt her heavy heart ache happily as she took the gift into her bedroom and fed herself. It wasn't the healthiest dinner in the world, but it assuaged her hunger and some of her melancholy. Time Squad's ranks had swelled, and as a result, Claude's little band of time travelers and time traveler-adjacent operatives needed a less cramped place to meet than Professor Byleth's bedroom. Fortunately, Captain Geralt knew exactly where the group could meet without fear of being overheard, and it happened to be the same sanctuary he'd found for his new ward. "Are you sure about this place, Captain Geralt?" Edelgard asked him, staring up at the black silhouette of the guard tower as it stood against the darkness. She recalled that there were plenty of these towers dotting the walls of Garreg Mach, most of them abandoned, one of which was used by Glenn to meet with his fellow agents. "I'm positive. This tower is still in use, and it was a pretty simple matter of rerouting all of the other night's patrols, so I'm the only one near it," he answered, opening the door and leading the group up the winding stairs to the outpost at the top. Most of the blankets from the chapel had been repurposed to make the outpost into a sort of makeshift home, lining the floor to soften the hardwood panels and draped against the stone brick walls, propped up to form a makeshift little tent. On the table in the center of the circular room, an oil lamp provided soft, flickering light, the edges of the amber circle ebbing and flowing against the darkness like waves crashing against the shore. "Don't worry, it's just us," Geralt preemptively announced to Happy, who poked her head out of her makeshift tent at the sound of his voice. "Brought a few friends, but I'm sure you can trust em. This here," he gestured to Byleth, "is my daughter, Byleth." "We've met," Byleth said. "Nice to meet you again." Hubert glared at Happy until Edelgard elbowed him in the ribs. "Oh, it's cozy up here," Hilda noted, observing the hodgepodge of colored and patterned blankets that livened up the bare stone walls. "If I could fit my mattress up the stairs, I think I wouldn't mind living here." Happy recoiled a little at the sight of the newcomer. "It's all right," Claude assured her. "This is my number one, Hilda." "It's nice to meet you," Hilda told her with a cheerful smile. Happy faintly returned the smile and padded out of the tent. A trio of kittens followed her out and scampered down the stairs. "Hi," she said. "Oh, hello, kitties," Claude exclaimed as they ran between his legs. "Anyway, we're the Time Squad. Welcome aboard." "You still need to pick a better name," Edelgard told him. "I know you're capable of cleverer monikers than that." "It's elegant in its simplicity and its descriptiveness," he and Hilda said in unison. Hilda stuck her tongue out at her. Suthies materialized out of thin air at Byleth's side. "It is a silly name," she said, nodding in agreement at Edelgard, "but you are all silly people, so I think it is quite proper." "Arrogant one, you and the lazy one are still the only two who can see and hear me, correct?" Edelgard looked around to see if anyone was staring with slack-jawed amazement at the phantom and nodded. "Ah. Perhaps I should just go back to sleep, then." Byleth shook her head. "Oh? You desire my counsel? Very well. I shall stay, but I do hope that those of you who are capable of doing so will heed my words," Suthies said, staring directly at Edelgard with a pointed glare. "Well, Edelgard," Claude said, "you were the one who called this meeting together. What's new?" Quite a lot was new, and once everyone had gathered in a loose circle around the table, Edelgard explained the news that had come out of Inver as well as the revelation from her encounter with Dimitri. As she spoke, Happy carefully and gingerly crept to her side, wary of everyone else. "Well, so much for stopping the war," Hilda sighed. "We still have time to reveal Thales to Dimitri," Edelgard said. "Dimitri hasn't moved his troops yet. Perhaps he's too sentimental about his time here to make a move until after graduation. The damage has already been done to the Empire, but we can still stop those who slither." "The no-eyed people," Claude corrected. "Why do these creeps have so many names?" Geralt muttered, crossing his arms. "And do you have to be so poetic about them?" "Those who slither in the dark," he scoffed. "Hubert came up with that epithet in my world," Edelgard said. "It has a nice ring to it." "I thought so as well, Lady Edelgard," Hubert said, nodding. "My counterpart shares my good taste, then." "It's a mouthful," Geralt said, rolling his eyes. If they attack and I need to deliver a message to the other knights, am I going to shout, help? Those who slither in the dark are attacking. No, I'm going to say, hey. Creeps incoming. Byleth, I do like your father, Suthies told her host with a wry little smile. If we expose those who slither, Hubert wondered aloud, will it put a stop to the turmoil in the Empire? I feel like this is something that'll keep going, no matter what, Claude said. The no-eyed people might have started it, but it's like rolling a ball down a hill. All you need to do is push it and gravity does the rest. But if we can stop them, then at least we can stop them from making the situation worse. So, how do we expose Rodrigue for what he really is? Just tell Dimitri, Hilda said. Like you told him the truth about Duscur. He trusts you, doesn't he? He does, Edelgard said, but I'm not sure how far that trust will go if I stretch it. I took a risk today, telling him about Duscur. Even if I'd brought him here to hear it straight from Happy's mouth, he might have rejected the truth if Ash's letter hadn't told him already. I don't know how much more I can alter his feelings toward Rodrigue without evidence, either. We need to keep in mind that Rodrigue is doing as much as he can to keep Dimitri on his good side, as well, and none of us are privy to that. We're playing a game of chess in which the other side of the board is shrouded in mist. Just tell him Ash wrote it in his letter, Hilda said. It'll save us a lot of work. If Ash didn't tell him in his letter, then it's likely he didn't know, Claude said. So that could blow up in our faces, considering there wasn't actually anything about the no-eyed people in his letter to Edelgard. She's right. There's an Almiran saying, you can only feed someone once with fruit from a poisonous tree. What about that kid, Glenn? Geralt asked. He's one of the creeps, too, right? If we snatch him up, maybe we can coerce some answers out of him. One of these fiends, Hubert said, sounding very much like the Hubert Edelgard knew best, might need quite a lot of coercion. I am loath to endorse the abduction of little ones, Suthies said, but it may work. And, if he truly is one of these fiends, then perhaps he is not so little after all. Byleth, what do you think? Byleth thought for a moment, then lifted her head, her azure eyes scanning the room. Edelgard felt a growing dread in her heart that only intensified as their eyes met. The memory of Byleth kneeling over her father's dying body as he breathed his last, bleeding out from Cronia's dagger, struck her like a hammer to her heart. The guilt, the pain, watching from a distance the death of a good man and the death knell of her hope, the first tears Byleth had ever shed. Edelgard wondered, could she really trust her little act of deception to have fully defanged Glenn? Would that be enough to stay his hand? Or would Geralt end up with another knife in his back? Would she? Geralt, perhaps noticing the turmoil written on her face, turned toward her and gave her a slow, confident nod. Trust me, it seemed to say. I'm on board with this plan, Claude said. So am I, Edelgard said. These creeps use some sort of magical glamour to maintain their disguises, or skin suits, like we saw with Solon at Remire. If we capture Glenn, we might be able to figure out a way to forcibly dispel that disguise. Then, exposing Rodrigue's true form will be a matter of getting him and Dimitri in the same room. We'll do it, then, Byleth said. We'll abduct Glenn Frildarius. Everyone went their separate ways and took their own paths back from the tower to the officers' academy, knowing that the sight of a large crowd of people milling about in the middle of the night would attract all kinds of suspicion. Edelgard's path kept her close to the monastery wall, clinging to the dark stone so that the light of the waxing moon overhead would not reveal her against the steel-blue glow of the fresh snow blanketing the lawn. As she hugged the wall and inched along her path nearer to the dormitories, she caught sight of a dark figure hurrying toward a distant guard tower. Knowing it was Glenn, she carefully crept closer, biding her time. She didn't want to intercept him just to overhear whatever he had to say to his masters. By the time she reached the tower, Glenn had already begun conversing with the others. Thale's voice crackled, infused with a buzzing undercurrent. When Edelgard dared to peer into the door, she saw Glenn standing alone at the foot of the stairs, lit by a lone torch, and a strange black box nestled into the space of a missing brick in the wall. Thale's voice seemed to be coming from the box. We will have to get rid of her, of course, Thales hissed. Her behavior at Fhirdiad has made it imperative that we separate her from the Hurricane King, Now this blackmail scheme makes it even more pressing of an issue. But the letters, Glenn started. Damn the letters, an unfamiliar voice piped up from within the box. The crackling and buzzing grew louder and overwhelmed what was said next. Would even believe her? Still, it is a risk we cannot afford to take at this critical moment, Thales said. Operation Antediluvian is still in a precarious state. We cannot afford setbacks, or for our most valuable assets to turn on us. She has made herself untouchable, or so she thinks, yet she must be disposed of. But the letters. Is that all you can say, fool? Cornelia's voice emerged from the sea of hissing and buzzing. But the letters, you oaf. We said we would dispose of her, not kill her. Indeed, Thales said. There is, of course, a way we can remove her from the equation without triggering her pathetic attempt at blackmail. You want me to wear her skin? Glenn added, a hopeful uptick to his voice that chilled Edelgard to the bone. She had to get out of here. If Glenn caught her here. No, you fool. We want a competent infiltrator to wear her skin. Cornelia snarled at him. Our little Hurricane King is quite close to the girl, Thales said. An agent pretending to be her would need to replicate her perfectly, including her behavior. After all, we can't allow her to die or go missing, can we? And another sudden shift in personality would arouse suspicion. Do as she says and stand by for now. We'll arrange for another agent to be placed in Garreg Mach to study her. Edelgard slipped away as silently as she could, still clinging to the wall, consulting her mental map of the monastery honed from 5 years of using it as a forward operating base and the headquarters of the Black Eagle Strike Force as she planned a new, safe route back to the dormitories. The heel of her palm, numbed by the cold, pressed against her eye to soothe the pain like a block of ice pressed against an aching bruise. In spite of that, though, the pain grew worse and worse. The cold air stung her lungs with each breath, pricking her face with needles. After a few minutes of careful and painstaking backtracking had brought her farther up the wall and farther away from the tower, she saw Glenn's silhouette stride across the lawn. Edelgard sighed with relief. On the bright side, she knew for certain that Glenn would honor the terms of her fake blackmail, for now. But now there was a new problem to contend with. The link between Dimitri and Thales had to be severed quickly. Her heart pounding in her chest and pulse singing in her ears, she made it back to the dormitories. She passed by Professor Byleth's room, only to see Glenn ambling casually across the lawn, kicking up plumes of snow with each skipping step and occasional pirouette with childish glee. The door adjacent to Byleth's room creaked open, dim candlelight bleeding through the darkness within, and Dida took a step outside, his dark face illuminated by the little candle held in his hand. Glenn froze like a startled deer, then dashed away to his room, a plume of snow trailing in his wake. Dida's head turned and his eyes locked with Edelgard's, the shadows flickering across his face to trace deep valleys and canyons in his brow, nose, and cheekbones. He slowly lifted up his free hand, raised a single finger to his lips, then crept back into his room and shut the door. Check the description for the links to the author.